Pink Flamingo Productions presents A London Villain, Christo Sinner's World. Written by Catherine Wiltcher. Performed by Evelyn Rose and Aaron Smith. Prologue. Ada. They told me he was dead, and I believed them. 2 weeks later, the first book arrived. There was no postmark, no written address, but I knew it was from him. I'd been holding a copy the day he set fire to my soul in a stolen car on the edge of darkness. When for 12 hours the world had sparked with light and colour before they'd shrouded it in black again. After that, they appeared once a month, and it was always the same book, just different versions. Some had discreet covers, others were straight-up classics. French, German, Italian, Arabic, every translation you could think of. Most were torn with age, but a few had been newly reprinted that year. No 2 copies were identical. But the story never changed, because it was our story now. They'd turned him into the villain, and me into a footnote, framed for a crime we didn't commit, and then punished and kept apart for years because of it. One was so rare it had been auctioned off for a huge amount of money, the highest anyone had paid for a first edition. The buyer was anonymous, of course. I read about him in a newspaper someone had left behind in a coffee shop. According to the byline, the final bid had come in from Monaco. Monaco. I remember thinking then how sad and strange it was that for all the blood money we had, we were both still bankrupt in all the ways it mattered. Then 5 months ago, the books stopped arriving. I figured he was dead now for sure, and my grief was so great it felt like every chamber of my heart was being pierced by a bullet. I waited weeks for my Bratva bastard of a husband to show up and taunt me with the news, but he never came. That's when I knew the truth. Our chains had finally broken. The war was finally here. Frankie was coming back for me, and the whole of London was going to burn because of it.
Chapter 1. Frankie. 21 years ago. Sinners don't die well, Francesco. The devil makes sure of it. I've heard my father speak these words before, but never when he splayed out on a dirty kitchen table, red dripping off the edges, with 5 holes in his chest. There's a dull acceptance in his eyes. Come closer, figlio mio. His fingers slipped from my wrist, leaving a jagged smear of crimson behind. It's spelling out my own fate and sealing it with blood. Silence, honor, revenge. These are the oaths of Omerta, the promises my father swore when he became a made man 3 decades ago. The same ones I'll make when my own time comes. Not that he'll be around to see it. The man who created, loved, and protected me for 12 years is dying in front of me, and all the promises in the world can't stop it. Silence, honor, revenge. Francesco, he wheezes. I'm here, Papa. Closer. Closer. His great head flops to the side as he struggles for air. Lurching forward, I catch his flailing hand in mine, interlocking our fingers like we used to do when I was a small boy. His skin is much cooler than I remembered, his grip weaker and less sure of itself. Antonio made the call, I mumble. There's a medic on the way. The bullet shredded his lungs. Antonio told me so himself. Maybe even his heart too. By the time we dragged him all the way to the safe house, his insides were drowning in blood. The meeting was a trap, Francesco. A trap. They were all waiting for us, the bastardi. His voice rises briefly before he's coughing and spluttering again. Most of my father's men died tonight, including my older brother, Matteo. After that, the black ricochet of betrayal spread right to my family's front door. I tried to warn Mama on the way here, but the call kept ringing out. That's when I knew that she and my little sister, Vittoria, were dead as well. I shut my eyes to keep my pain in check. That's when I see her. She's dancing across the tiles at the bottom of the stairs, the way she does when she thinks no one's looking. Danced. She wants to be a ballerina. Wanted. Francesco! My eyes fly open again. Antonio is frowning at me from across the table. He's my father's sottocapo, his underboss. The man who helped him turn London's first Cosa Nostra Cosca into one of the biggest players in the city. Now he's a gambler on the losing team, pressing towels to my father's chest to try and stem the flow of blood, as more than just his capo lies dying in front of him. It's no good, amico, he grunts, sweat glazing his brow. He slows his efforts and glances at the clock above the sink. Keep trying, I beg. I'm not ready to let him go yet. Figlio mio. My father summons what little strength he has left to squeeze my hand. This was never a ceasefire for O'Sullivan. It was a massacre. He grimaces, his face creasing up with fresh agony. The Irish got a deal with the Russians. Maybe even with the British too. I was wrong to think that the Red Compass could coexist in peace. To a brutto figlio di puttana, bastardum, mobster, like O'Sullivan, the needle will only ever point his way. Tell me what to do, I say quietly. You know what to do. For your mother, Matteo, Vittoria. Avenging our deaths is your life's path now. I nod, accepting my destiny, feeling the weight of it crushing down on me. My father has schooled me in this world from the day I was born. I know all the rules and rulers of this city. I know how London was divided into 4 criminal territories 20 years ago. North, South, East, West, Bratva, Mafia, British, Irish, and then nicknamed the Red Compass from all the blood we spilled between us. Over time, my father grew sick of the war, sick of the needless slaughter. He was trying to unite us, to bring about an order to the chaos. His ambition was cut down in bullets exactly 1 hour ago. It seems the other criminal organizations don't share his views. Be as liberal with your vengeance as you are with your love, figlio mio. Don't waste it. My father drops my hand and stares up at the ceiling. Take my body back to Sicily. Lay me to rest with my wife, daughter, and son. Join us when the time is right. He means when the Irish flag lies burning. The room falls silent. All his words have been spoken. The pauses between each inhale and exhale grow longer and longer, like the shadows on the pavement at dinner time. I find myself holding my own breath as I wait for his final one. Hating it, wanting it, confused by it. When it finally comes, it feels like the flat line is piercing my soul, driving deep into parts of me I don't have a name for yet. At the same time, everything else ceases to exist. The cold kitchen, the stained floor, the hastily overturned chairs, the naked light bulb swinging above our heads. After a while, Antonio says a prayer in Italian, making the sign of the cross as he closes my father's eyelids. Then he reaches into his back pocket and pulls out his gun. I watch, not really seeing, as he slowly screws a silencer onto the tip of the weapon. "Tough luck, amico," he murmurs. "I'll make it quick, out of respect for your mother." I frown, not fully understanding. My grief is like a swamp. Nothing is moving fast enough. What happened to the medic?" "He's not coming. Never was. O'Sullivan wants the job finished tonight. It's a bad business, so don't make this any harder than it needs to be." "What?" I stop when I find myself staring down the barrel of his gun, suspended 2 feet above my father's lifeless body. Time freezes. I search Antonio's face for traces of dark humor. This is a joke, right? I'm not getting it. I'm not getting it. "Sorry, amico," he shrugs, but his smug expression is pissing liar all over his apology. "Your father's obsession with this ceasefire made him weak." His lips stretch into a grim smile. "Better an Irish bullet than a red knife, eh, Frankie?" he adds, hiding the horror of his words behind my nickname. "The Russians wanted to slit your throat with a blunt blade. The British were eager to put their meat hooks to good use." "Don't call me Frankie," I say quietly. "That's what my brother calls me." Cold. "You betrayed us, Antonio. You betrayed my father, Matteo, Vittoria." His jaw tightens at the mention of my sister's name. I've never known him to hesitate before. "Listen, amico, there's a shit ton of stuff going down. You're too young to I know that you're a fucking traitor." I lunge at him, aiming my fist at his face, not caring about the consequences, because that's the other thing about grief. It makes you feel invincible, like Superman. Like nothing else can hurt you when everything's been broken into pieces anyway. But life isn't fair. I should have remembered that too. He pushes me off him easily. 15 stone of muscle versus 6 stone of hurt. I lose my balance and go down hard, the back of my head smashing into the concrete floor. "Damn it, amico." His voice floats somewhere above me. "It doesn't have to be this way." "Why?" I croak. It's the only word I have left. The only one with any power. His reply is lost as the kitchen door suddenly flies open and bullets start whizzing over my head. I watch them slam into Antonio, making a bloody hole where his guts used to be. He meets my gaze as he falls to his knees, and in his last few seconds on earth, he almost looks sorry for being a treacherous bastardo. "Fuck you," I whisper, refusing to look away, owing my courage in this moment to my family's memory. "I hope you burn in hell." Antonio blinks first. "But he promised." Bang. The next bullet stamps a perfect circle in the center of his forehead. There are no more words from him after that. Who promised what? "Are you Lastra's son?" I find myself staring down another barrel, this one attached to a black-eyed giant. I jerk out a nod. "Then on your feet, kid," he says, lowering his gun. "Your father's capo de capi is downstairs." Capo de... Before I can finish, the giant is clamping a huge hand around my wrist and yanking me upright. "The boss of all bosses of the Cosa Nostra is here?" Papa always joked that Tommaso Zaccaria would never leave Italy, not even if his beloved villa was on fire. What a mess. The giant slides his weapon into his holster and casts his eyes around the room, lingering over my father's corpse. "You hurt?" I shake my head, though the back of my neck is wet and sticky. 10 seconds later, and it could have been your insides all over that floor, kid. Thank you. Just following orders." He pushes me toward the door and out into the hallway. "Now, move." "You don't keep a man like Zaccaria waiting." I take one final look at my father, burning the image into my brain. His body looks empty now, like a broken shell discarded on a beach. "How did you know Antonio was—" "You'll get your answers soon, kid." Another shove. "The motherfucking storm's just arrived." Chapter 2. Frankie. Marching me out onto the pavement,
He steers me towards a silver SUV with tinted windows.
The doors swing open as we approach. Get in. I try to back away, but the giant has other ideas. Giving me another hard shove, I find myself tumbling headfirst into a black hole that stinks of leather and cigars. I blink a couple of times, the darkness fuzzing up my brain. There's a shadow sitting next to me, watching me, puffing on an Arturo Fuente, the same brand my father smoked. I hate the past tense now, almost as much as I fear the present. Do you know who I am, Francesco? His accent is strong, and he has a slow way of speaking that makes me think of soft chairs with hard edges. I've heard my father talk about you, mister. Scary stories with nightmare endings. There's a pause as the giant slides into the passenger seat up front. In reverence, I hope. Always with respect, mister. Good. He leans forward to tap his driver on the shoulder, his profile catching in the streetlight. He's older than my father, with a narrow face and a long, straight nose. His black hair is streaked with grey, and his lips are pulled tight into a cold smile. He looks like a bird of prey, or a vulture.
My name is Tommaso Zaccaria, he confirms.
I am the man who ordered your father to London 20 years ago. Against all expectations, he succeeded in making London a stronghold for our organization. Until tonight. My father didn't start this war, mister, I say in a rush. He was trying to end it. My outburst is met with 3 measured puffs of his cigar. Did he ensure that his family's allegiance would fall the right way following his death? There's a warning in his words. He's testing me. There's only me left now, mister, and my allegiance will always be with you. I'm pleased to hear it, because you are all I need to remedy this, situation. For the first time, he aims his cold smile at me, and I shiver. You can't end wars, Francesco. 1 minute they're an inferno, and the next there's smoldering embers waiting for the next spark to come along and reignite them. In my head, I see the Irish flag burning again. I see the corners of the cheap material melting in the heat.
Men like Cian O'Sullivan care more about the flames than peace.
Your father should have remembered that.
Zaccaria takes another puff on his cigar and blows a thick trail of silver smoke in my direction.
There is no elegance in that man's violence. No loyalty. London is a game to win at any cost. And just like that, I don't feel so empty anymore. Another emotion is filling up the spaces where love used to be. Hate. Where should the flames blow next, Francesco? He asks, huskily. Back at O'Sullivan, I mumble. His cold smile widens. I've pleased him with my answer. Exactly. There's no more talking until we reach the clipped green edges of Clapham Common. I keep my face pressed up against the window, the heat from my tears fogging up the glass. It feels like I'm standing on the edge of something, but I can't see the drop. The car cruises to a stop beneath a line of sycamore trees, opposite 3 smart white townhouses.
There. Zaccaria points to one with black steps flowing down to the streets like crude oil.
There are a couple of men smoking under the porch light, and another 2 by the front gate. Soldati. Soldiers. Do you know who owns that house? I shake my head.
Embers. Zaccaria slides closer, pressing his hard thigh against mine, making my insides twist. Cian O'Sullivan is in there, right now, raising a glass to your father's death.
Tell me, how does that make you feel? I don't bother to hide my tears this time. I know what your heart seeks, Francesco. You want to strike the match, to avenge your father, mother, brother, sister. He lingers over each name, making each word feel like a punch to my chest. Swiping at my wet cheeks, I reach for the door handle. But not yet. I whip my head around in shock. I don't understand. How do you hope to achieve your revenge when you have no gun, no training? He motions to my empty hands, then resumes puffing on his cigar. You need to strike when your enemy is at his weakest, not at his strongest. That way, when you look into O'Sullivan's eyes at his end, you'll see fear and respect, not scorn. But he killed your men too. Why aren't you? He isn't my kill to make.
I blink, trying to make sense of his words. Zachariah makes me feel like I'm listening to a conversation through a closed door, catching half the details but not the whole plan.
I want you to resurrect your father's Goska, Francesco. He reaches into his inside jacket pocket for something. Finish what he started, but only when you're old enough to turn the victory to your advantage. With O'Sullivan eliminated, the Red Compass will crumble. London will be ours, yours and mine. No more infighting. Your father's vision will be realized. Until that time, you will be raised in the house of a trusted friend here in the city, along with a boy of his own to call your brother.
Guido will be checking in on you from time to time.
He nods at the giant in the front. But I have a brother already. Had. My head starts to swim. All I want to do is sleep. The adrenaline that saw me through the first half of the night is fading fast. Give me your hand. Before I have a chance to, he's grabbing my wrist and pulling it towards him. There's a flash of silver as he drags the tip of a knife across my palm. Ow! Look how you spill your blood for Cosa Nostra already.
Triumphantly, Zachariah swipes a finger through the pooling red and holds it up for me to see.
This is true omerta. By accepting my blade, you are swearing your allegiance to the family, in the presence of your capo dei capi. Your father often spoke of your desire to be a made man. Tonight, I baptize you in sin, accept your loyalty, and welcome you. You will live by this oath, and you will die by this oath. You will be bound to it until the day you die. Omerta. He's giving me my omerta. But that's not right. I'm not 18 yet. I'm still a boy. My eyes swing back to O'Sullivan's townhouse. All the windows are black, except for one where the darkness is being bleached by a soft orange glow. As I stare, there's movement behind the glass. A flash of swirling limbs. The silhouette moves closer into view, and I see that it's a little girl, dancing all alone with the shadows in her room.
I watch, spellbound, as she leaps and twists, her long nightdress, as white as a dove's feather, fanning out to the sides. She dances so freely, without inhibition, as if her feet are made of feathers too, spinning her out of her own dark world and into a lighter place. Zachariah's sharp nails start digging into my wrist. When I glance back at him, he's staring up at the window as well.
Nothing will come between you and your duty to La Familia, Francesco. Nothing. Now repeat it.
Nothing will come between me and my duty to La Familia, I mutter, as the little girl stops dead suddenly, mid-twirl, her head snapping towards the window like something outside has disturbed her. My breath catches as she presses her forehead and tiny fists to the glass, staring down at our car below. It's like we're locked in a staring contest, even though we can't see each other's faces. But I see you, Dove Girl. I see you. I want to tell her to keep dancing, that I never want her to stop. Not like my sister was forced to.
This scar on your palm will be your badge of honor.
My badge of honor, I repeat, not really listening.
Excellent.
He lets go of my hand as the car pulls away from the curb, travelling east, taking me away from all I know and into a strange new world filled with grey colours and terrifying thoughts. I don't ask him who the little girl is. I don't want to know that she's the daughter of the man who murdered my family. Still, as much as I try to lump her in with all my other hate, the memory of her light and grace won't allow it. She danced like she was a free bird, like hope, like all this pain and confusion inside me would someday fly away too. Tommaso Zaccaria returns to his side of the vehicle, the lights from passing buildings falling away from his face like prison bars on release day.
"Remember this, Francesco," he says, grinding his dying cigar into an ashtray Guido just handed him. "Fire is never easy to control. It changes direction with the breeze of a rumor, the draft of a mistake. Just make sure that the wind is behind you when you ignite this flame."
"I'm not sure I understand, mister." He smiles again, and a sheet of ice forms around my heart.
"Keep your enemies close, amico, but keep the family even closer."
Chapter 3. Ada. 7 years later. Life has a plan for us. It's predestined, like an arranged marriage without the ceremony. It binds you to an invisible contract with different terms that shape your fate. Sometimes I wonder if my own contract was written on old paper, with a smeared signature at the bottom, all shaky and forced. Maybe that's why I've been living in hell for the past 7 years. I never asked for this gilded cage, with thorns wrapped around each bar. I never asked to be stolen from the warmth of my mother's arm at 10 years old, and thrust into a world that tries to break my spirit at every turn. Ripped apart from all I knew because she had displeased the mighty and terrible Cian O'Sullivan somehow. I never asked for this brutal criminal captain in my life, nor his insistence on me calling him father when his love is rotten and full of maggots. A man I hate with all my heart, so much so that even as I'm sitting at his dining table and eating his food, I'm daydreaming about picking up my dinner knife and stabbing him in the chest with it, just so I can watch his blood pour fast and hot all over his roasted lamb. I may call him father to his face, but in my head he'll always be a stealer of dreams, the happiness thief. "Ada!" he roars suddenly, his mocking Irish brogue thundering down the table at me. "Stop staring at your fucking food and eat it!" Dutifully, I start cutting up my lamb into neat slivers, keeping my eyes cast low in the way he expects from all the female members of his so-called family. I know my role here. I don't speak, even when I'm spoken to, unless he commands it. I exist purely to pay a debt and to give him future business leverage, while he exists purely to subjugate and conquer what little remains of the girl I used to be. He's the true definition of a bully. A person who seeks to harm or intimidate those whom they perceive as vulnerable. I looked it up in the library once, after he broke my arm, for talking back to him not long after I arrived. I was just a child then. My vulnerability was still a living, breathing thing. But with time comes concessions. Vulnerability turns to survival. These days, I'm more obedient than his perma-snarling bulldogs that are slobbering at his feet under the table and begging for scraps of meat. "Easy, Cian." I hear Kirill Semenov purr, his strong Russian accent less intimidating, but no less dangerous. "In my world, women are only considered beautiful when their hearts and bones are exposed. You should be encouraging her to eat less food, not more." I eye the fork in my other hand, resisting the urge to stab my second most detested man with it and make it a murder buffet tonight instead of a sit-down endurance. Kirill Semenov is the Pachan of the Bratva chapter in London and a close business associate of O'Sullivan's. He's also the man I'm betrothed to, a killer who plans to wed me on my 18th birthday, which is only 4 weeks from now. 4 weeks. O'Sullivan's wife, Rasheen, loves to tell me that I'm nothing better than the spoils of war, that I've been raised like prized cattle only to be slaughtered at the altar of O'Sullivan's ambition. She's wrong. I'm a prisoner of war, and all I desire is my freedom. The hush after Kirill's casual rebuke stretches into minutes. Cutlery is discarded and the lamb forgotten. My father has the kind of temper that murders on a whim, as well as breaking the arms of innocent 10-year-old girls. Bones, eh? He lets out a rare bark of laughter and bangs his huge fist down on the table, making all the plates jump. Orla! He thunders at the sour-faced housekeeper hovering by the door. Take Ada's dinner away. She won't be eating anything else tonight. Bread and water only for the next few days. I sit very still, not betraying a single emotion, all the while feeling the heat of the Russian stare as my plate is whisked away. It's as if he's daring me to lift my eyes to him, to challenge him for making my existence even more miserable, just so he can take up the mantle of my punisher 4 weeks ahead of schedule. I imagine him licking his lips at my cowering submission while he thinks up even more brutal ways to hurt me once he takes possession of my name and my body. My maid, Annika, is Russian. She told me all about men like him. Bratva soldiers only know how to take and take until there's nothing left to give. He makes my skin crawl. He looks like a giant slug with his big bald head and no neck. The rest of him is just a straight column of hard muscle and tattoos. And there are things crawling behind his jet-black irises that make me cower and flinch. When I look at them, I don't see an escape from O'Sullivan's house. I see a darker brand of pain in my future. Chapter 4. Ada. For the rest of the meal, I sit with my head bowed and my hands resting lightly in my lap. O'Sullivan has filled his dining room with his best men tonight, including his clan chief, his chief enforcers, and his quartermaster. He's gathering his war council together, and these are the conversations I pay the most attention to. For the last 7 years, the Irish and the Semenov Bratva have maintained a majority rule over most of the criminal organizations in London. Kirill's dark obsession with me has proved useful to him in that respect. In turn, any truce with the British crumbled long ago, and they've been testing his patience ever since. I know this because I listen out for hidden keys in conversations. Keys unlock knowledge. And one day, they'll help me fly away from this hellhole. Rasheen and Mikhail Sidorov, Kirill's favourite brigadier, are making up the numbers. Rasheen's pissed as usual, staring glassy-eyed at the half-empty 100-pound bottle of Chateau Latour in front of her. She knows the rules, just as much as I do. A broken jaw and a week-long private hospital stay ingrained them for her on her honeymoon. She's only 10 years older than me, and most of that is resentment and spite. Once dessert is over, O'Sullivan and his guests move to his study, while Rasheen and I sit there like statues until everyone has left. The minute the door closes, she rises from her seat in a swish of floral print Balenciaga silk. Enjoy the diet, she sneers, her pretty face hard and unkind. Enjoy the depths of your misery. I reflect silently as the door slams shut behind her. O'Sullivan stole her, too, from a junior soldier of his, 3 years after he took me. The next day, the man she loved was found face down in the River Thames. It doesn't matter that we trod the same poisonous path to this house. She'll never see me as an ally. She's the kind who views every female in a 5-mile radius as a mortal threat. I stay sitting in the empty room, long after her heels hit the stairs. It's quiet. Too quiet. I'm not allowed music, so I cast my mind back, listening to the notes from my memories instead. Every night before I went to bed, my mother would find a music station on the radio, and we'd listen and dance. Listen and dance. I remember the softness of her skin, and the way her hair smelled of the watermelons that she sometimes bought from Spitalfields Market as we filled our tiny living room with twirls and laughter. She never sent me to ballet lessons, unlike all the other girls in our neighbourhood. She once told me that dancing didn't need to be taught, that it was instinctive, like breathing. Some steps would be jagged and uneven, and some would be deep and smooth. If you messed up, it didn't matter, because one person's slip-up was another person's pirouette. I'm so lost in the past that I don't hear the door opening. Ada. My head snaps up, fear washing over me. How can I have been so stupid? Up until now, I've taken every precaution not to be left alone with Kirill. I don't remember a time when his heavy gaze hasn't followed me around, hungering for something he's running out of patience waiting for. As the huge Russian steps further into the room, the burgundy walls start closing in on me. I drop my eyes to the table and count the footsteps until a rough finger is sliding under my chin and jerking it back up. "Stand," he orders. I do as he says, my white napkin fluttering from my lap. He stinks of hard alcohol, strong cigarettes, and something cruel and unforgiving. "Your fear has the sweetest scent, Milea." He presses his fleshy, wet lips to my cheek, his words curling around my soul and squeezing. "You don't think I see the fire in your eyes? The way you long to be free of this house?" He clucks impatiently with his tongue. "Your quiet defiance is louder than you think. O'Sullivan may have beaten some modesty into you, but you're still just a little English slut, hungering for my cock." With this, he wraps his palm around my throat, his fingers bruising my skin. "I don't think I can wait another 4 weeks, Milea," he adds huskily. "O'Sullivan won't mind if I have a taster tonight. You're as good as mine already." He crowds me up against the table. "Please," I whisper, reaching behind me, my hand closing around an empty wineglass. "I don't want it to be like this, Kirill."
"You'll take it however I give it, Milea."
His flat face curves into a lethal smile.
"My ears will be created from suffering to make them stronger. You will bleed before I am satisfied."
Nausea burns the back of my throat as he drops his other hand to the hemline of my dress. Humming to himself, he draws it slowly up my bare legs as I cringe against the edge of the table, still gripping the stem of the wineglass, not thinking about consequences anymore, just survival.
"It's time to see what O'Sullivan is prepared to offer me in exchange for my cooperation."
He sweeps aside the plates and cutlery and tries to force my shoulders flat to the table. "No!" I go to swing the glass against the side of his head, but he catches my wrist.
"I like it when you fight, Ada,"
he says, chuckling darkly.
Just remember, you will never win. I have been dreaming about breaking this pussy ever since you were a little girl. Ever since O'Sullivan forced you to come and live in this house.
Disgusted, I try to roll away, but he's twice as big as me and twice as strong. His grip on my wrist tightens, and I drop the wine glass with a yelp. He goes to pull my legs apart. Rough fingers start tearing at my underwear. Please, stop, please. Somewhere outside this nightmare, outside the sound of Kirill's determined grunts to get at me, I hear the door to the dining room swing open.
Annika, see to it that we remove the dirty plates first.
The voice of O'Sullivan's housekeeper, Orla, stops sharply, her stone-grey eyes fixing on mine.
Get out!
Kirill snarls, barely looking up as Annika goes crashing into the back of her, and then scuttles away like a frightened rabbit. Help me. Please help me. Orla hesitates, her mouth flattening into a thin red line as she averts her gaze. Through a veil of tears, I see her hand clench around the door handle. There's a pause, laced with indecision.
I apologize for the interruption, Mr. Semenov,
she says brusquely, just when I think all hope is lost.
Mr. O'Sullivan is looking for you. I understand it's quite urgent.
It's a lie. Lies have subtle nuances. They never come out as smooth as the deceiver intends. Orla's words were too jerky for her usual passive monotone. Cursing angrily, Kirill climbs off me, and the air comes rushing back into my lungs. Pausing to take a long swig from Rasheen's half-drunk bottle of Latour, he pushes past Orla, leaving me lying across the ruined dinner table, my dress still pushed up to my hips, and shaking like a leaf. The next thing I hear is a click as the door shuts firmly again. Orla's mercy will never stretch to kindness, but in this house of fear and broken hearts, I'll take whatever I can get.
Chapter 5. Frankie. Tell me again why we're doing this? Aidan grumbles, shoving crisps into his mouth faster than he can swallow them. I thought we were shoulder surfing again today. I'm expanding the empire, fuckface. I mutter around a mouthful of black plastic before slipping the Lebanese loop into the ATM card reader. Slamming the fake fascia into place, I turn and shoot him a grin. This way, we can steal their money out of their hands and read their pins. Chill the fuck out, Raven. High blood pressure doesn't suit you. Neither does a 2-year stretch in a juvenile detention center, he drawls, recovering some of his attitude. At 16, my adopted brother is a couple of years younger than me, and most of that is easy charm and mouth. He's a good kid, though. He never asked questions about why I ended up on his parents' doorstep 7 years ago. He just accepted the home invasion and moved on. Mateo would have liked him too. Aidan even looks like my blood brother with his messy dark hair and watchful eyes. That's why I call him Raven. Nothing escapes him. Girls fucking love him. The good-looking bastard is already collecting blowjob rent from most of the neighborhood whores. No one's getting busted, I reassure, shoving the tools of my crime into my back pocket. Not on my watch. I say it with confidence because I'm a good criminal. My bloodline found its way to the surface, even when it was forced to live in a council house in Shoreditch with 2 law-abiding foster parents. In the last year, I've stolen close to 100 grand with these kinds of cash point scams. Yeah, but why here? Aidan yawns, shoving the empty crisps packet into his jacket pocket. None sees more action than this ATM. Take a look around us, Frankie, he says, gesturing to the empty pavements. This street is dead. The door to that shitty newsagent on the corner hasn't swung open once since we've been here, and that fucking library looks like it belongs in the 18th century. Don't these people know there's an internet revolution going on? Why read soft porn when you can download the hard stuff for free? Stifling another grin, I glance at the crumbling greystone building. I stopped reading books the night my family was killed. There were too many good guys, not enough villains. Clean endings will never be my reality. So why read about them happening to other people? When I finally come for O'Sullivan, I don't expect to be walking out alive. Not that Aidan will ever know. My new family were told my folks died in a car crash. They never questioned it, and I never volunteered the truth.
Besides, they have a selective memory where Tommaso Zaccaria is concerned.
Back in the early days, any mention of his name was instantly shut down with blank stares and subject changes, so I gave up trying. It doesn't stop my restlessness, though. With each year, my hunger for revenge multiplies. O'Sullivan from the past has morphed into my entire future. His face is the first thing I see when I wake up, and the last thing at night, right before I pass out drunk again. Well? Aidan pulls out a pack of smokes next and rests one between his lips like a punk. Even the ATM on Cedar Road would be better crack than this. The CCTV is broken with this one. I point at the small camera above us. I wanted to try this out in peace, without the risk of getting famous. How do you know it's broken? He says, squinting up at it. No light. I pay attention. Time to pay some more. He nods over my shoulder. A couple have entered the street and are walking in our direction. Keep cool, I mutter. You know what to do. I'm always fucking cool. You're the hot-headed mofo. Did you hear what I... Yes, and you're still a mofo. I open my mouth to give him shit, but he's already standing by the side of the ATM with his phone angled at the keypad, camera rolling. Eyebrows lifted at me as if I'm the pussy for not giving this gig my full attention. Gritting my teeth, I position myself a couple of meters away, resting one elbow on top of a red postbox as I pretend to scroll through my phone. It's my job to stand behind the customer and distract them. With the new Lebanese loop device in the card slot, we'll be able to record their details and double our money later. I steal a glance as the couple approach. They look like father and daughter, but there's a strange dynamic about them that keeps me staring longer than I should. The girl is young, around the same age as Aidan. Her slender body is swamped in a black coat, 2 sizes too big, and her hands are buried deep in the pockets. I can't see her face because her head is hung low and disguised by a messy dark fringe, but there's a line of purple bruises on her neck that give me all the show and tell I need. Finger marks. My fists clench. The man walking beside her is a tall motherfucker in a good suit, with a bad amount of arrogance stinking up his ugly face. He smirks at me as they draw level, like he knows what we're up to, but he can't be bothered to demean himself and kick our skinny asses for attempting it. I shoot Aidan a warning look. This doesn't feel right. Moments later, I'm breathing out in relief as they bypass the ATM and head towards the old library instead. They're nearly at the front door when a gust of wind comes racing down the street, tugging at the girl's coat to reveal a thin, white summer dress underneath. A memory flutters at the back of my mind. Something precious and pure, dancing in amongst the shadows. Something dove-like. Frowning, I watch them climb the concrete steps and disappear inside, the man practically shoving her through the doorway and smirking again as she stumbles. Bastard. What the hell was all that about? Says Aidan, coming over to join me. Luck, I mutter. Was that her? Was that O'Sullivan's daughter? Did you see that chick's neck? He sounds as pissed about the bruises as I am. Wait here, I order suddenly, launching myself after them. Wait? What? I mean it, Aidan. I snarl over my shoulder as I break into a run. Stay the fuck out of that building, whatever happens. It's been years since I last stepped inside a library. My father had one built at our house when I was 6. A floor-to-ceiling book explosion with a mezzanine level, a spiral staircase, and brown leather chairs. I loved it. We all did. He used to tell me that knowledge is power, but it proved to be a crap bulletproof vest when O'Sullivan started firing at him. Is some other kid curled up on one of those chairs now? Is he taking it for granted like I did? Crashing through the front door, I find myself in an empty reception area. This place is bigger and darker than my father's library. Most of the strip lights overhead are coughing out light like a 50-a-day smoker. Everything stinks of old and tired, as if the books themselves can't even be bothered anymore. "Can I help you?" An elderly lady is peering at me from behind a desk, next to a faded yellow poster advertising a book event from 1973. When I don't answer, she goes back to sorting out a stack of books. "Classics are at the end, dear," she says breezily, waving her arm in that direction. "Help yourself. You can borrow up to 8 of them with the right ID." Is she having a laugh? With my ripped jeans and black leather jacket, I look ready to case the joint, not read Shakespeare. The inside of the library is one long path with bookshelves peeling off in all directions, like the branches of a tree. I'm 5 rows from the end when I finally see her. She's all alone, running her finger along a line of paperbacks, her head tilted to the side, and her dark hair tumbling over her face. She's taken off her black coat and tossed it over a nearby chair. She's a blur of white, and then I'm ducking into the row in front before she spots me. "Is that you, Dove Girl?" Only an idiot trusts his memories, but there's something so familiar about her that's spinning all my maybes into certainty. We're standing opposite each other now, a single bookshelf separating us. I can hear her breathing softly and clicking her tongue in frustration. I can smell her perfume too. It's delicate, like her. Through the gaps above the books, I watch the top of her dark hair moving up and down as she searches for something, completely oblivious that her whole life is hanging in the balance. In a matter of seconds, I could knock out Jane Austen, reach between the shelves, take her slender neck in my hands, and squeeze the life out of it. I could finally start taking my revenge on O'Sullivan. Then I remember her bruises, and I can't stop thinking about how angry they make me feel. Can't stop thinking about her dancing. Seconds pass. She's nearly at the end of the row. I want her to notice me, to meet my gaze above these dusty books before it's too late. "I see you, Dove Girl. Now it's time for you to see me." As if willed by my silent plea, her head jerks up, and I find myself staring into a pair of clear green pools, deep enough to find big trouble in. At first, we don't speak. We don't look away from each other either. It's like the moment is weighted at each corner, tying us down, and then tying us together, just as it did 7 years ago when we held each other's gazes in the darkness.
Slowly, so as not to scare her, I reach up and remove the books hiding the rest of her face from me.
Each one reveals another couple of inches of perfection. The small frown of confusion, the upturned nose, more pale skin, those soft red lips, and then the sweet smattering of freckles across both cheeks. "Hi," I whisper. "Hi," she whispers back. Then her eyes widen, as if she's shocked herself by answering. A beat later, she's whipping her head to the left in a panic, giving me another close-up of those bruises. "He's not here," I tell her. "The guy in the suit." Relief flickers across her face. "Are you sure?" Her voice is soft, hesitant. She doesn't sound Irish, but I know in my heart of hearts it's her. Positive. With any luck, he stumbled into the hungry shark section. Who is he, anyway? "Seamus, my bodyguard." She whips her head to the left again to check for herself. "He only gives me 10 minutes while he smokes in the courtyard at the back of the building.
I saw you outside.
I'm always outside. Always the one looking in. She traps her bottom lip between her teeth, trying to make sense of my words.
I can't talk to you. Can't talk with anybody. He'll kill me.
Your bodyguard? Is he the one who hurt you? I feel the weight of the switchblade in my back pocket as her green pools turn stormy and sad.
Who are you?
Frankie. You? There's a pause.
Ada.
Ada. Ada. Ada. Heavy footsteps start approaching. Her 10 minutes are up already.
Put the books back,
she urges, panic pinching at her mouth again.
If he sees you.
How often do you come here? I say, thinking fast. Thinking how much Aidan would crucify me for using this kind of cheesy pickup line. But with Ada, it's not a pickup line. It's a lifeline. It's clear from the state of her that O'Sullivan has turned his evil onto his own. It makes us equals. 2 victims. 2 survivors. She hesitates.
Every Thursday afternoon. It's the only time I'm allowed out of the house.
I let those words sink in until they're heavy and stale. What is she? A prisoner? The footsteps draw even closer.
Please go,
she urges again, her voice trembling with fear. Now it's my turn to hesitate. Let me help you.
You can't. No one can.
Then I'll be here, Ada. Next Thursday. I'll be here. I fucking promise you, okay?
But you don't even know me.
I do, Ada. But not half as much as I want to. Whatever happens, keep dancing for me. You hear? My plea is out before I can stop it, and Ada looks stunned. Reluctantly, I start shoving books up as fast as I can as her bodyguard steps into the aisle. Time's up, I hear him say, sounding more Irish than a fucking leprechaun.
But I've only had a few minutes.
You want me to call your father? You know the rules, Ada. Get your coat. We're leaving. I hear her sigh of resignation, followed by fading footsteps. Resting my head against the bookshelf, I close my eyes, breathing in the last lingering trace of her scent, beneath the dust and the damp. Our conversation playing over and over in my head.
Zachariah never mentioned that revenge would come with these kinds of complications.
He never warned me about the color green. Chapter 6. Frankie. Aidan springs away from the wall as I exit the library.
What happened in there?
Nothing. Zipping up my leather jacket, I yank at the collar and start walking down the street. He falls into step beside me, but I don't turn and look at him. I'm too stuck on the face of an angel, a name like heaven, and a problem straight out of hell.
Nothing?
Aidan stops dead.
It's about her, isn't it? Miss Cute Domestic Abuse.
Don't, I warn.
Did you kiss her up against a wall of 50 Shades?
If not, I dare you to go back in there and shut your mouth, I roar, heat blasting in my veins as I take a swing at him. Caught off guard, my fist connects with his jaw and he goes spinning into a nearby telephone box.
Jesus Christ, you hit like a girl,
he mumbles into the back of his hand.
Do you have a dick or a pussy?
I'm contrite as hell when I see the blood spilling out of his nose. Shit, Aidan. I'm sorry. Here, let me see. I take a step towards him, but he matches it with a couple of fast ones in the opposite direction.
I'm good, thanks, Mike Tyson.
There's another beat of regret, and then he's dropping his hand from his face and flashing me a bloody grin.
Chicks dig broken noses anyway, right?
Groaning, I roll my eyes. Do you always think with your dick? Closing the distance between us, I grab his head and pitch him forward into my shoulder, and then clap him a couple of times on the back with affection. No harm done. Truth is, I love the mouthy little fucker. I never expected to, but there it is. He's the last person I want to take my frustrations out on. Yeah, well, it turns out that only one of us actually has a dick, so it needs to work double time, he says, his voice muffled by my jacket. I grin and push him away. You still got that fake ID I made you? Yeah, why? Because I want a couple of strong drinks, and you're buying. An hour later, I leave him standing at the bar, 3 pints down and nose to cheek with some girl. Stepping outside, I reach for my phone and message a number I know off by heart. Been a while, need to talk. He replies right away. 8 p.m., kid, usual place. Pocketing my phone, I tip my head back to gaze at the smoky, starless London sky. I'm standing on the precipice of something again, just like I did when I was 12 years old. Only this time, it's stronger, and it comes with a scent too delicate for this road to perdition. Reluctantly, I replay the events of that night, each one unfolding with a dangerous clarity. The moment my father died, and my life as I knew it died with him.
The moment I stepped into Zachariah's car and took his oath.
The moment I saw Ada. My head drops, bringing me back to the dirty pavement outside the bar, with a couple of old drunks stumbling past and a whore on the corner flashing her tits at passing drivers. I'm done waiting. I'm done turning my own tricks for survival. I was born an underworld prince, not some petty thief who robs ATMs for beer money and rent. O'Sullivan has to pay for what he did, and it's time to restore my father's honor. And Ada? I need to figure out a way to set her free before her wings get crushed in the crossfire.
Chapter 7. Ada. Dreams don't happen in the middle of nightmares. They occur on the edge of darkness, right before your worst fears trap you in a dirty hole full of muddy screams and bad regret. Or so I thought. Did he sense how close I was to giving up? Is that the reason why he followed me into the library? Did he see the bruises on my neck that I tried so hard to hide? Or did he guess my plan to slip into a bathtub later, with a stolen razor blade between my fingertips? I spend the rest of the afternoon in my room, hugging my knees to my chest, playing our conversation over and over, until my mind is scratched and worn. By nightfall, he's not so much an enigma as the only reason I can think of not to slit my wrists. I know it's crazy to put so much onto this, onto him. I blame my heart. I blame my desperation. But something tells me that this teenage boy is different. He isn't another of O'Sullivan's tricks to make me think that the world has doors instead of bars. Frankie. They say everything changes in a New York minute. In London, all it takes is a glance and a promise. I'll be here, Ada. Next Thursday, I'll be here. He seemed real enough, with his wavy dark hair falling into his black eyes. He smelled real enough, like worn leather, strength and determination. Climbing off the sparse single bed, I pad across the floorboards to the window. The moon is full. She's flooding my face with silver, just like she did the first night I was brought here, when my head was spinning with the last thing my mother ever said to me. Be brave, Ada. They don't deserve a single one of your tears. I've held true to those words ever since, despite the broken bones, despite the abuse. Each time I felt like crying, I've held it inside me like a bad secret until I'm back inside these four walls. That's when I dance, like my mother and I used to do, and all my pain and loneliness becomes a blur of movement and memory. Whatever happens, keep dancing for me, you hear? How did he know? Was my soul a window for him? Is that how he managed to see inside the deepest parts of me? There are footsteps in the corridor outside. The lock turns. I flatten myself against the window as the door flies open and O'Sullivan appears in the doorway. It's worse than I feared. His face has all the telltale red stains of alcohol, and his eyes are glittering with unserved punishments. The Irishman is a nasty bastard most of the time, but he's an utter monster when he's drunk.
Downstairs now.
Every muscle in my body tenses as I go to slip past him, holding my breath so I don't have to smell his disgusting cologne. I'm 2 steps into the hallway when I feel his fist close around the ends of my ponytail. Yanking me backwards, he flings me against the doorframe like a rag doll, my forehead crashing into the grooved wood and exploding into stars. Staggering to the side, I press my hand to my head, and it comes away wet and red.
That's for not leaving quickly enough from that fucking library. Seamus told me you gave him mouth about it. These outings are a privilege, Ada, one I can easily take away.
You mean my one and only respite from this hellhole each week? The rationale for his cruelty is laughable. He comes at me again, giving me just enough time to whip my head to the right as he wraps his palm around my throat and pins me to the wall, his fingers matching up perfectly with Kirill's bruises. I don't want to see the same lust in his eyes that I see in the Russians. I don't want to be reminded that every day I'm alive in this house is a hazard to what innocence I have left. He wants me, but he can't have me. His twisted kingdom relies on Kirill's army too much, and these days it's making him bitter, hard, and hungry. Prick tease, he slurs, pressing his erection against my thigh, his Irish accent always more pronounced when he's turned on.
Such a pretty little prick tease.
I shut my eyes in disgust as his tongue licks a slow path from my chin to my temple. He's fighting a losing battle with his self-control. I can almost hear the metal chains breaking, and then he's pushing me away with a curse.
Fix your face,
he orders, his breathing ragged.
And do it quick. We have guests waiting.
Obediently, I dart back into my bedroom, knowing better than to ask him who his guests are. From the pissed-up, agitated state of him, they're not the kind who received a fancy invitation. Keeping my head low, I trail him downstairs and into the dining room, where he points to the only empty chair at the huge oval table.
Sit.
I do as I'm told as he takes his place at the head. Voices start talking over me, a disharmony of different accents. But I only focus on one. British. Sneaking a peek through my lashes, I see a man in his late 50s sitting opposite me, clean-shaven, slicked back salt and pepper hair. He's wearing a black suit and tie, his ice-white cuffs resting on the table, either side of his placemat. Next to him sits a much younger version, in an almost identical stance. But their composure doesn't fool me. Not in this house. Not at this table. There's something contained and savage about them, like their smart suits are concealing an arsenal of destruction. Even the air is thick with it.
To what do I owe this pleasure, Razor?
O'Sullivan snarls.
This meeting was arranged for tomorrow, not today.
Charlie Razor. He's Charlie Razor, the head of the new firm. My stomach lurches unpleasantly. O'Sullivan hates the British. He and Kirill have been plotting for months to loosen their stranglehold over the East. Every night, I'm forced to sit here like a mute, listening to them scheme and plan the organization's downfall. With a jolt, I notice Razor's son is openly staring at me. I drop my eyes, but not before Kirill sees. He hisses out a threat to the Brit in Russian, and the teenager just smirks at him.
I got your message.
Razor's East End swagger silences the table, and then he pauses to straighten his knife and fork, deliberately taking his time.
You wanted to talk. Well, here I am. I don't remember my house being the chosen location.
Razor cuts him off with a dark chuckle.
When the Irish tell you they've set up a meet at some fucking warehouse in the arse end of London, you know it's not going to end up all unicorns and rainbows. Lorenzo Lastra's corpse told me that. We talk right here, right now, or not at all.
There's a low rumble of laughter at this. Too tepid for joy. Too edgy for pleasure. Kirill's men are lined up on one side of the razors. O'Sullivan's on the other. 2 steps behind the British are a wall of black suits and menace. And then there's me. I'm the only woman in the room. All has vanished, and Roisin hasn't shown up to drink herself into a mess tonight.
Lastra's fall from grace was necessary.
O'Sullivan lifts his glass to his mouth and drains the rest of his whiskey.
He was an Italian sacrificial lamb for the good of this city. I doubt he saw it that way. Doubt his fucking family did either.
Razor muses.
Found his missing kid yet? I hear your kind of mass slaughter leaves unwanted survivors.
I hold my breath and wait for the explosion, wishing I could sink down into my chair and never resurface.
Lastra's son is right where we want him to be,
growls a voice from the corner, as a giant of a man emerges from the shadows.
He will prove useful to Zaccaria when the time presents itself. That lad should be dead.
O'Sullivan knocks back another drink with a scowl.
Blood doesn't forgive betrayal. As long as he's alive, I'm walking around with a goddamn target on my back. He was Zaccaria's one condition for our agreement, Kian.
The giant reminds him.
The longer you spare the boy, the longer you get to control Lastra's old territories, without any retribution from La Cosa Nostra.
His expression hardens.
Don't forget what happened the last time you tried to undercut him. We forgave you then, but our forgiveness has limits. As such, there will be no more talk about Francesco Lastra, no more looking for Francesco Lastra until the family says so. Sit down and have another drink.
O'Sullivan snaps his fingers at the bottle of whiskey on the table.
We're here to talk business, not to be talked at by the Mafia. Then let's do it.
Charlie Razor leans forward, his wrists still planted on either side of his placemat.
You took out 5 of my men last night, Kian. If that isn't a declaration of war, you can suck my fucking dick.
This has 16 hands reaching for their guns before O'Sullivan roars at everyone to
calm the fuck down.
I'm still shaking in the middle of it, anticipating the carnage before it begins. Not every man in this room will be walking out alive, because the red compass never points towards peace. O'Sullivan glances at each player in the room before his putrid grey gaze settles on me. I hate those eyes, just as much as I hate the rest of him. It's as if God himself refused to put colour into something that would never value kindness and humanity.
Stand up,
he slurs. I stumble to my feet, feeling the heat of a room full of scrutiny on my cheeks, feeling the eyes of the British, more so than the rest.
Take a good look at her, gentlemen. She won't mind, will you, Ada?
His voice drops to an unpleasant caress. I stare at the ground, focusing on a small dark stain on the parquet flooring, spinning my mind off to a better place. A room with bookshelves, and a mouth that promised me precious things.
I've seen better tits on King's Cross Road,
drawls Razor's son.
Svorloch!
Kirill explodes, slamming his fists down on the table.
In 3 weeks, that woman will be my wife.
More a girl than a woman, though, ain't she? You a fucking nonce. Meanwhile, O'Sullivan is watching Razor's reaction to me. I've seen that look before. It's his predator expression. He's about to crush the mice between his claws.
I took her right before I took out Lastra,
he says, pouring himself another drink.
Barely 10 years old.
still in her fucking nightdress. Later, I went back in and fired a bullet right between her bitch of a mother's eyes. I don't like loose ends, you see. He raises his glass at me as he says it. No. The blood starts pounding in my ears. He killed her. He killed my mother.
Is there a point to this, or are you coming out as a fucking nonce too?
Razor sounds bored, but there's a tick working overtime in his jaw. Kirill is up on his feet for a second time, threatening him with every kind of Bratva reprisal. Pain and shock are making me sway on the spot. I force my lungs to work, but my first gasp of breath feels like broken glass. Razor's son is staring at me again, and there's almost a flicker of sympathy in his flat expression.
Oh, there's a point, Razor,
O'Sullivan drawls.
There's always a fucking point with Ada, but you knew that already.
He smiles, and then the room explodes into violence. The first shots come from the Italian in the corner, the bullets fluttering the sleeves of my dress before wreaking havoc on the wall of Razor's men. I drop to the floor in terror as O'Sullivan erupts from his seat, reaching Razor in seconds. Driving a knife deep into his chest, he grabs him by the hair and smashes his head face first into the table. The Brit reels back in his chair, choking and spluttering.
You Irish bastard!
He rasps, staring at the knife sticking out of his body as his son next to him fumbles for his weapon. A beat later, he's flat on his back and bleeding out from a hole in his shoulder. Our gazes meet again, this time under the table, as his men fall around him like dominoes.
We came for you, Ada,
he wheezes, clutching at the spreading crimson patch on his white shirt.
We came for...
Before he can say anything else, he's being lifted to his feet. There's a loud thump above me as he's flung across the table, and then I'm being hauled up myself. The smell of death hangs thick over the room. My dress isn't white anymore. It's red. Razor is still alive, but not for much longer. He's slumped in his chair, blowing crimson bubbles from his mouth, with a bloodbath strewn at his feet. O'Sullivan's eyes are glittering with that same hateful malice again.
They underestimated me, Ada. They all fucking underestimated the great Cian O'Sullivan. If you walk into my house with your dick swinging, you better come in peace, or you'll be carried out in a coffin. Eh, Charlie boy?
Surging forward, he buries another knife deep into his left shoulder.
This is my fucking compass. My fucking city!
He screams, like a man in the grips of madness.
You boys have had your fun, running around with your guns and whores and messing with my business, but that ends today. Ada.
Charlie Razor is looking right at me, mouthing words that have no meaning.
Took you long enough to figure it out.
O'Sullivan steps between us.
I know she's the real reason you came here tonight.
He holds his hand out to Kirill, who passes him a gun.
She's also the reason you're going to die. At least I'd die with the truth on my lips, you Irish cunt.
Aye, that you will.
Remember this moment, Ada.
He hollers out to me, wiping his mouth with the back of his hand as he presses the muzzle against Razor's forehead.
This is your lineage going up in gun smoke. You piece of shit, rasps Razor. Don't you make her watch this. On the fucking contrary, it's why I brought her down here. Thought I'd give you a proper family reunion before I sent you straight to hell. Cian, let her go. Never.
I can't stop looking at Razor's salt and pepper hair. It was so flawless when I first stepped into this room, and now it's in such disarray. I can't stop thinking how much his green eyes look like mine.
Ready to be an orphan, Ada?
Yells O'Sullivan, as my whole world shudders and shakes.
That's right, sweetheart. You're a bastard razor child. Your old man here never even knew you existed until last week. Your mother kept you a bad secret until I found out.
No, I whisper, but my word is lost to the thunder of bullets. Razor's body is driven backwards off the chair by the force of the firepower.
4 become 2, Charlie boy.
O'Sullivan spits at his dead body and wipes his mouth again.
It's only Irish and Russian flags flying over London now, with a little Italian flavour.
He nods in respect at the giant, who's busy dragging Razor's dying son out of the room.
Take the lad down to the basement. We'll work him over there. You're coming too, Kirill. Leave Ada to say her first hellos and her final goodbyes.
The door slams shut, and I find myself alone again. Only this time, I'm counting the drips of my father's blood as they hit the parquet floor, grieving for my mother and a stranger I never had the chance to know. This time, I'm shaping my future into a needle-sharp point that I'll be driving into Cian O'Sullivan's murderous black heart one day, if it's the last thing I do.
Chapter 8. Frankie.
Hooking my arms over Westminster Bridge, I stare down at a River Thames that's as black as the sky, watching the lights on the surface ripple violently as a water taxi passes by underneath.
Like the rest of the city, the water looks innocent enough, but there's always darker shit going on if you look closer. The cops pull an estimated 35 bodies a year from this river, and not all of them are suicide.
My money's on Cian O'Sullivan and his crew making up the shortfall with anyone who displeases them.
Big Ben is chiming out 8 times behind me when a black cab pulls up to the curb. There's movement on the back seat, and then a huge monster of a man emerges. I watch him peel off a couple of crisp tenors from his money clip and thrust them through the open window at the cabbie. When he turns toward me, he's still buttoning up his light grey suit jacket. It doesn't hide the blood smeared across his knuckles, though, or the dark stains on his cuffs. Time changes all of us, but some of us not so much. He's still big enough to make me conscious of the knife in my back pocket. He's still the man who saved my life when he shot my father's underboss, Antonio, right between the eyes. Francesco? He lets a herd of tourists pass before cutting the distance between us. It's been a long time, kid. 3 years, I say, thrusting my hands into the pockets of my leather jacket.
Good to see you again, Guido.
The last time we'd met was on the eve of my 16th birthday. I was cocky enough to think I was ready to take on O'Sullivan. He shut me down with $2,000 in cash and a missive to grow some hair on my balls before I bothered asking him again. He won't be shutting me down today. You've changed since we last saw each other, he muses. Didn't have a fucking choice now, did I? It's called a growth spurt. The corners of his mouth lift as he joins me on the side of the bridge. Resting his forearms on the stone balustrade, he stares out at a big wheel and a tall city. Busy night? I gesture at his bloody knuckles. An interesting night, he counters, refusing to elaborate. Night treating you well. He's been good to me, I admit, staring at the skyline too. I never wanted a replacement father, and Jacob Knight never forced me to accept him as one. He just gave me a good home, cheap food on the table, and security. When I reclaim the Lastra throne, I'm planning on giving the knights their own wing in the palace as a thank you.
Zachariah knew it was the best place for you.
There's a pause. What's the son like? Aiden? He's a pain in the ass, I say, smothering a grin. Smart though, loyal. There's another pause.
I want to see him, Guido.
You got a passport? His easy smile vanishes. The last time he left Italy was 7 years ago. I got a phone and visa issues. He grunts. Seems you grew a mouth on you too. You done time yet? Suspended sentence. Couple of misdemeanors.
I'll see what I can do. I'm the only eyes and ears Zachariah has in the city these days.
Until I take my father's place as capo. If you say so. He inclines his head out of respect, but it's a bullshit nod. He's been getting drunk on the power while I've been stuck in the wilderness, and now he's reluctant to share the bottle.
Get Zachariah on the phone, I order.
I want to speak to him tonight. I'm 19, I'm not the same scared kid I was back then. He promised me an army to take on O'Sullivan. He sliced my hand open and made me swear allegiance to the family, but that vow went both ways. I hold my palm up to him, the small scar flashing a livid silver in the orange streetlight. You're not ready yet, Francesco, he says with a sigh. Maybe Francesco isn't, but Frankie fucking Lastra is, I snarl. You scam money from cash machines, kid. You think you can take on a mobster like O'Sullivan? Get smarter, push harder, upgrade to armed bank robberies or something, and then maybe we'll talk some more. I grind my teeth in frustration. There's no time for this kind of pacifying horseshit brush-off.
I'm not here so I can bend over and let you shove your excuses up my arse, Guido. I ain't leaving this bridge without a guarantee.
Frankie, listen. We'll do it together, I say, appealing to his ego, as I pull out a pack of cigarettes and slot one between my lips. You and me. There's another pause. Why now? A dove fluttered her wings and triggered a butterfly effect over London. You're stalling, old man. Cup in my hands, I bring the lighter to the tip of my smoke, inhaling all my frustrations until my lungs are burning with them. My patience is running out. I did what he asked of me. I stayed out of sight. You ever killed anyone before? He interrupts. Not since that night, I say, blowing out a cloud of white. But there'll be no hesitating when I aim my gun at O'Sullivan's head. His dark gaze flickers over my face for a couple of beats. Fine.
I'll talk to Zachariah. Maybe we can bring you in.
My blood surges. Finally. I'll call you when he's made the decision. He straightens up and holds his hand out. Until then, stay out of trouble. I grin slowly, shake firmly. You know I won't. Then stay out of jail. He starts strolling back to the curb, lifting his arm up to hail a passing taxi.
Hey, Guido,
I call out, my next question resting on my tongue like a silver bullet as he yanks the taxi's back door open. Did O'Sullivan ever have any kids? He stills, one hand wrapped around the door handle. I see him weighing up his answer, his face shadowed, at first by indecision, and then by the red double-deckers rumbling past. A daughter. He slams the door shut again and gestures for the cabbie to wait as he strides back over to me. She's not his flesh and blood, though. He stole her from her mother when she was just a kid. He forces her to live in his house and take his name.
My hand clench around my lighter.
Why? She's the love child of one of his enemies, so he took her as leverage. What's her name? Ada. Why so interested? Just considering all my angles. I flick my cigarette butt over the side of the bridge. Don't give me that crapola, sunshine, he says sharply. You look like one of your girlfriends just shortchanged you on a blowjob. You think I want to stick my dick in anyone connected with that Irish cunt? I snarl, but the words sting my mouth. She's worth so much more than my street scorn. So much more than my lies. Truth is, I can't stop thinking about her. Her soft lips, her witchy eyes, her pale skin. I've been walking around with a hard-on for days, and no other woman will do. Even the thought of touching another drives my fist into a wall. Don't do it, Frankie. His expression turns serious. Don't go thinking about using her in some Romeo and Juliet star-crossed start all the wars baloney. That's not how O'Sullivan operates. He doesn't give a fuck about Ada, but he gives a fuck about keeping Kirill Semenov happy. Kirill Semenov. Somewhere in my head a black floodgate opens, and memories I've kept buried for years come spilling out, like the secret meetings between my father and the Bratva Pakan before everything went south. Kirill pledged his support for my father's vision of the Red Compass, then switched allegiance to O'Sullivan. He was instrumental in bringing down my family's organization. As such, I plan to make him suffer my vengeance just as harshly as O'Sullivan will.
Guido starts walking back to the waiting taxi again.
What's she got to do with Kirill? I say loudly, thinking of the purple bruises on her neck. Did he give them to her, or did O'Sullivan? A band of gold and a lifetime of Russian devotion. He slides into the back seat and then reappears in the light of the open doorway. Ada O'Sullivan is marrying Semenov in a couple of weeks, Frankie. A wave of emotion colder than the Thames smashes into my soul. She's too fragile for that evil bastard. He'll crush her, and then he'll kill her when she's served her purpose. Does she have a say in it? He shrugs. Kirill's obsessed with her, and O'Sullivan controls her. Therefore, as long as she's around, he controls the Red Compass. She'll be going up that aisle, Frankie, one way or the other. There's nothing in the world that can stop that wedding. O'Sullivan would rather burn London down than let anything fuck up that deal. Yes, there is. Me.
Chapter 9. Ada. I haven't danced in 6 days. Haven't wanted to, despite what I promised him. This numbness in my heart is poisoning my bones. The only thing that keeps me going is the thought of Thursday, tomorrow. But even my faith in that is fading. Handsome strangers don't offer salvation without strings attached. Only time will tell if my last hope is an unkind liar. The next day, I'm waiting in the lobby for Seamus, sitting on the white wooden bench next to the coat stand. My hands in my lap, feet together, soul scraping the floor. There's a tattered library copy of Alexandre Dumas' The Count of Monte Cristo resting on my knees. It used to be my favourite book, a story about justice and revenge, of wrongful imprisonment and redemption. Now, it just makes me sad. The lead character, Edmond Dante, might have escaped from his prison, but there's little chance of me escaping from mine. Or my half-brother. He's still alive. I hear him screaming at night as they torture him, and it tears me apart. O'Sullivan's new favourite game is to drip-feed me the details over the dinner table. I've learned he's called Danny. Danny Razor. He's 19 years old, 2 years older than me. They've removed his bullet and stitched him up without pain medication. But he has 2 missing fingers now to add to all his other scars. I want to save him. But how can I, when I can't even save myself? The house is unusually quiet today. O'Sullivan's gone to Hackney to establish his authority over the firm's former business interests, now that the Razor dynasty is over. My dynasty. My legacy. Gone, before I even knew it existed.
You ready?
Seamus appears in the doorway to the kitchen, chewing gum like it's an insult. I hate him, and the feeling is mutual. He's always telling O'Sullivan lies about me, that I'm difficult, or that I've talked back to him somehow. Last week, I'd made up my mind not to visit the library after one final trip, because it wasn't worth the beatings. And then Frankie. You coming? Snaps Seamus, losing his patience. Rising to my feet, I go to follow him out to the car. The moment I cross the threshold, a bitter breeze is whipping my loose hair around my face. I close my eyes for a beat and drink it in. People say that spring and autumn are the seasons of change, but they forgot about winter. Winter takes no prisoners. It strips you to the bone. It reveals raw truths about yourself that have the power to make everything different. What truths will it reveal about me today? As we enter the library, I peel off to the left, heading straight for the aisle where I saw him last, my stomach churning with a mix of fear and anticipation. Will he be here? Will he keep his promise?
10 minutes.
I hear Seamus say loudly, not giving a damn about library etiquette and low voices.
You've got all the time it takes for me to chain a couple of smokes.
My heart is in my mouth as I turn into the aisle. It's empty. I fly to the next aisle. It's empty too. No.
Ada.
I turn so fast, my black coat flaring. He's standing in the aisle opposite, waiting for me, holding a finger to his lips. He's beautiful. Oh, God, he's so beautiful. All the parts that were hidden from me before are now on display. He's taller than I thought, 6 feet at least. He has a man's shoulders, but the kind of low-slung blue jean waist that only a cool teenager can justify. His wavy black hair is tumbling into 2 brown eyes that shine like dark bruises. His leather jacket is zipped up to his chin. "You're here," I whisper.
Did you doubt it?
Did you doubt me? I didn't want to.
You didn't need to.
I don't recall who makes the first move, but the next thing I know is I'm in his arms. He drags us down to our knees as if the floor is our own private sanctuary.
"I've got you, Ada."
I hear him murmur, his body wrapped so tight around me that breathing becomes an afterthought.
"I've got you, tough girl."
I'm conscious of his rich cologne, of the thick web of muscles straining beneath his jacket, of the rightness of being inside this outsider's embrace. Who are you? I pull back to look at him, convinced he's a literary mirage.
A man who hates Cian O'Sullivan as much as you do.
He takes my face between his hands, and I feel a mercy in his touch that contradicts his words.
"I was looking for a fucking war with the Irish, Ada. But you're the one thing I never saw coming."
My heart stutters, restarts, fires up. "Tell me your full name."
Frankie Lestra.
Lestra. My mind spins off on a tangent, pulling at the loose threads of old conversations. "O'Sullivan killed your family, like he killed mine." He nods, his expression hardening, before he freezes. Footsteps. "Seamus," I croak in terror. "He'll kill us."
"I'll deal with him."
He says it with a dangerous confidence that I find myself daring to believe in. Is this real, Frankie? Are you real? I told myself that dreams don't happen in the middle of nightmares.
"Then let's make it real,"
he says, gritting his jaw.
"You and me. I can't predict the future, Ada, but I can make the present better. I can get you away from him if you'll let me. I know that bastard isn't your real father."
"But how do I know?" I clutch at his arms, hating myself for this sudden burst of doubt. "How do I know you're not just using me to hurt him?" He takes my face between his hands again.
"Because I saw you. The night my family died. I was sitting in a car outside your house, and I watched you dancing in your bedroom. You were the only light in the dark. You made me fucking believe, Ada. Believe that there was more than my pain and my grief and my bitterness."
He swipes the pad of his thumb across my cheeks.
"I swear to you right now, in this fucking library, I will do everything I can to make you feel the same way."
His words are like armor spun from gold. They're so perfect I could choke on them. But he'll never let me go. Neither him nor Kit.
"Do you trust me?"
I nod, so certain suddenly of something so reckless.
"Do you believe in fate?"
I think so."
"Life drew us together, Ada.
But I'm not resisting, and neither are you. That's got to mean something, right?
The footsteps are nearly upon us.
Play along,
he hisses, yanking me to my feet.
but fucking run when I tell you to. Time's up.
Seamus's words trail off when he sees Frankie standing behind me.
Well, what do we have here? A shared appreciation for Alexandre Dumas. Do I know you?
My bodyguard's eyes narrow as he tries to place him, saving up every detail to share with O'Sullivan later.
Yeah, I think I do. You're the skank by the ATM last week waiting for a scam.
Frankie steps forward, positioning himself between Seamus and me.
Raiding ATMs is old school these days.
As he says it, I watch his hand creep into the back pocket of his jeans and pull out a flick knife. I take a shaky sidestep, caught up in a net of hope and fear again.
Why's that?
Seamus spits out his gum and cracks his knuckles.
And I'd get the fuck away from her if I were you. You don't want to know what happened to the last boy who tried to make friends with her. I was thinking of trying armed robbery.
Frankie flips the blade,
and then I realised I had a bit of talent.
Seamus's brows lift, as if to say, let's be having it.
Killing O'Sullivan's scum like you.
With this, he lunges at him, driving his knife deep into his stomach, hitting him with such force that they tumble backwards into the bookshelves with a loud crash.
Ada, run!
He yells, but I'm too mesmerised by the brutal rise and fall of his knife as Seamus's midriff quickly dissolves into a river of red and gore. He doesn't stand a chance, and I don't want him to have one. My body aches from all the beatings I've received because of his lies. Frankie staggers back, the dying man's gun in one hand, his other so red with blood it's hard to tell where his fingers end and his knife begins.
Why the hell didn't you run?
He demands. I'm not leaving without you, I say quietly, and something burns bright and hot between us.
Do you fuckheads have any idea what you've done?
Seamus splutters.
Catching your boss's attention.
Lifting the gun, Frankie fires one round between his eyes, the sound echoing like thunder around the empty library. Sliding the bloody knife back into his jeans pocket, he shoves the gun inside his jacket and grabs my hand.
Time to go.
If he has a plan, he doesn't share it. This wasn't a subtle kill. He didn't come here with the intention of murder, but it snowballed out of control anyway. As we reach the front door, Frankie spins me around to face him.
Wait.
Bringing me in close, he rests his forehead against mine until we're breathing in each other's breaths and body heat. This is more than the average madness, I think wildly. This is our madness, to build pyres around and worship. They'll kill us.
Let them come for us.
He brushes his lips against mine, barely touching me, but enough to ricochet sensations all over my body.
No regrets?
He says it like it's a question, but I answer with a firm affirmation. No regrets. And there never will be.
Chapter 10. Frankie. The second we step outside, we're hit by a bullet of a different kind. What the fuck, Frankie? Aidan appears out of nowhere, his eyes darting up and down the street. Was that a gunshot I heard? Did you follow me, you little punk? Grabbing him by the front of his t-shirt, I pin him against the wall of the library, adrenaline still spiking in my veins. He glances down at the blood dripping from my hand and staining his clothes. What did you do, brother? He mutters, looking scared shitless for the first time ever. Up until now, he's only played at being a criminal, trying it on like a bad Halloween costume when it suits. This is his first confrontation with the hard stuff. I made a choice, Aidan. A big fucking choice with big adult consequences. I was losing her. Whatever Ada had endured this week has pushed her to her limits.
I saw it in her face. Her eyes were sunken and haunted. There was a new resignation in her that ripped a hole in my plans. "Get out of here, Aiden," I say, loosening my grip. "The cops will be here any minute. When they come looking for me, tell them you haven't seen me for weeks. Tell Mum and Dad it's a misunderstanding." "Yeah, but it's not though, is it?" He glances at Ada, who's quaking in my shadow. Her beautiful face smeared with blood too. "Raven, I thought the worst thing you could catch from a library was a bad case of intellect." He offers me a weak smile, and I drop his t-shirt with a curse. "Is she worth it?" "Worth killing for. Worth dying for. Worth all of it." I can't explain it, not to him. All the words in the world couldn't do it justice. Ada and I are more than a passing boy-girl glance or a teenage crush. It goes right back to the beginning, to a past he knows nothing about, to a war that started long before our time, to more of those consequences that are wrapped around our necks like snakes. The sound of sirens rise up in the distance. "There's a tube station around the corner," I tell him. "Ride around for a couple of hours, take the heat off yourself and add some kudos to your alibi should the cops pull you in for questioning." I turn to run in the opposite direction with Ada. "What about you?" he says, grabbing my arm. "I'll steal a car." "Frankie." Something cold and silver gets thrust into my hand. "What the hell is this?" I stare down at the key in shock. "Planning is like foreplay, brother," he says with a slow grin. "It loosens the friction. I stole a car on the way here, figured one of us might need it. Some dickhead owner left his keys in the ignition. It's a black Mercedes. I parked it on August Street, opposite the betting shop." I watch him sprint to the end of the road as the sirens grow louder, muttering a goodbye after him that sounds dangerously blunt and final. We reach the Mercedes as the first wave of cop cars comes zooming up the road, their red and blue lights flashing. Guiding Ada into the passenger seat, I circle around to the driver's side, keeping my body close to the paintwork to hide the bloodstains on my jeans. Pulling the door shut, I glance over at her as I adjust the mirror. She's trembling from head to foot again. Her hand is clamped tight across her mouth. "Ada?" She shakes her head, and I can see that she's crying. Fuck. I sit there for a moment, listening to her walls come down, her tears falling hard and fast, and cutting dirty trails into her cheeks and knuckles. I don't intervene, because I see them for what they are. This isn't the time for bullshit pats and soothing words. It's not my job to make right what happened to her before me. It's my duty to see that it doesn't happen again.
"I promised my mother I wouldn't cry for them,"
she sobs.
"This is the first."
You don't need to explain. This is 7 years' worth of her tears. 7 years' worth of her hurt. More cop cars come screaming past us. Rooting around the Mercedes, I find a bottle of water in the side pocket. Pouring it over my bloody hands, I wipe the excess on my jeans. We need to leave the city. My spur-of-the-moment decision to kill her bodyguard means we're running for our lives. We have less than an hour before O'Sullivan finds out Ada's gone. Maybe a couple of hours before he gets a copy of the CCTV footage and has my face blasted out to every criminal network in town. Sliding the gear stick into first, I click the handbrake off and crawl the Mercedes out of the space, taking care not to jolt her grief. She's not crying anymore. She's just a sad kind of silent now.
We're nearly at the Blackwall Tunnel when she finally speaks again.
"Wait, we have to go back."
I brake too hard at the lights. "Ada?"
"I'm serious. Pull in here."
Swerving into a BP garage, I find a parking bay away from the bright lights and slam the brakes on again. "Are you out of your goddamn mind? There's no way I'm going back. Half the cops in the city are out looking for us, and they're the least of our problems."
"I know, but we need to do this."
Her face is swollen, her cheeks red raw, but her eyes are sparking with that irresistible green fire again.
"I have a brother, Frankie. A whole other family I only found out about last week. A father I never even knew existed. They turned up at the house and O'Sullivan killed them all except...
Jesus, Ada. No wonder she looks like hell.
He's been torturing him. I hear him screaming. He's the same age as us,
she falters, before adding in a whisper.
I can't leave him in that place. I just can't.
What's his name? She hesitates.
Razor. Danny Razor.
It feels like another cold wave just smashed into me. Wait, you're Charlie Razor's daughter? She must have seen something terrifying in my face because she's shrinking down into her seat. As in, the Red Compass Razors? The new fucking firm? She nods as I fumble for my cigarettes in my jacket pocket. Ramming one between my lips, I spark up a light and inhale violently. This can't be happening. How much do you know about my family, Ada? I say, exhaling white smoke and bitterness.
Your Mafia?
She answers quietly.
O'Sullivan betrayed your father and destroyed his Cosa Nostra London Cosca with the help of Kirill Semenov's Bratva chapter and the British.
So, O'Sullivan's a chronic oversharer as well as a murdering psychopath.
I wasn't allowed to speak at the dinner table, so I listened instead.
Just then, a couple exit the shop next to the garage. They're laughing like they don't have a care in the world. Because they don't. Only the people in this car have that monopoly.
I know Charlie Razor played his part in what happened to them, Frankie, but I think he regretted it. Soon after, he flipped on O'Sullivan.
Should have flipped sooner. I suck in another lungful of nicotine, holding on to it for as long as I can, because things seem to ache less when I do. I can't hate her, though, even if she is a Razor. The same way I couldn't hate her when I thought she was O'Sullivan's daughter. There's only one emotion I feel around Ada, and it's not that. I want to protect her, make it better, give her a future that doesn't hurt so much.
I thought Razor was the reason O'Sullivan took me, but it's something else. Someone else.
Who? I demand, exhaling another silver cloud, welcoming the head rush.
Kirill Semenov?
She draws her knees up to her chest and wraps her arms around them, as if she's protecting herself from his name.
I think he was stalking me as a child. I think my mother knew it as well. We moved around a lot. She pulled me out of school when I was 8. She never let me go to dance classes, even when I begged her to. O'Sullivan needed leverage over Kirill, more so than anyone else in the Red Compass. He didn't have a majority control without him.
I pause. Did O'Sullivan let him touch you? It's not my right to ask it, in the same way it's her choice not to answer, but it's written all over her face anyway. Moments later, I'm chucking my cigarette out of the window and punching the steering wheel as hard as I can. Those motherfucking bastards! I punch it again and again until the ache becomes a grim kind of pleasure. My violence is the equivalent of her tears, of 7 years of holding it all inside me.
Frankie, stop! Please stop! Please!
There's a hesitant touch on my shoulder, and then my arms are full of her as she forces her way onto my lap.
It's okay, Frankie. It's okay. I'm okay.
She's crying again as she shrugs off her coat, and then she's wrapping her arms around my neck, my forehead slotting between her breasts as if we were made for each other. I need her like air. I need her to stop this pain. Sliding my hand behind her head, I smash our lips together, and she moans into my mouth. I drive my tongue between her teeth and swallow down her surprise. After a beat, she kisses me back just as hard, tasting like the sweetest sin, as the soft mound of her pussy slides up and down my erection, begging to be touched. I could take her. Fuck, I want to take her and make her mine. I could unzip my jeans right now, free my cock, and let her ride me until our stolen car gets reported and located. Sorry, officer, we're just a couple of screwed-up kids who are so far gone there's nothing left but this. As if reading my mind, she grabs my hand and thrusts it between us, my fingers encountering her slick warmth.
Don't let them steal it, Frankie.
She moans into my mouth again.
Don't let them steal it when they've taken so much from me already. It's mine to give. Mine to lose.
Not here.
Yes, here. We're living in the moment now. So live in the moment with me.
With a strangled groan, I circle her pussy entrance with my forefinger, spreading her wetness around her lips, dipping my middle finger inside her to test how tight she is, and feeling resistance right away. Ada, at this angle, I'm big. It's gonna hurt like a bitch.
Good. That means I'll feel it. I've been numb for so long. I'll welcome it.
My self-control shatters. When she rises onto her knees, I'm already ripping at the buttons of my jeans. She curls her small fist around my cock, brushing her thumb over the tip, smearing me with my own pre-cum, and I can't resist thrusting into her hand. No other girl compares to this. Just having her holding me, feeling her soft skin wrapped around mine, makes me want to come already. Use me, Ada, I gasp out. Fucking use me. It takes her a second to understand, and then I feel her guiding me towards her tiny clit, circling her hips as she holds me steady, bracing her other hand against my chest as we hold each other's gazes. Her movements turn jerky, her breathing erratic. When I feel her quivering against the head of my cock, I drive my middle finger deep inside her again, this time burying myself up to the knuckle as she lets out a whimper of pain. She's shaking harder than ever. She's right on the edge. Moving my cock to her entrance, she slants her mouth across mine and starts to drop her hips. I shut my eyes tight when I feel her tight pussy stretching around my cock, swallowing me inch by glorious inch. Fuck. I feel her pause halfway down my length. Don't stop now, I mutter. You'll kill us both. Angling my hips, I claim another inch myself, and then I'm buried so deep inside her it feels like I'm knocking on her soul. Kiss me. Her soft lips fall on mine hungrily. Fuck me, I murmur. Her hips start to bounce.
Oh my God,
I hear her cry. Gripping fistfuls of her dress, I time my thrusts for when she lowers her body, slamming my cock into her, rocking faster and faster as she tips her head back, the ends of her long dark hair brushing against my hands. I can feel the heat at the base of my spine already. My balls are tight for release. Ada shudders to a stop, her pussy walls clamping down on me like a velvet fist. A split second later, I'm coming so hard I'm seeing stars and lights and her. All of her. And this soft, sharp awareness that there will never be any other woman good enough for me. Ada's it. Ada's everything. She collapses forward, pressing her small breasts against my chest as my cock continues to spurt hot cum. It's fucking endless, spilling out of her and onto my thighs as I seek out her mouth again. Pushing her hair back from her damp cheeks, I thrust my tongue back inside her, wanting more, demanding more. After a time, she pulls away with a small smile. It's lighting up her face in the falling darkness and setting fire to the wreckage of my heart. Did it hurt? I'm gazing at her like a damn fool. Her smile widens.
Yes, and no. And then I floated.
Better than coke, cheaper too. She slides off me with a wince, and I catch her glancing down at my cock. It's glistening with a mix of our cum and faint smears of blood.
Is it always like that?
She asks shyly, as I tuck myself back into my jeans. No, only with you. I watch her crawl back to the passenger seat and tuck her slender legs under her as a faint buzzing fills the air. Reaching into my pocket, I pull out my phone. It's flashing, withheld number. But I know who it is. I've been expecting his call.
You crazy bastard, Guido roars.
What the hell did I tell you last week? No Romeo and Juliet shit if you don't like what happened to them. Grimacing, I reached for a cigarette. That's the thing about endings, old man. You can always rewrite the bad ones. Only if you have the balls to do it. He sighs heavily. You need a plan, kid, and you need it fast.
Chapter 11. Ada. Frankie's leaning against the side of the car, running his hand through his black hair as he talks on his phone, another lit cigarette dangling from his fingers. He's not just beautiful now. He's a beautiful chameleon, switching through his many colours, each one stronger than the last. It feels like I'm watching a boy becoming a man, and a man on the cusp of becoming a king. My mother used to take imaginary snapshots of these kinds of moments when I was a child. I used to catch her making a square camera shape with her fingers as she committed it all to memory. I find myself doing the same thing now, wanting to savour this image of him forever. How can you love someone with just a glance? How do you know they're right for you before a single word is shared? I can't explain what we are, or what passed between us that first day in the library. I just know there are some connections that fly without definition, ones that are strong enough to last 1,000 lifetimes and break 1,000,000 rules. Finally, he hangs up and tucks his cigarette away. I brace for bad news as he climbs back into the driver's seat. There's a safe house in Greenwich. My stomach lurches. What about Danny? What about leaving the city? Loaded dice, Ada. Dusk has already fallen, but his expression is even darker. O'Sullivan has most of the city's cops in his pocket. He already knows about us. He has my name, my address. Fear filters through me. What about your brother, Aidan? What if he... Adopted brother. He corrects, glancing away. I had a blood brother once. You would have liked him. He would have tried to fuck you, though. Matteo fucked everything that moved. A ghost of a smile touches his lips. Then I would have had to kill him myself. Are you claiming me, Frankie? I say softly. You were mine 7 years ago. You just didn't know it. Leaning over the gearbox, he kisses me hard, angling my face to reach every part of my mouth in a way that makes my insides flutter. You're mine forever, Ada. I'll destroy anyone who tries to take you away, even ghosts. I'm dizzy from his words. Tell me Aidan's going to be okay. I have a friend moving him and my foster folks to another safe house in Canary Wharf. It's close to City Airport. With any luck, they'll be on their way to Sicily. He checks his watch. In 5 hours from now. And Ada, we're going to be on that jet too. I can feel it. And Danny? Guido has eyes on O'Sullivan's house and a contact inside. They'll let us know when he leaves. That way, we can get in and get your brother without waking up the neighbourhood. He lets go of my face, but I can still taste his war in my mouth. He wants to kill O'Sullivan, to rip him apart with his bare hands and avenge his family. But he wants to keep me safe as well. Thank you. Crawling back across the seat, I slide on top of him again and take his face between my hands. Thank you for seeing me, for remembering me, for chasing feathers. He mutters. No regrets, I whisper. After a beat, he repeats it back to me, looking me dead in the eye, holding nothing back but the truth. No regrets. We ditch the stolen car and catch a couple of taxis to Greenwich, changing cabs every 10 minutes, or whenever the drivers start asking too many questions. Frankie keeps me locked in his arms the whole time, managing to make me feel calm and safe, despite the whole world burning down around us. I love the smell of him on my clothes, my skin. I love that every time I move, I feel him between my thighs. That piece of me will never be Kirill's, no matter how many times he beats or rapes me in the future, should he ever catch up with us. I gave it of my own free will, to a man who deserved it, and the Russian will never be able to erase that. The address for the safe house comes through as we're passing by the Royal Observatory. By 7:30 p.m, we're pulling up to a terraced red brick on a quiet road in West Greenwich, with nothing patrolling the pavement except a couple of overfed tabby cats. There's a key safe on the side wall. We let ourselves into a narrow white lobby, and Frankie double bolts the door behind us. There's a sterile, unused smell about the place, but it's a castle and a kingdom after O'Sullivan's oppression. Feeling thirsty, I head into the kitchen to find us some glasses as Frankie's phone starts ringing again.
Yeah, we're here. One weapon, no spare clips.
He catches my eye and jerks his head towards the stairs.
Go take a shower,
he mouths. In a minute. I mouth back, filling up my glass and taking a sip.
Now.
He narrows his eyes at me, and I catch another glimpse of the emerging capo. I will if you join me. This isn't the time for sex. It's about survival. But there's something about the heat of his touch that bleeds strength into me. I want it constantly. I need it indefinitely. His cocky half-smile gives me all the encouragement I need. Shrugging out of my filthy white dress, I'm stepping into the shower cubicle when I feel his lips between my shoulder blades.
My folks made it to Canary Wharf.
He slides his hands around my waist to palm my bare breasts, the relief in his voice evident above the running water.
The jet's fueled and ready to go, but they're asking some serious questions.
His lips and hands disappear. Next, I feel a soft breeze against the back of my legs as his clothes drop to the floor.
Guido's giving me a status update on O'Sullivan's house in an hour.
I lift my face to the shower head, hoping that the hot water will burn away some of my guilt.
Don't,
he says harshly, reading my thoughts.
You don't have to justify a thing to me, Ada. I'd do the same if it was Aidan. Danny doesn't deserve to die in that basement, and neither do I blame him for your father's part in what happened to my family. We were all innocents.
He wraps his arms around my waist again, the water spilling all around us, moulding us, making us one. His hand moves between my legs, gently washing me down there.
Are you sore?
Not that sore. How much do you trust your friend? I rest the back of my head against his chest, feeling his cock twitching against my thigh.
He saved my life 7 years ago, so I'm leading with that.
Tell me. I turn to face him, still locked in his embrace, rising up on my tiptoes to bring my face level with his jaw. What happened that night, Frankie? He stares down at me, tracing letters into my cheek with his finger, spelling things we can't say to each other yet, but things we're both feeling.
Everything fell apart, and then I saw you dancing in the ruins.
Would you like me to dance for you again?
Yes,
he says huskily, taking my face between his hands, and then taking my mouth in a brutal, all-consuming kiss.
But first, I want to fuck you.
There's a roughness to his touch as he curls my legs around his waist, before he's pinning me against the white tiles with a desperation that only makes me want him more. This hour is precious. It might be the only peace we have for a while. Even if we make it to that jet alive, Frankie won't rest until Cian O'Sullivan is dead. He'll keep coming back to London, risking his life again and again to make the Irishman pay for what he's done. Carrying me through to the bedroom, he lays me down on the white sheets.
You look like a fucking angel,
he says, moving slowly down my body, spreading my thighs wide as he dips his dark head between them, my hips jerking sharply as he wraps his lips around my clit. Oh, my God. The sensations are overwhelming, and another moan escapes me. Last week you were a stranger, and now... Now, I can't imagine breathing without you.
We were never strangers, Ada. Just lovers undiscovered.
Lifting my head, I watch in a heavy-lidded haze as he devours my pussy. Licking, sucking, tongue-fucking. I take 1,000 blurred pictures in my mind at the sight of his messy dark hair between my legs, fixing me with his mouth and his fingers, until I'm crying out his name.
Let me feel it. Fuck, let me feel it.
Grabbing my hips, he presses my pussy tight against his face as I come, the vibrations of his satisfied groans making my orgasm last forever. Only when I'm strung out and panting does he drag his chin across my tender clit, gently scraping me with his stubble until I'm a panting mess all over again. The next thing I know, he's climbing back up the bed and driving inside me, catching the last of my cries in his mouth. He fucks like he's chasing the devil, blurring our bodies, moving so quickly and so savagely I can't catch his rhythm as he banishes what's left of Kirill's fingerprints.
Ada, shit!
It feels like he's splitting me in two, but he'll only find himself below my surfaces. I come first, gasping and pleading. Seconds later, he's stilling with a vicious curse and filling me up again. Afterward, he presses our foreheads together, our breathing ragged and wild.
I needed you too much.
Needed you more. I had to see what was beneath your surfaces too. My eyelids start fluttering. I can feel myself drifting down into the darkness as he settles beside me, his head on my pillow, his fingers still tangled up with mine. Eventually, I fall asleep to the perfectly imperfect sound of our silence.
Ada, wake up.
My eyes fly open. My vision clears. He's standing by the bed, fully dressed, his expression unreadable. I sit up in a rush, clutching the sheet to my chest, my heart thumping painfully as I'm wrenched from sleep. What's happened?
Guido's in the car outside. O'Sullivan's gone AWOL. We're going to check it out.
I'm coming with you. I go to fling the sheet away, but he catches my wrist.
No.
We hold each other's gazes. He's my half-brother, Frankie.
And you're my whole fucking world now, Ada.
Brushing my lips with his thumb, he makes to stand, and I know this is one disagreement I'm never going to win. When will you be back?
No more than an hour.
But I know he's lying. He knows I know as well. A lump forms in my throat, an ugly beast of a thing that won't let me say the words I want to say.
Don't forget to slide the deadbolt across when I'm gone.
Please don't be gone, Frankie. Never be gone. The lump moves to my chest, making it harder and harder to breathe. I can't even lift my fingers to take one last imaginary picture of him.
In a couple of hours, we'll be on a jet to Sicily, Ada.
With that, his chameleon presence is reduced to fading footsteps and the loud slam of the front door. Jumping out of bed, I rush to the window. There's a silver SUV parked up outside with its hazard lights on. As Frankie approaches, the driver's door opens, and a giant of a man in a grey suit emerges. The image tugs unpleasantly at my memory. But it's only when the man turns back to the car, giving me a glimpse of his profile, that my knees start to buckle. No. I'm back in O'Sullivan's dining room again, sitting opposite my real father, hearing accents, British, Russian, Italian. This can't be happening. I'm seeing the same giant in his grey suit, dragging Danny out of the room on O'Sullivan's order. I need to reach Frankie. I stumble for the stairs. I'm clawing at the front door handle, but it won't open quickly enough. When it finally does, that same bitter winter chill comes blasting into my face, stripping my fears to the bone, changing my composure from shocked disbelief to wild-eyed panic. Please let him still be there. Please let him still be there. But when I reach the street, the SUV and Frankie are gone.
Chapter 12. Frankie. Do you want the good news first, or the bad? Good. I reach into my pocket for the handgun I stole from Seamus earlier. I need all the high fives I can get.
Zachariah's impressed with what you did. Guido drums his fingers lightly on the steering wheel.
Told me so himself. Does that mean I'm getting my army of soldati? I say, not missing a beat as I check the clip. Let's get this over with, and then we'll talk. And the bad? You've pissed off most of London, and every bridge is burning. Want me to sing a fucking nursery song about it? He chuckles as he turns us into the same leafy road in West London we came to 7 years ago. He even parks in the same spot, underneath the line of sycamore trees, opposite 3 white townhouses. But I'm only interested in one. And you're sure your guy on the inside's not compromised? 100%. He's been my man for years. Just because we haven't had a Koska in London doesn't mean we walked away completely. He gestures at the gun. Heard you made a mess of O'Sullivan's bodyguard. Crime of passion. I scan the street again. The front porch is empty. Where the hell are O'Sullivan's men? There's nothing neat about those. Tell me something, kid. Who are you trying to piss off the most by running off with her? Ireland or Russia? Neither, I say sharply, leaving it at that. Remember you had your shot at a happy ending, he warns, reaching into his inside jacket pocket for his phone. We could have been on our way to the airport now. Instead, you're going back in for Razor's boy. Need I remind you that his father... It's complicated. Besides, that's what epilogues are for, to give you an extra buzz once the ride is over. You talking in riddles? No, I'm talking longer term. If Danny decides to take on his father's business, he'll be in my debt. He chuckles again. You're finally thinking like a made man, Francesco. You're Lastra's son at last. I was always Lastra's son. Death doesn't weaken blood ties. Message your guy on the inside again. It's too quiet. This is more than the calm before the storm. It's the dead zone before the drop. I think of Ada back at the safe house, wrapped up in a white bedsheet like a gift, and my eyes drift to her old bedroom window. She doesn't dance alone anymore. She dances with me.
There's a beep from Guido's phone with the returning message.
O'Sullivan's still tearing your place apart. We have 30 minutes, maybe more. How many left inside? 5, including mine. Let's go. There's a soft click as we approach the front door, and it notches open a crack.
Facci entrare, Ronan, Guido murmurs, and it opens wider to reveal a stocky man with a scowl.
They're all in the back having a smoke, he says to the Italian, not even glancing at me. Basement is this way. Key? We don't need it. Guy's half dead. He ain't running anywhere. The huge lobby is striped with shadow. Up ahead, there's a black door carved into a white wall. Ladies first. Ronan swings it open to reveal a wooden staircase heading down. Be my guest, I say, holding his gaze until he shakes his head in defeat.
This is going to cost you an extra 1,000, Guido, he mutters, pushing past me.
The moment my foot hits the first step, I hear Ada's voice in my head. She's calling out to me.
She's scared. I stop dead, earning myself a curse from Guido, who's behind me.
This isn't the time to get cold feet, kid. Not cold, I say, as the dank, earthy smell rises up from below, curling invisible ropes around my ankles. Just cautious. This isn't the time for that either. Step follows step until my boots hit concrete. There's another odor down here, something beneath the stale fear and the tang of dried blood. Something sour and putrid with a bittersweet aroma. Triumph. "You took your time, Lastra," comes a mocking brogue from the darkness. A beat later, a blinding white light has me throwing my arm across my eyes as a vicious blow to the back of my head forces me to my knees. Jesus! Fuck! Another fist comes out of left field, smashing into my jaw and sending me sprawling before a heavy boot is making mincemeat of my ribcage and robbing my chest of air. "Don't kill him right away, Kirill," chides the same voice. "In my house, we play with our fucking food before we carve it up." Coughing and wheezing, I rise to my hands and knees, trying hard not to vomit as my gun is kicked out of reach. My head is reeling. It feels like my future just got dumped on the concrete floor next to me, and it's bleeding out a single word. Betrayed. Don't you know it's polite to look a man in the face when you enter his home? Another kick to my side has me rolling onto my back and groaning, staring up at a beast of a man with tattoos all over his arms and a smile on his face. It's a dirty smile, though, full of scorn and violence. "Shall we start with the formalities, Lastra? I don't believe your father introduced us before I emptied 5 rounds into his chest." The floor beneath me turns a whole lot colder. O'Sullivan. "Here, have a drink. My house, my hospitality." Holding out a bottle of whiskey, he pours the contents straight in my face. Eyes stinging, lungs spluttering, I roll away again.
"That was a waste of good alcohol, you Irish twat," I croak.
"Only fair I share it. I did murder your family and decimate your legacy. Crying shame about your sister, though. Didn't you have designs on her, Kirill?" "You bastards!" My roar of rage is cut short as O'Sullivan's boot connects with my face, breaking my cheekbone with a dull crack.
Half blinded with agony, my eyes dart around the stark basement, taking in the metal chairs, the blood-stained floor, the dozen or so armed men standing around watching me, until finally they land on Guido. He's leaning against a wall, picking his nails.
"What happened to Omerta, you piece of shit?" I gasp out. "You're no more a made man than the whore I fucked last night, Frankie," he says calmly.
"Don't delude yourself, kid. Zachariah had this orchestrated from the moment your father died.
It was all about distraction while we moved you into position." "To where? A council house in Shoreditch?" The left side of my face is on fire. I think O'Sullivan's dislocated my jaw as well.
"Tell Zachariah that we're all square now," I hear the Irishman say to him.
"I don't owe him anything after what this little punk did today. I warned him Lastra would cause trouble for us. We should have put him down with the rest." They were all in on my family's destruction. Irish, Russian, British, and Italian. Peace wasn't prosperous enough. These kinds of snakes only live for the carnage. "Have your fun, O'Sullivan, but come morning, what remains of him is ours." "What's so special about this Mudak, anyway?" demands a heavy voice to my left. Kirill Semenov. "He was spared to serve a purpose." "As what? A fucking thorn in our sides for the next 40 years? O'Sullivan shakes his head in disgust. "Bring me the other one. Razor's boy," he adds to his men. "We're going to have ourselves a generational massacre tonight."
"I'm warning you," Guido snaps. "Don't go against Zachariah's wishes again."
Lastra is ultimately Mafia business, not Irish. Just so long as he leaves London and never comes back after I break every bone in his body. O'Sullivan looks furious. I'm a loose end, a sharp splinter in the side of his dominance over this city. Closing my eyes, I suck in a couple of deep breaths. I'm standing in the middle of the red compass and being spun in every which direction. What other purpose am I supposed to have, when the only ones that matter are avenging my family, And Ada. Ada. Shut the fuck up, Lastra. I don't even realize I'm chanting her name until another kick from O'Sullivan's boot connects with my stomach. You want to know about her? My man just picked her up. Caught her hitchhiking all the way home. Fuck. This isn't her home, O'Sullivan, I rasp as another wave of nausea ripples through me. Never was. True, he admits, hauling me up by the scruff of my t-shirt and throwing me onto a metal chair. But she'll be living with Carol from now on.
I just brought their wedding forward.
A second metal chair gets slammed down next to mine, and a young guy gets shoved into it. I can tell he's in a bad way.
His white dress shirt is covered in blood, and he's bent double at the waist, hissing in pain like a deflating balloon, with 2 bloody stumps where his fingers used to be.
There's something familiar about his dark hair, and when he rolls his head back to look at me, or what's left of me, the one eye that isn't swollen shut is a wicked green. Danny Razor. You, Lastra's son? He pauses to gasp for breath, his skin a mess of blood and bruises. How the fuck did you end up here? History repeated itself. We share a look that sticks. In a different life, this guy might have been an ally. A beat later, Semenov is punching me so hard I'm slithering down to the concrete floor again. Did you touch her? He crouches over me, crushing my jaw between his fingers. I'm a gentleman, fuckface. We don't kiss and tell. With this, I spit at him, leaving a trail of bloody saliva on the front of his black shirt. The punch he gives me in return robs me of consciousness for a couple of seconds.
When I come to, I'm back on the chair, and Guido's halfway up the basement stairs, the wooden steps creaking under his weight.
Guido, wait! Aiden's innocent in all of this. Don't let... Night's safe. He stops and turns, considering me dispassionately for a moment. You were never the starring role in your own life, Frankie. It was always about him. Aiden? I splutter. But he's just a kid.
Who means something big to Zachariah. Knight needed a brother figure to protect him while he was growing up, and Zachariah chose you for the job.
He's still choosing you because it's your fucking vocation now. That's your punishment for going off script with O'Sullivan's daughter. After tonight, you're heading home via a long stay at the hospital, and then you're taking that plane to Italy with him, not Ada. I'm not going anywhere without her. She was never yours to begin with. She's history. She's gone. Never. You'll be on that plane with Knight, Lastra, he says confidently. What if Aiden refuses to? Retracing his steps, he stops in front of my chair, his huge shadow looming over me. Oh, he'll go, Frankie. You're going to make sure of it. From now on, when he shits, you shit. Someone aims a bullet at him, you take it with a smile. Anything bad happens to him, and Ada O'Sullivan's quality of life drops a couple of points in the misery scale. You hear me? Her whole existence hinges on your new secret devotion to your adopted brother. My revenge is slipping further and further from my reach. All I can think about is my father's final words to me. Be as liberal with your vengeance as you are with your love, figlio mio. Don't waste it. It's not just the dead I need to consider now. It's the living, too.
This is why you kept me alive this whole time?
This is why you saved my life that night? For me to be a babysitter?
Guido smirks. Tell me why Aiden means so much to Zachariah.
All in good time. Tell me! I yell, the effort from it rattling every broken bone in my body.
He's blood. Zachariah's blood.
That's all you need to do. As long as your capo de capi is still breathing, there's no way out of the deal, kid. And considering he never leaves his villa in Tuscany, that won't be any time soon. Keep your enemies close, but the family closer. He starts disappearing up the stairs again. Give me a call when you're done with him, O'Sullivan. His voice floats down to us from the hallway, and he better still be breathing. He killed one of my best men. I'll be leaving him on the brink of death. Somewhere behind me, a door opens, and a familiar scent coils itself around the basement's decay. Ada. Eyes forward, Semenov snarls as I attempt to turn around. Screw you! I try again, and there's a blistering pain across my cheek as his knife slices my skin open. Look at my fiancée without my permission, Mudak, and I'll take out your eye. Ada! I shout, glaring up at him. Frankie? Her whispery response sends shivers into my soul. She sounds scared, and I can't reach her. I can't fucking reach her. Keep your mouth shut! Semenov lunges forward and slices open my other cheek, the vicious sting making me slump back into my chair with a groan. Ah, there you are, daughter, says O'Sullivan, my insides twisting as I watch his eyes roving over her in a way that's nowhere near fatherly. You've caused me so much trouble today. We can't wait to punish you for it. I go to lunge at him, but a savage crack to the back of my head skids my legs out from under me. Let him go, I hear her cry. Do whatever you want with me, but please just let him go. No! The next punch has me crashing sideways into Danny. We can't win this one, Lastra, I hear him mutter, but we can make the comeback stronger. I can't wait that long. One of O'Sullivan's men binds my hands with black duct tape as the Irishman crouches down in front of me, gently tapping the tip of his knife against his chin. Did you fuck her? He asks, his grey eyes gleaming. When I don't answer, he skims his knife over my crotch. Think carefully now. One wrong answer, and you won't be sliding your cock into any more pussy in your lifetime. I don't want any others, just hers. I hold his gaze, never wavering, giving my answer with the faintest curve of my lips. Like Semenov, he doesn't deserve my confirmation in words. What Ada and I made together is too valuable to give away. Very well. He rises to his feet and motions impatiently to Ada, who's standing behind me. Did you know she likes to dance, Lastra? I go very still. I had a camera installed in her room. Every night she twirls and prances about like a prima ballerina. Ada is pushed in front of me. She's still wearing her dirty white dress, and she's shaking like a leaf. But there's a quiet defiance in her eyes that makes her a fucking queen. Shall we see her dance now? O'Sullivan gives her a hard shove, making her stumble. Come on, entertain us. Entertain your husband-to-be. Her eyes dart nervously from him to me as the Russian appears on the other side of her, dangling a metal baseball bat between his fingers. You're keeping us waiting, sweetheart. One last dance for the boys. Last? Why last? I told you to fucking dance, he screams suddenly, his mask of calm dropping to reveal the true monster underneath. Cringing, she starts to sway from foot to foot, her movements forced and clumsy. At the same time, I'm aware of Semenov creeping closer as the worst kind of intuition kicks in. Come on, you can do better than that. She's spinning on the spot like a sparrow with a broken wing now, biting her lips so hard there's a trickle of blood on her chin. This is how it feels to watch doves fly, knowing the hunter's rifle is trained on them. O'Sullivan gives her a slow, sarcastic clap, and I feel the ground start to shift. I know what's coming, but I can't tear my eyes away. I can't fucking help her. I think we've had enough dancing, don't you, Semenov? Why don't you show Ada what happens to little birds who fly their cages too soon? My pleasure. It happens so fast. I barely see the swing, but I hear the sickening crunch as the metal bat connects with her legs, shattering both of her kneecaps. She crumples to the ground so gracefully, her dress spread out all around her as the basement descends into a blur of noise and violence. I try to reach her, but Semenov turns on me next, driving the baseball bat into my shoulder and sending me reeling. After that, The blows rain down as O'Sullivan's men take turns to kick the living shit out of me. I'm anesthetized to it all. The only thing I see is her body lying motionless on the ground a couple of meters away. The only agony I feel is hers. When O'Sullivan's men pause to catch their breath, I start crawling toward her, an inch at a time, because my legs don't seem to work anymore, ignoring the laughing and jeering coming from above me. She lifts her head as I draw closer. Messy dark hair frames a face that's white with pain and shock.
"It hurts, Frankie,"
she whispers, sucking in ragged breaths in between each word.
"Oh, God, it hurts so much."
That's when I know I'll do whatever it takes to find my way back to her. Whatever Zachariah demands of me.
Because one day, I need to be holding her heart in my hands again and fixing all her shattered parts. Ada, listen to me. I clench my teeth to get a handle on my own pain as I cover her fingers with mine. I will find you, whether it takes me 1 year or 20.
"I can't dance anymore. I can't dance."
I squeeze her hand a little tighter. "Then I'll dance for the both of us. I'll take my fucking gun, and I'll spin the chambers until everyone who tried to keep us apart is dead. Just don't die too, Ada. Promise me. Promise me like I promised you in the library last week when I said I'd come back."
No matter how bad it gets.
Someone's pulling on the back of my jacket, yanking me away from her. But our hands hold fast until the last second, stretched out and taut, before they're finally ripped apart. "Promise me," I hiss as I'm pulled further and further away.
"I promise,"
she whimpers. "I've loved you from the first moment I saw you, and I'll never stop. You hear me?" She starts to cry as I'm kicked onto my back again, and then I'm roaring out my next words at the top of my lungs, letting the whole basement hear my truth. "No regrets, Ada. No fucking regrets." The last thing I hear before they knock me out cold is her soft voice echoing them back to me. Chapter 13. Frankie. 14 years later. They say a good man has a long walk to freedom. He endures it with dignity and turns a prison sentence into a lesson in faith and forgiveness. A villain counts 97 paces from his cell to the front gates and turns a 5-month stretch into a window of self-serving opportunity. I'm holding a crumpled pack of cigarettes in one hand as I wait for the final security clearance checks to kick in, with hard purpose resting somewhere in the other. Red lights on the barbed wire fences flash above me and distant alarms clang. It's the usual fanfare that announces the departure of any jailbird from La Bastille, the most notorious prison in southwest France. This isn't my first time behind bars, but it's the first time I've earned it. Call it penance for keeping the truth from Aiden for all these years. Call it the start of my endgame. Whatever the hell it is, Thomas O'Zachariah is finally dead, and the chains around my wrists and heart just got blown apart. My ride is waiting for me beyond the silver mesh fence. He's leaning against the side of his Maserati and messing up the lines with his same old sin. He's a bird too, but he bought his own freedom a long time ago. Aiden the Raven, Mr. Black Skies himself. "Stay out of trouble, Lastra," the guard behind me mutters, his spiky French accent piercing my surname with scorn as the gates swing open. "Your criminal friends can't buy you out of every damn jail cell in Europe." I hold his gaze without answering, my 6'4" cowering him into submission before my reputation finishes off the job. His face flushes and his eyes drop, and I'm left staring at a greasy patch on his forehead. Words are a delicacy, not to be wasted, and this man doesn't deserve a single one of mine. As I approach the car, I release the top button of my crumpled white dress shirt and rip the bow tie from my neck, sliding it into my jacket pocket before taking Aiden's outstretched hand. Right away, the weight of our history is crushing a pleasant afternoon into something box-like and unwanted. From his expression, it's clear he's pissed at me, but not enough to leave me stranded with my balls hanging out by the side of the road. I owe you for this, Raven. He studies me for a moment, our handshake lingering. We're both British, which means there's more bite to our silences than our bullets. You should have told me about her. I had my reasons.
You should have told me what Zachariah had over you, too.
I pause. How did you find out? Went looking for the truth after you petitioned so hard to end up in the same prison as him. Had to grease 1,000 palms with shit to slip the situation, Raven. Yours just happened to be one of them. He breaks the handshake first, and it feels significant. Is it true your surname's Lastra, not Adams? You a Mafia man, Frankie? I nod, and some of his anger escapes through clenched teeth. You kept me in the dark for 14 years. For her? Why? You know why. He mulls this over for a moment, tilting his handsome head to one side as a car rumbles past, kicking up dust and regret in our faces. Men like us don't understand love. We defer to it like it's a trend with a mild case of influence, until it sneaks up and consumes us. In that respect, we're both addicts. He'd walk through the same fire to protect his new wife, Issa. Is she the girl from the library? He narrows his eyes as he says it, dragging us both back to the past. Yep. Jesus Christ, he mutters. He changed since I've been inside. There's a new looseness about him. He's already fought his monsters and won the girl. His casinos up and down the French Riviera generate him 100 million euros a year, and the amount of dirty money he now launders through his businesses nets him almost as much. All this, and he lives on a super yacht in Monaco.
Heard Zachariah was found dead in his prison cell this morning.
He leans back against the car and stretches out his legs. Heard someone ripped the Capo dei Capi's throat right out of his neck. 1 down, 3 to go. Just because he turned out to be a relative of mine doesn't mean I'm going to mourn him, Frankie, he adds, seeing my expression. Fuck him. I make my own family. So, did you kill the old bastard? I give him the ghost of a smile. Ask me again when we're a couple of 1,000 miles away from here. Good riddance. Still, 14 years. He whistles to himself in disbelief, as if love to him has an expiry date. That's a long time to keep a flame burning. Turning back to the car, he grabs a folder resting on the front dash and holds it out to me, the corners of his mouth lifting before adding, no matter how pretty the smoke is. Not pretty. Ada isn't pretty. Her light and grace weave 1,000,000 gold threads around that statement. She's perfect, and she's mine. Even after all this time. Even now when she's forced to wear another man's ring. Flicking open the folder, my heart stills when I see her face. She's sitting all alone in a garden reading one of the books I sent her, with her Bratva bastard of a husband's men in the background disturbing the peace. My finger traces the curve of her cheekbone. I had to keep her alive, Aiden. Brotherhood is brotherhood, but Ada is my whole soul. Our gazes catch again before he's switching up the subject. I got you out as soon as I could. How'd you do it? I hand the folder back to him but pocket the photograph. Did you hold a gun to Miss Interpol's head? Was she cute? Aiden laughs, diffusing some of the tension between us. Not me. I'm a happily married man these days. One of Santiago's men did the honors. Remind me to send him a bottle of bourbon. Slotting a 5-month-old cigarette into the corner of my mouth, I lean against the car next to him and wait for his usual bitching about my smoking habit. But it never comes. Blowing rings at the silhouette of the French jail, we watch them break apart as soon as they hit the metal fence. I'm going back, Raven. Figured as much. I've got debts to collect. I won't be returning to the Riviera. No more sunshine, he warns. Not planning on doing much sunbathing. Maybe I'll visit. Maybe you will. Is she worth it? He asks, repeating the same words he spoke to me all those years ago. My lips twist. My answer is still the same. Worth killing for. Worth dying for. Worth the war that's coming. I can feel his dark eyes flickering over me, searching through the ruins of trust between us for something that's still alive. There's a business opportunity on the table in London, if you're interested. I take a final drag of my smoke. What kind of opportunity? The Colombian kind. He leans over and hands me a black card embossed with the gold scorpion motif of the Santiago cartel. White or brown? Coke or heroin? White. Santiago wants to move his product into the British market, cut the Bratva influence to pieces and kill the Irish supply, but he needs a partner to help oversee the, handover of power. Kirill Semenov's relationship with his Lithuanian supplier is strained, and O'Sullivan's losing his patience. Rumor has it he's looking at new ways to increase his power and revenue, but it'll take a bomb to shift them. They've ruled over that city for 2 decades. Good thing I'm good at lighting fuses. O'Sullivan. Semenov. And just like that, I'm back in that basement again, watching that Russian swing a bat at Ada's legs, seeing her crumple to the floor, so silent in her agony. The next thing I know, the remains of my cigarette is crushed pulp in the palm of my hand. That's what I told Santiago as motivation to get you out of your French holiday camp. Aidan glances down, reading my reaction for what it is. He's seen the file. He knows everything about me now, including who Ada is married to. Santiago wants to meet, and I suggest you consider it. If you play in hell, it's smart to have the devil on your side. He shifts position, cocking his hip against the Maserati, still the same ice-cool punk he always was. There's a life to live after you kill the demons, Frankie. Once you burn down her ivory tower, you can't live on smiles and satisfaction alone. Not when there's an oath to fulfill to a dead father. I watch him glance at the prison again. Santiago wants an infrastructure in place before he makes his move, which includes a local partner. These days, he cleans his money through my casinos in France, and he wants a casino in London to do the same. That's where you come in. Incentive? Money. Don't need money. An army. He'll give you all the men you need to destroy the Red Compass. Shit. That's when temptation starts to taste a lot like pussy. The best pussy. Her pussy. I wanted a neat slaughter, but with the Colombian kingpin as my partner in crime, I'll get a goddamn massacre.
My blood heats at the thought of it. Zachariah was right.
It isn't enough to destroy an enemy's business. The real buzz comes from seeing them plead for mercy. Like he pleaded for mine before I turned him into a corpse less than 8 hours ago. Santiago's flying into London within the next 2 weeks. Aidan shifts position again. But you don't sit down with a man like him with just your dick in your hand.
Have something to bring to him, Frankie.
Get a crew, make connections, buy up the casino he needs. And if I don't, you won't be walking out of that meeting alive. Shooting him a look, I circle the Maserati to the driver's side. You sound like you're worried about me, Raven. He flicks me the finger, but his face remains deadly still. There's one more condition. No killing Semenov and O'Sullivan until he lands. There's a reason for it, but he's not sharing it with me. Be patient. It's only 2 more weeks. Take the Red Compass down with Santiago, and the city and library girl are as good as yours. Try and do it without him, and you run the risk of spooking O'Sullivan and fucking it up. Not to mention you'll be looking over your shoulder for the rest of your life for a Colombian bullet. Rein it in and plan it right. All good things come to bad men who wait. I hold my hand out as I consider his words. Keys? No chance. You know I always drive. Not anymore. I watch his fingers creep reluctantly towards his pocket. They drove me from my city, Aidan. They drove Ada straight to hell. I pause as his keys are finally tossed in my direction. My hands are the only ones on that steering wheel now. Chapter 14. Frankie. My newly acquired private jet arrives in Malaga at 8 p.m. This is the only detour I'll be making before London, but it's a necessary one. There's a man I need to see about murder, an outcast and a sinner who hates the Red Compass as much as I do. Like Aidan said, I need a crew, and this viper has been laying low in the sun-scorched grasses of the Costa del Sol for too long. Besides, there was an assurance once, muttered in darkness and delivered in blood. We can't win this one, Lastra, but we can make the comeback stronger. Outside, the dusk is casting shadows across the runway and drenching the sky in weak Rioja red. It makes me think of the highlights in her hair. Makes me think of the way I wrapped my fists around them as we fucked the desperation out of each other. How I still replay these moments in my head every damn night until my cock is raw and my hand is aching. I'm coming for you, Dove Girl. Sliding my cigarettes into my inside jacket pocket, I knock the rest of my whiskey back, noting the dried blood on my wrist. Murder stains. Badges of dishonor.
The prison guards didn't even question me about Zachariah's murder before they turned me loose.
They were too busy sitting in their counting houses, counting out Santiago's backhanders. Windows of opportunity are fragile. One crack, and you can punch a hole straight through them. One bribe, and you can find yourself alone in a prison cell with a makeshift blade and one of the men who ripped your whole life apart. The Capo dei Capi had finally broken his own rules and left Italy, and Interpol caught up with him in a villa outside Cannes. Soon after, I found myself doing time in a different prison 100 miles away. I'd let myself get caught. I'd seen my opportunity. With Aidan's influence, I was transferred to La Bastille, and for the next couple of months the man who'd stared out a traumatized kid in the back of an SUV 21 years ago had that very same kid staring back at him across a metal stairwell. One difference, I was a killer now who didn't know the meaning of mercy.
Zachariah knew he was a dead man the second our eyes met.
He knew the Red Compass was my 4 points of revenge. 4 betrayals.
4 lives to end. Tommaso Zaccaria, Guido Rossi, Kian O'Sullivan,
Kirill Semenov. Every single one of those bastards had hurt my family and the woman I love. As payback, I was planning to make them suffer the kind of deaths dark legends were made of. Starting with him. There's a car waiting for me on the tarmac by the jet. Exiting the airport, I head northwest on the MA-21 towards a small town on the outskirts of Cordoba. This is where Viper's been hiding out for the past decade, cooking up a coke storm while executing local pedos and scumbags on the side. Acting like a vigilante for a sister he couldn't save, who was then forced to marry the worst of them. I've been keeping tabs on him as much as he's been keeping tabs on me, from our respective corners in Europe.
Feasting on scraps of information as we rattled the bars of our cages. Zachariah had forced him into exile too, pressing his bony finger against the only pressure point Viper had left after O'Sullivan's family razor execution spree.
Ada. Everything comes full circle back to beautiful, smashed-up, brave as fuck Ada. Her photograph is weighing heavy in my pocket again. On the flight over, I couldn't stop looking at it. Couldn't stop touching it. So many women have tried to take her place over the years, and all of them have failed. Didn't want them. Didn't want to try. Instead, I found my release in every other kind of sin. I gambled away millions, only to make 100 million more. I drank bars dry. I murdered, blackmailed, and blew a hole in my septum with all the coke I snorted. Nothing touched the sting, the incompleteness I felt without her. Ada's face was always present in the spaces before dawn, haunting me like a living ghost I had no interest in exercising. I nudged the piece of shit rental up to 85 to blur the memories, but nothing's shifting them tonight. The last time I touched her is still crystal clear in my mind,
reminding me of her soft lips and how they molded so perfectly to mine. Of the feel of her pussy around my dick as I made a home in the deepest parts of her, and how I took her like an animal so she'd never feel another man inside her again, no matter how many times she'd be forced to take them. An hour later, I'm pulling into an abandoned swimming pool complex on the edge of the town. The car park is empty, lit only by a blood moon that's staining the broken windows and concrete fascia of the derelict building. All is quiet. All is still. But this is Viper's Nest, where calm is a veil and silence a prelude to anarchy. There have been eyes on me from the second I parked up, and when I exit the vehicle and make my way towards the entrance, the state-of-the-art security cameras swivel their metal heads towards me with interest. I can hear faint screams coming from inside as I climb the front steps. Rumor has it the pool's water was drained long ago and replaced by blood. Since Viper came to town, sexual crime has hit an all-time low, and accused offenders have a habit of disappearing before the judge sets a trial date. Glancing up at the cameras, I hold my arms out, turning a slow circle to show off the gun I'm barely concealing, then suppressing a small smile as the door clicks open. Trust is made in a moment, and it can last a lifetime if respected enough. In a show of my own good faith, I pull my Glock from its holster and release the clip, letting it hit the ground with a muted thud. Entering what used to be the reception area, I follow a corridor of broken glass and debris, with the stench of fear and stale chlorine growing stronger with every step. I'm aware of moving shadows behind me now, of boots crunching the same glass I walked on, but on a 5-second delay. The screams turn to helpless whimpers. Pushing open another set of doors, I find myself in the deep end. One side is lined with wooden bleachers, where a couple of tough-looking men are playing cards and smoking, their voices loud and their knives and handguns lying discarded next to them. They look up as I enter, but their conversation never breaks. The blue-tiled walls of the pool are more dirt than grout. There's a beast of a man standing close to the edge. He's turned away from me, his shirtless back blocking out the source of all the whimpering. His disheveled black hair tinged blue in the sodium light. From the nape of his neck to the low-slung waistband of his jeans, his skin is a green and black canvas of rage and sworn retribution. Of grinning skulls, crushed roses, and a mean-looking snake rising up from the ashes of a London skyline with its fangs bared. He's twice the size of the kid I met all those years ago. Then again, so am I. Hate replaced youth and grew us into the men we are today. It's the 2 missing fingers on his left hand that give him away the most. Nice place you got here, Danny. Ever thought of redecorating? He stiffens at the sound of my voice. Danny? Died a long time ago in a basement, Lastra. It's Viper now. He dips his chin over his shoulder to give me the once-over, his upper lip curling at my crumpled dress suit, his green eyes glinting twice as bright as the knife in his hand. My chest tightens. Ada's eyes. Did you take a wrong turn on the way to your prison after-party, Mafia boy? Monaco's a couple 100 miles away from here. He gestures to his right, his blade spilling drops of crimson all over the floor next to his biker boots. Can't call a place a home when your heart's somewhere else. There's a long pause, and then he laughs. A twisted kind of laugh. My laugh. That's another thing these past 14 years have done to us. It's turned our humor into missiles with missing parts. Nothing works right anymore. Teenage egos got switched to aggression when we were forced out of our city. Heard about Zachariah. You do that?
Yep. Figured you'd be swinging past on your way to London. Didn't tattoo the inside of your brain to shit too, then.
Barking out another laugh, he steps aside to reveal what's been making all the noise. There's a man, gagged and bound, and shivering on his knees at the edge of the diving board. His face is a state. The dirty rag in his mouth is soaked with spit and tears. His terrified eyes fix on mine,
and I smile back coldly. He'll find no salvation from me. Worried I might change my mind, Viper? Is that why you sent me the silent welcome committee? Huh? I heard their footsteps when I came in. A slow grin creeps across his face. Nah, that's just Bambi playing in the dark again. Hey, Bambi! He yells over my shoulder. Come and say hi to Frankie. Bambi? I turn, expecting to find some 6-foot beast with a machete because I hear he favors blades over bullets. Instead, there's a 5-foot nothing of green-eyed cheek and pink hair staring back at me. Hi, she says, Taylor Swift pouting up at me from her t-shirt as she pops her bubblegum loudly. The kid can't be much older than 12. Bye, I say dryly, giving her a dismissive once-over. Interesting crew you run with these days, Viper. If I fart, will she fall over? He taps his blade against his thigh in amusement. Give her half a chance, and she'll bite your balls off. You sure she's lost her baby teeth? How old? Maybe I misjudged him. Maybe I need to be running my own blade across his throat before I leave. His expression sours. Watch your mouth and your thoughts there, Mafia boy. I'm not a pedo, unlike my brother-in-law. Bambi's my cousin's kid. Her mother died young, and her dad was never in the picture, leaving her with 2 choices: to get carted off to some nun-run kiddie home, where they beat you black and blue for thinking out loud, or to live in Spain with me. Interesting environment for a child. My gaze lands on the half-dead man at the end of the diving board again. What's today's life lesson? How to take one? I never said I was a father figure. But she's still alive, ain't she? Yes. But is she up to date with her shots? Behind us, there's another bubblegum pop from Bambi as the half-dead man starts sniveling again. Jesus Christ. It's like an opus of all the things light and dark and screwed up. Viper smirks, giving me the shades of a boy I never had the chance to know. If you're done gate-crashing my evening's entertainment, Lastra. Stepping forward, he pulls me in for a rough embrace. Tell me he died the way he deserved, he murmurs, the hate and pain in his voice all too familiar. They took everything from us, now it's time to take it back. He died in pieces, screaming out our family's names. There's a rough clap of appreciation between my shoulder blades.
Then we drink to celebrate. But first, he pulls away again. Bambi, sweetheart, do the honors.
Make it memorable.
Okie dokie.
With another pop, Bambi retreats back into the shadows as Viper beckons a couple of his men over from the bleachers. They nod at me in respect, which makes his smirk re-emerge. Seems I'm not the only Brit around here with a reputation.
Heard you and Knight fixed the game and won the Riviera before you got yourself banged up for 25 to life.
Hollow victories, I say, glancing away. There's only one fight that counts, and it started this morning. I hold up my wrist to show him the bloodstains. There's a pause. You got a jet? Standing by. You got a plan? One with a Colombian flavor. His eyebrows lift a notch. But I can't do it without you. I need all the men I can get. We made a pact to come back harder and stronger, avenge both our fathers. Save Ada. You in? His answer is drowned out as the opening riffs of AC/DC's Thunderstruck come blaring out into the pool area. Shooting me a hold-that-thought look, he heads over to the man knelt shivering on the diving board, and soon he's screaming into his mouth gag again. I watch dispassionately as Viper carves something into his chest and forehead, and by the time the second verse of the song kicks in, he's straightening up and rolling his shoulders back. A beat later, he's kicking the bastard off the end of the diving board into a messy end below. Clicking his fingers, the music shuts off again, and he saunters back to where I'm standing, wiping his blade clean on his jeans. He kidnapped an 11-year-old kid and made him do shit no kid should ever do. No need to rationalize it to me. I fucking hate nonsense. He nods to his men to go clean up the mess. I was planning on a 3-day torture bender until you showed up. Viper, I'll do it on 2 conditions, because I owe you. He shoves a bloody hand through his dark hair. You came back for me that night when you could have run with Ada. I don't forget that kind of sacrifice. 1, I say, holding his gaze. Give me back the East End when it's over. I'm not looking for another war. I want our city peaceful, like your father wanted. If you say that means cutting a deal with Santiago, I'm in. I can tell he means it by the look on his face. Living in exile makes you hungry, but it doesn't make you stupid. He knows we don't have the men or the weapons to win this thing alone. Done. And the other? Bambi's coming with me. Are you serious? My brows shoot up in disapproval. Where we're going isn't safe for a 12-year-old Viper. She's 13, nearly 14, plus she's family. Whose family? Chucky the Killer Doll's? He shakes his head, fighting back another laugh. I tried to do right by her. I sent her to an 80 grand a year boarding school where the food didn't taste like piss, but she kept running back. In the end, I put a laptop in her hand, taught her some tricks, and told her to pay attention. She's a good kid, streetwise. Sees things about people that even my best men miss. Hey, Bambi, he yells again. Tell me what you got on Frankie so far.
6'4" and smokes cheap cigarettes, she replies, reappearing behind us.
What else?
His Glock's empty, but the Beretta strapped to his ankle is still loaded, and there's a knife on his belt. The private jet in Malaga is his. He just bought it off some man called Aiden Knight, but his car's a shitty rental with leather seats that looks like a cat's puke.
Viper meets my eyes again, our silence peppered by a couple of triumphant bubblegum pops from Bambi. Like I said, Lastra, she pays attention. My gaze flicks towards her again. Okay, Pink, I'm impressed, but you missed the switchblade in my left pocket.
Not missed.
She holds it up in one hand, with my car keys dangling from the other.
But they're not such a threat now, are they, old man?
What the fuck? Viper thrusts a bottle of whiskey into my hand to cool the burn. Listen, she's my problem, not yours. I'll keep her out of the way. She's trouble, I grit out. She's a complication. We're all fucking trouble, mate. Otherwise, we'd be punching cards and sinking half of our wages in Starbucks and Cafe Nero like every other good law-abiding citizen.
I'm still fucking here, you know,
she pipes up, clearly annoyed at being tossed between us like an unwanted kitten. What the hell did I tell you about bad language? Viper snarls, making his men grin. Go and wait for us in the office. He snatches the bottle from me and takes a swig, muttering, kids, under his breath. Tell me one thing, Lastra. How did you manage to talk your way out of an 8x6 prison cell 19 years before your first parole hearing date? How did you manage to escape that basement? I counter swiftly. When I came around, I had 23 broken bones. Viper and you and Ada were gone. I haven't seen her since that night. It's been 14 years of purgatory. 14 years of the kind of agony 100,000 broken bones couldn't match. His smirk vanishes, and he takes another swig of the bottle, his longest yet. That kind of evil is best left in the past, Lastra. Then turn it into fuel for a reckoning. We leave for London tonight.
Chapter 15. Ada. My mother used to tell me that living the wrong life is a fate worse than death, that it cuts bone deep, aggravating old wounds, so that every movement reminds you of just how erroneous your time on this earth is, and that knowing you have no way of changing it is as wretched as watching a trapped butterfly fluttering helplessly against a pane of glass. But what happens when this kind of hurt is all you have left? You start craving it like a drug. That's why, after multiple surgeries for 2 comminuted patella fractures, because my bones had shattered into 1,000,000 pieces, like my heart, plus countless knee realignment surgeries afterwards, I slacked on the whole physical therapy thing. I needed the hurt. I needed to flounder so deeply in what might have been that breathing became an afterthought.
1, 2, 3, 4. And again, girls. 1, 2, 3, 4. It's only when my osteoarthritis kicked in that I stopped wallowing in my misery like a drunk at the bar. My dancing days were over. But if I started to take care of myself again, if I started to try and live again, I still had enough movement in my legs to continue my mother's legacy. Soon after, I bought a small dance studio, and I teach here as often as I can, pushing my aching body to its limits to keep a fragment of my past alive. 1, 2, 3, 4. Don't forget to keep those feet turned out, Annabelle. That's excellent, Maria. Kirill doesn't care what I do, just so long as his ring stays on my finger. I gave him what he really wanted 9 months after our wedding. These days, he keeps me stranded in suburbia, while his latest underage girlfriend services him in London. He can't divorce me because of his pact with O'Sullivan, which also means he can't kill me. So he chooses to ignore me instead, keeping me trapped behind a wall of stone-faced Bratva bodyguards who monitor my every move. I'm tainted, not worthy of his attention, but I'm not worthy of anyone else's either. And again, girls, plie, plie, arabesque. Wonderful! Now, who can remind me of the 7 movements in ballet? A haphazard chorus of chanting brings me back to my bright white dance studio, and to the row of 10-year-olds in black skirts and leotards standing in front of me. A few of the girls are listing off their answers with confidence, while others are trailing behind in monotone and trying hard not to fidget. To bend, to stretch, to rise, to jump, to turn, to glide, to dart. Like I did in the darkness of my old bedroom. Like I did for him. Plier, étendre, relever, sauter, tourner, glisser, élancer. This is the part of southwest London where most of the kids are privately educated and speak French as easily as they speak the language of social media. It's bijou on acid. The shops are boutique, the streets are immaculate, and the cappuccinos and lattes cost double here than they do anywhere else. It's not the kind of place I would have chosen to live myself. I prefer ugly truths over keeping up appearances. But I've made it my home regardless. Besides, I didn't have a choice. Butterflies and parallel lives. Kirill doesn't care that I have my own business either. It was my final bargaining chip after he stole the last piece of my soul. In fact, I haven't seen my cheating, thieving, murdering beast of a husband for over 20 months now. I'm thankful for that small mercy. But his absence means the bitter chill of my son's absence as well. Excellent work, girls, I say, smiling at each of my students until every face is beaming back at me. I made a choice to keep Alex alive, remember? These are my children now. I think we'll leave it there for today. Yes, Miss Rivers. There's a blur of black lycra and chatter as they flit towards the changing rooms next door. But one girl is dragging her satin slippers. She keeps glancing back at me and biting her lip, as if there's a question on her tongue that she's trying to keep prisoner. At the same time, I can see her au pair hovering in the doorway, anxious to get her home and fed before her parents return from whatever high-flying jobs they have in the city. Their city. A shiny, bustling hub of business, so different to the cruel and unkind London I know. Lily? I hear her purr, her delicate French accent making her charge sound like an exotic flower and not a skinny, fretting bean. It is time to go. But Lily ignores her and takes a hesitant step towards me. An hour's worth of exercise has loosened her high ponytail, and wisps of ice-blonde hair are framing her face like falling stars. Something about her innocence makes my smile falter.
Can I ask you something, Miss Rivers?
Not O'Sullivan, not Semenov, not Razor. This little corner of my world is mine and my mother's. Rivers was her surname, and I reclaimed it for myself when I opened the studio. Why? Because everything I do here flows back to her. I teach this new generation the same way she taught me, with no expectation of perfection and the sweetest twist on convention. It's not just ballet. My classes are a step kaleidoscope of every type of movement.
Did you dance too much when you were younger?
I pause, caught off guard by her question.
Is that why you have a limp?
Lily! This time, her name sounds more like a Gaelic curse. It's okay. I reassure the blushing au pair, trying not to laugh. This is what I love most about children. They have no filter. They ask all the questions that adults are too shackled by the rules of society to say. Do you know the story of Swan Lake, Lily? She nods. Remind me.
Odette was cursed, which meant she could only be herself at night.
Good. Well, think of me as a little like Odette. I may not be able to move or dance as much as I'd like during the day, but in my dreams, I'm back in my mother's front room, spinning and twirling. I'm back in his arms. Her eyes widen in shock.
Does that mean you were cursed? But who cursed you? Lily, enough!
The au pair springs into the room, grabs the little girl by the hand, and hauls her off toward the changing rooms, gabbling out apologies to me in French. Really, it's fine. I'll see you next week. Shaking my head in amusement, I make my way over to the iDoc to select the music for the next lesson. And then I freeze, my skin stippling in fear.
It is a good question, Milea.
Comes a voice suddenly, his accent as thick as toxic treacle, even after all these years.
Who really cursed you? The man with the baseball bat? Or you for daring to defy him?
All the clean air is sucked out of my studio, replaced by a dirty scent from my past. In a way, I've been expecting him ever since Frankie's books stopped arriving. I spin around as Kirill emerges from the fire exit door. What the hell are you doing here? My eyes dart to the changing room door. I have another class in 30 minutes. I need to send him away. He's a predatory shark amongst delicate fishes. His sickness means he won't be able to help himself. His predilection for young girls is the worst kind of secret, closely followed by the repulsion of sharing his bed. I was forced to endure it until he made sure I was pregnant. But the parts he shattered in that time hurt me more than my scars. When Frankie comes for me, if he ever comes for me, he'll find a wreck behind my walls.
Why is that, Milea? Do you not want your precious students to know you are more of a black swan than a white one?
He saunters towards me, mocking me with his words and his presence. He hasn't changed much in 14 years. He's a little thicker around the middle, which is more spread than muscle. But his eyes are still cold and callous. At least at 30 years old, I'm not a minor. His expression darkens as he closes the gap between us. Wrapping his huge fingers around my throat, he walks me backwards and slams me against the mirrored wall.
This would be a good place to fuck,
he surmises, licking his lips and glancing at his reflection above me.
I will be quick, for old time's sake.
My stomach heaves as I whip my head to the side to block out the repulsive sight of him. tensing as he thrusts his hand between my legs, feeling nothing but hate and shame. I'm dead inside to anything else, and he's the man who made me this way. Get off me, Kirill! I try to pull away, but get my head slammed back against the mirrored wall in punishment.
Have you seen him?
Who? I gasp out, the edges of my sight blurring.
Your lover.
He says it like a death threat, and God knows he means it as one. Yet somehow, despite my dizziness, I manage to feign shock. He's never asked me about the mysterious books that kept showing up until 5 months ago. He doesn't know that Frankie found a way to tell me he's alive. You said you'd killed him. My voice is little more than a croak. That night in the basement. He chuckles darkly.
We left him as close to death as a man can be.
He brings his face up even closer, and I shrink back into the mirror.
We took turns to piss on him at the end, Milea. All 9 of us. We made sure that Italian fire was extinguished before we left.
Nausea swells up inside me again. You lied to me.
Did you mourn him?
I mourn a lot of things about my life.
Then I am here to lighten your burden. Francesco Lastra has been living in Monaco for the last few years with his adopted brother.
His eyes are drilling into me as he says it, feasting on my slightest reaction like that hungry shark again.
Do you know what else is in Monaco, Adar? Women. The finest women in the world outside of Russia. I hear Lastra has developed quite a taste for them. 2, 3 a night, every night, filling them with his filthy Mafia seed as they beg and scream for it.
He chuckles again.
And you call me the animal.
That bullet starts ricocheting through my heart again, blasting holes, making me bleed red agony. Books, I tell myself hazily. If he didn't care about me anymore, he wouldn't have sent me all those books. But he stopped. 5 months ago. Have I lost him? Have I truly lost everything now? Say you're right, I rasp, forcing myself to confront my worst fears. Say he is alive. Why would he come back for me? And why now, after 14 years? You should have let me go, Frankie. You'll hate me when I tell you what I've done. And that look, as it passes across your face, will be a permanent shadow across my son.
This is true.
He drops his hand from between my legs with a look of contempt. I can tell there's not a flicker of life in his cock either. We're dead to each other. Yet here we are, trapped in this twisted, loveless, hate-filled net of a forced marriage.
There is nothing left of you that could satisfy a man, Ada. You are like an old whore, scarred, lame, and used up. I doubt you could even bear his child.
He tried to have me sterilized against my will.
You don't even see the boy that you do have.
Alex. And whose fault is that? Kirill releases me and wipes his hand down the front of his black jacket, like he's been caught touching something unclean. Scarred, lame, used up. His vicious words are seeping in through my cracks and filtering down into my ruins.
Alex is in the car outside, Ada, but he will never see you. I have told him everything he needs to know about you. The boy is a man now, and he has his own thoughts. You disgust him. As far as he is concerned, his pig of a mother died in childbirth.
You bastard! I whisper again, fighting the urge to run to the fire exit, fly down the stairs, rip open the car door and tell my son the truth. But there was an agreement brokered within days of his birth. I did what I could to save him. Still, to be this close. Just go, Kirill. I slump, defeated against the mirrored wall.
Duh.
He sneers, waving me away.
It was a waste of time coming here. Lastra got out of jail 3 days ago. If his love for you was so great, he would have contacted you already.
Frankie's been in jail.
Goodbye, wife.
He clears his throat, aiming a parting shot of contempt at my feet, mottling the toes of my black leather dance shoes with his spit.
O'Sullivan has ordered you to join us at Ashton Racecourse on Thursday afternoon. One of his horses is running, and there are various business reasons that require your attendance. I suggest you obey, unless you want us to burn this studio down to the ground.
Kirill.
Here.
Reaching into his pocket, he pulls out a cheap red lighter and tosses it onto the floor between us.
Next time there will be a flame, eh?
Fine, I whisper. I'll be there. I'm dreading every minute of it already. When the door slams shut, my aching legs give way, and I end up a crumpled, unwanted heap on the floor. Time breeds false hope, but it always ends with doubt. Hugging my swollen knees to my chest, I think about butterflies crushing their once beautiful wings against that glass. I picture all the other women he's been with, faceless beauties with no surgical scars, who can offer him the lightness he deserves, when all I have is weight. I tumble head first into a pool of self-pity, until I feel a gentle tap on my shoulder.
Miss Rivers? Are you okay?
One of my 11-year-olds from the next class is staring down at me, aghast, like I'm a puppy she's kicked by accident. Oh my God, is that the time? Reaching for the ballet bar, I pull myself up and brush away my cracked composure. I thought I'd lost an earring, Candice. I'm so silly. Are the rest of the girls ready?
I'm early, Miss Rivers. No one else is here yet. Oh, by the way, this just came for you.
She holds out a slim brown package to me. What is it? I say, taking it from her.
I don't know. There was a man on the pavement downstairs. He gave it to my mum, said you dropped it a while back and that it was time to return it. We figured it must be something for the studio. I'll go and get my dance shoes on, shall I?
Yes, do, I murmur, running my fingers across the paper shell. There's no name on the front, and the back is just as empty. And don't forget your water bottle.
I won't, Miss Rivers.
Slipping my thumb under the tape, I open the package. The first thing I see is a faded red blemish, then the creased spine, and then the 5 words of a book title I thought had finally abandoned me. Oh my God. I know what the stain is. It's the blood of my old bodyguard, Seamus, who Frankie killed to set me free. It's the book I meant to return to the librarian that day, but I'd been in such a hurry to meet with him that I'd rushed straight past her desk. This book was our excuse to escape back then, so maybe... Candice! I cry out, limping quickly towards the changing room. Her pretty round face appears in the doorway.
Yes, Miss Rivers?
I wave the book at her. The man who gave this to you, what did he look like? Her eyes widen at the urgency in my voice.
He was really tall.
Dark hair? She nods, scrunching up her nose to remember, and then blushing slightly. My mum went all weird when she was talking to him, like she does when she's talking to my form tutor, Mr. Richard, sometimes. You mean he was handsome? She nods again, her blush deepening. Like movie star handsome, Miss Rivers, she confides with a whisper. He was wearing a really nice suit as well, and he smelled of expensive cologne like my dad's, and there were tattoos all over his hands. Frankie was here. I stumble backwards in shock. Fuck you, Kirill, for cultivating those seeds of doubt, and shame on me for believing them. Thank you, Candace, I say quickly, cutting her off. Turning on my heel, I limp towards the studio's window and stare down at a pleasant suburban high street that's lined with bored, rich housewives and bright green plane trees. There are cars parked up on either side of the pavement, but I find what I'm looking for straight away. The black SUV has tinted windows, but I can still picture the unseen fingers drumming impatiently against the steering wheel. Suddenly, I'm a little girl of 10 again, gazing down at a world that exists without me, sensing his salvation, though I can't see his face. I know he's watching me too, because I'm feeling sunshine on my skin for the first time in forever. My cheeks are wet, but I don't know when I started crying. I can hear the girls filing into the studio behind me, but I can't seem to tear my gaze away. I press the palm of my hand to the glass, and down there I know he's doing the same as me. Still, the words unspoken in my head aren't pleading for him to open that car door and climb the stairs to my dance studio like he's scaling the walls of my prison cell. They're silently begging for his forgiveness.
Chapter 16. Frankie. The moment she turns away from the window, my palm clenches into a fist, and I'm grinding my knuckles into the glass. She knew I was there. She looked straight at me, and it was like a glimpse of dawn after the longest night. God, she's so fucking beautiful.
She's mine to love, to heal, to fuck. So why am I still sitting in a car 100 meters away from her?
Patience is a virtue, but I was born a sinner. I've waited too long, felt the bite marks of our separation for too long. I'm reaching for the door handle when a message comes through to my phone. It's lying on the passenger seat next to me. Out of habit, I glance sideways at it. Don't. With a curse, I go to toss it over my shoulder when the goddamn thing starts ringing in my hand. Viper. Fuck off, I snarl, knowing what he's about to say and not wanting to hear it. What's your tone, Mafia boy? You're about to get your head kicked in before the race has even started. Don't make me your voice of reason. Swinging the phone to the other side of my head, I open the door 6 inches. I'm hanging up. You just missed Semenov. Shit. I yanked the door shut again. How do you know? Black magic. Silas told me he hasn't seen Ada in months. What the hell is he doing back here? Just because I couldn't step foot in London doesn't mean I didn't have eyes on her.
Silas Hunter is an old contact of my father's in the Metropolitan Police.
He's long since retired, and now he works surveillance exclusively for me. Taking up dance lessons. What do you think?
He's checking you haven't been in touch after you adiosed Zachariah.
Well, he's not here now, and her bodyguards are out front. Yeah, but what about the 5 extra Patsans who showed up as soon as Semenov left? I scan the quiet high street as I reach inside my jacket for my gun. Where? They went to grab some food while you were off sending brown package smoke signals to my sister. They're in the Italian cafe opposite. Ironic, huh? He barks out a rough laugh. It's the one with the blue awning and the blondes sitting outside it pretending to drink coffee
when she just dumped half a bottle of vodka in it. Fucking suburbia. Another quick scan confirms most of what he just told me. The vodka thing I'll just have to take on trust. How do you know all this? Are you following me? You accusing? Bambi hacked into the traffic and shop security feeds. Figured you'd be here when you didn't show up for our meeting. It went well, by the way, though I had to shoot a couple of them in the head when they refused to sell us their casino. Messy business. Wave to the camera above Tesco Express to your left. Jesus Christ, I mutter. It's not so much Big Brother as his irritating little sister. Are the dead men O'Sullivans? Nah, I'm not that stupid. It's not like I drove 20 miles to taunt him or anything. Jibe taken. I'll tell you all about it when you get back. I kept one alive just for you. Afternoon delights aren't what they used to be. You might be pleasantly satisfied. His tone trails off into something flatter and more serious. Don't go defaulting on Santiago's terms of agreement before the deal's agreed, Lastra. No waves, remember? That's what you told me. Not even a Mafia skid mark within 5 miles of trouble. Spook O'Sullivan, and it's not just you in the firing line anymore. I clench my hand into a fist again, knowing he means Bambi. This is precisely why I didn't want the pink-haired mini-punk coming with us. It's another 14 days, not 14 years, he reasons. Think about that the next time you get a hard-on for the past. I want to blow the backs of their heads off as much as the next man, but the Irish cunt is already bracing for something. Why else would he send his pet paedophile off to Surrey to check on Ada? He knows you're out of jail, and he also knows you're not back in Monaco with Ada Knight. We need time to throw him off track. Now, start the engine and get your vengeful self back to London so I can give you a tour of our new casino. Fighting every instinct, I go to pull away from the curb, but the minute my foot touches the pedal there's a deep ache in my chest and I'm slamming on the brakes. Fuck. 2 extra weeks is more a paper cut than a stab wound. So why is it hurting this much? Maybe that's the reason I turned left at the end of the high street instead of right, following the road up into the hills to an exclusive gated estate, while ignoring Viper's next 5 call. The guy on security is a rookie. I don't even need to show him my gun. 10 minutes later, I'm parking 100 meters down from the entrance to an ugly red brick mansion. There's a rock star's house opposite and a private golf course beyond. But it's like the super yachts in Monaco ran aground and left all the sunshine behind. I note the silver curls of barbed wire on top of the walls, the closed gates, the surprisingly small windows that look like the arrow slits of a castle. It's his taste, not hers. There's no warmth, just cold anonymity behind a facade of wealth and ill-gotten status. Ada deserves a real home filled with love, not misery and shattered dreams. I think back to my own childhood home, and there's an idyllic snapshot waiting for me. My mother is baking focaccia in the kitchen, flooding my senses with the smell of warm yeast and rosemary, while my father and Matteo are conducting business in his study. My little sister, Vittoria, is twirling around the tiles at the bottom of the stairs again, and I'm watching her from the doorway of the living room, reluctant to join in because that's not what cool 12-year-olds do. I wish I had. I wish I'd told her she was beautiful and wise and funny, and then made stupid shapes on the tiles with her because some moments are too fucking special to waste. I'd tell her to run and hide when the doorbell rang that night. I'd tell her I was sorry I couldn't save her. My thoughts stray to Ada again. I'm picturing her reaction when she saw what I'd given her earlier. Did it resonate right away, or did she trace a finger across the bloodstain with a small frown as she pulled the memory from the back of her mind? She kept her promise. She stayed alive. Somehow she found the strength to climb out of that basement and learn to walk again. She fought back and found a refuge in the second thing they tried so hard to take away. She has a dance studio when she can barely walk without limping after what they did to her. God, I'm so fucking proud of her for that. She has a son. One she hasn't seen since he was a few days old,
And that tragedy is just another in a long line of goddamn tragedies in her life that I'm planning to remedy. Ada was born to be a mother, to bear my children. When she's back in my arms and my bed, I'm planning to fill her body with as much of me as I'm planning to fill her mouth and her heart. I'll make sure her firstborn returns to her too. I don't give a damn if Alex is half Semenov's. He's half Ada's, and I want every single part of her back in my life. I take a long moment to drink in her cage again before I head back into London. Does she touch herself in the dark here? Does she think about me when she slides her fingers across my universe? Does she angle her hand to try and reach the places only I can corrupt? And do her fingers slip and slide because she's still so fucking wet for me? Does she still remember like I remember? Chapter 17. Frankie. 2 hours later, I'm walking into an empty casino off Park Lane. Rage Against the Machines, Killing in the Name, is filtering out from behind the closed doors to the main gaming floor, corrupting the elegant lobby with its brutal rock riffs. A quick glance at the front desk tells me that the place is already under new management. One of Viper's guys has his boots up on the marble flat top and is cleaning his teeth with his knife. Is he in here? I jerk my head towards the music. Si, amigazzo. He drops the blade and grins at me. When the song starts playing, the killing's just beginning.
Lock the front doors, I order, jabbing my thumb over my shoulder.
And get the gambling commission on the phone. Tell them that the operating licenses for this place need to be updated. There's been a change of ownership. And a change of name. What to? He asks, curiously. The Red Encore, I say, striding towards the gaming room. And this time we'll be the ones coming out on top. Anything you say, amigazzo? Steeling myself for chaos, I ram my fists into black wood and the doors cave inward. The noise that greets me is like a rocket blast to the face. Jesus, Viper. I'm not opposed to heavy rock music, but not when it's raping my senses. Kicking the door shut again, I stand at the top of a short glass staircase and survey his version of London fun. What was once a lavish beige and gold room is now a scene of crimson carnage. Even the slot machines in the corner are dripping red. The pièce de résistance are the 6 dead bodies piled up on the blackjack table in the center of the room, their eyes glassy and open, with several pints of blood soaking the plush taupe carpet below. Viper's over by the bar, shirtless as usual. His snake tattoo is splashed with an extra color today to complement the green and black. He's standing next to a guy pinned backwards over the counter by his men, and something tells me he's not asking for his drinks order. Most of the bottles on the shelves have been smashed to shit. Having fun? I call out, striding through the bloody wasteland to join them. He turns as I approach, a wicked grin twisting his mouth, eyes glittering like diamonds. Couldn't wait for you, Lastra. What took you so long? Jacking off outside her house like a creep again? Raising an eyebrow at him, I slip behind the counter to search for a surviving bottle and hit the jackpot 3 down on the top shelf. I don't bother with a glass. I just tip the single malt back, relishing the explosion at the back of my throat. Placing the bottle down on the counter, I tilt my head sideways to take a better look at the guy Viper's torturing. His face is a state of gore and blood. I doubt even his own mother would recognize him. Who is he? I'll get to that in a moment. Where's Bambi? I gesture to the eye dock next to the icebox. After a nod from Viper, one of his men leans over and turns the volume down.
He considers me for a moment, his hunting knife still poised above the guy's carotid artery, as I locate a cigarette, light it up, and take that first brutal hit of nicotine.
Why'd you ask? Maybe I don't want her getting nightmares. There's an age limit to this place for a reason. He jerks his head to the roulette table in the far corner where a familiar pink head is dipped low over a laptop, a white AirPod jammed in each ear. How's that for bad parenting? There's far worse stuff on the internet than this. The guy bent over the bar counter starts moaning. "Shut the fuck up," we snarl in unison. Holding the smoke captive between my teeth, I slide my jacket off and chuck it over a nearby stool before picking up the single malt again. For the next few seconds, I alternate my bad habits until the buzz in my head is numbing the ache in my chest. "We need a new front of house. A large Spaniard with a knife isn't going to entice the clientele." Viper shrugs. "Depends on what their flavor is. Hot women only. They're a good distraction for when the cops and the grown-ups come to visit." "How very 1960s misogynistic husband of you." I shoot him a look. "Okay, fine." With a sigh, he removes the knife from the guy's throat and twirls it around his fingers. Surprisingly adroit, considering he's missing 2 digits. Acting like his own suggestion is a huge inconvenience to him. "Don't sweat it, Lastra. I'll take one for the team." "You're not taking anyone. You're not screwing the staff." I ripped the cigarette from my mouth and pointed at him to show him how serious I am. "It's not good for business." He stares at me again, and I can tell he's decoding my bad mood. "How did she look?" "Trapped." "Figures. What the fuck happened here anyway?" I circle back around the counter to join him, shutting down any talk about Ada. "This was meant to be a casual inquiry into buying a business. It looks like a stag party went to hell and back." He shrugs. "They wouldn't sell us their casino for a reasonable price, so I gave them a choice. Not my fault they chose badly. Not my fault you weren't here to mediate." "What else?" I say grimly, knowing he's holding out on me. He starts twirling his knife around his hand again, clicking his tongue in agitation. "They looked at Bambi the wrong way, made a few comments that didn't sit right, then tried to touch her up when my back was turned." My shoulders stiffen. "Plus, I recognized them, even if they didn't recognize me."
"They all used to work for Guido Rossi."
I slam the bottle back down on the counter so hard even Bambi glances up. "What the fuck did I tell you about not making waves? Is that hypocrite I see tattooed across your face, Lastra?" he says coolly.
"Guido has himself shoved so far up O'Sullivan's arse he hasn't seen daylight in 20 years.
This slaughter is the equivalent of us sticking a bat signal in the sky to the red compass."
Well, Guido mustn't like the smell of shit anymore because he wants out."
He waves his knife at the stack of dead bodies on the blackjack table.
"Today, I learned from a couple of these very helpful corpses that he's been distancing himself from O'Sullivan since Zachariah got himself arrested 5 months ago. Now that his old capo de capi is dead, he's escalating his exit strategy. Guido knows we're coming for him, and he doesn't like to be on the losing team. Zachariah's son is scheduled to arrive in London any day now to take control of his territories."
"My family's territories." "Which son?" I demand. "Mario, his second-born."
"A short-tempered, trigger-happy son of a bitch who's pissed the Zachariah family won't be getting another capo de capi anytime soon."
"That honor's passed to the Bambrilla family. O'Sullivan's not thrilled about it either. Apparently the old bastard doesn't like change." "Then he better start getting used to it." The guy bent over the counter starts moaning again. "There's a meeting." It slides out of his mouth in a gurgle of red spit bubbles. "What meeting?" Viper moves quickly to press his blade to his throat again.
"Thursday,"
he rasps out.
"Ashton Racecourse. O'Sullivan wants representatives from every organization in London to attend. Mario Zachariah too."
Viper glances at me. "Sounds like a gathering of the clans. What's he planning?"
"Don't know. I swear it."
"Who's this fucker again?" I say to Viper, raking my eyes over the mess of a man. I'm guessing he's late 40s, early 50s. Shirt and tie were clean on today, judging from the creases. Expensive Italian leather loafers. The guy has the cash, but he doesn't have much of a face left. One of the casino owner's security guys, or so he says. Is he my good surprise? Like I said, I'll get to that in a minute. Don't hold out on me now, sweetheart. His voice drops to a dangerously low caress as he turns back to his victim. You were just starting to make my dick hard.
Please, don't kill me.
The guy's sobbing now, his tears leaving clean trails through all the red.
I don't know why he called the meeting. No one does.
What's with the horses? Viper's blade presses in deeper. Crimson beads start to form as the guy swallows nervously. Has O'Sullivan got himself a new hobby? He nods with difficulty, wincing as the movement makes the blade bite into his skin even more.
One of his new fillies is running in the novice stakes at 3 p.m.
Why are you singing like a goddamn canary all of a sudden?
Mercy,
he says weakly, and I can barely contain my snort of laughter. That word is like a bad smell in this room, and no one's claiming responsibility.
Listen, I can help you.
Viper's demeanor changes. Reeling backwards, he pulls the guy off the counter with a snarl and forces him to his knees. Like you showed us 14 years ago, Ronan, he hisses. When you held me down while O'Sullivan took my fingers, and then helped kick the shit out of Frankie here. I knew who you were the minute you stepped into the room. I stare down at the guy's face again, and then I know. Ronan Kelly.
The man who conspired with Guido Rossi and let me into O'Sullivan's house that night.
One of the many who betrayed me. One of the many who betrayed her. Mine. Another look passes between us. After a long beat, he lets go of Ronan's sweat and blood-soaked hair and offers me the handle of his knife. Flicking away my cigarette, I roll up my sleeves, my pulse rate slowing to that steady, savage beat I know so well. This is my kill rhythm. When the world ceases to exist, and every hurt and wrongdoing in my past wraps her fingers over the eyes of my humanity. When I slide so close to the gates of hell, I can feel the heat on my skin. Checking that Bambi's still surfing the internet, I nod at the guy standing next to the eye dock, and Rage Against the Machine gets ramped up to max again. With the music pounding through my veins, I take the outstretched knife and smile nastily at Viper. Time to show you how we Mafia men like to do things, Snake Eyes. He returns my smile, reveling in the challenge. Do your worst. 10 quid says I do it better. Make him suffer. To his credit, Ronan doesn't try and run. Not that he'd get very far. He played his last card, and it was a dud. Game over. Time to pay up.
For what it's worth, Lastra, I'm sorry.
He starts crying again, but all I see are Ada's tears after Semenov swung his baseball bat at her legs.
Were you there when Guido and O'Sullivan betrayed my family too?
I murmur, testing the sharpness of the knife against my thumb pad and relishing the bite when it makes a clean cut.
Yes.
My sister?
Please.
I nod coolly, accepting the guilt behind his petition, and then I go to work. After 10 minutes, I'm chucking a couple of severed digits down on the counter in front of Viper. He moved behind the bar when I started carving out Ronan's second eye, and now he's swigging from the single malt. I can tell he's impressed. His men are too. No one said a word the whole time I was playing surgeon on a screaming, conscious patient. What the hell am I meant to do with them? He says, flicking them back at me, one at a time before holding out a crisp, folded 10-pound note. Make yourself a fucking necklace. I take it and reach for my suit jacket. Shrugging it over my shoulders, I fix the front button to hide the worst of the bloodstains on my white shirt. And here I was thinking the Riviera was all sun, sea, and making dirty money. He chucks me a bar cloth to wipe my bloody hands on. Turns out a lot more goes on behind those gold doors than I realized. You should see what I have planned for Semenov and O'Sullivan. Pass me a couple of Cokes from the fridge under the bar, would you? To sweeten the kill? He flips the lids off with his teeth and places the bottles on the counter. Something like that. I down the first, wiping my mouth with the back of my hand. From now on, this casino is called the Red Encore. We clean it up, add a couple of fancy new signs, and reopen for business in 5 days. That gives us enough time before Santiago arrives to get this place operational again. Sweeping Ronan's severed fingers onto the carpet, Viper leans forward and rests his elbows on the bar. What about the gambling commission? They're going to want to come down here and check us out. Leave them to me. I'm used to making corporates dance. I handled all the casinos in Monaco for Aiden, so I know who to bribe and who to ignore. Speaking of which, Silas Hunter has photos of the Deputy Assistant Commissioner at the Met snorting coke off a naked woman who wasn't his wife. I'll turn the screws and keep the heat off this place. Same with those married politicians at the same party who should have known better. I shoot him a rare smile. Turns out it was one hell of a night for us all. And this horse race on Thursday. We'll put on a couple of new suits and check it out discreetly. I catch him rolling his eyes, and yes, that includes wearing a shirt. What if O'Sullivan finds out about this? He jerks his head behind him.
My guess is he'll be too distracted by Mario's arrival and whatever the hell this meeting is about for the next 2 days to worry about Guido Rossi's old crew.
Every official name attached to this place is fake. I called a couple of my old man's East End contacts. O'Sullivan's been squeezing them dry for years, playing lord and master with his protection fees, then flooding the market with bad blow.
Any hint of dissent, and their legitimate businesses get torched.
Good. This is what Santiago wants, a city on the brink of revolution, but not breaking. You good to clean up? I need to sort something out before we leave. He nods, checking his phone. Crew's already on the way. Collecting the remaining coke, I cross the gaming floor to where Bambi's sitting. Sliding into the dealer's chair opposite her, I hold up the bottle. Truce. Her gaze slowly lifts from the laptop screen, her witchy green eyes zeroing in on the coke first and then to my face. Damn, those razors have some strong genes. Slowly she removes one AirPod and then the other, but she doesn't take the drink.
I don't like Coca-Cola.
It's a peace offering.
Didn't think we were at war.
First rule of any conflict is to psych your enemy out.
Nope, it's to steal their car keys.
Touché. Taking the hint, I place the bottle down next to her laptop. This kid's going to make me work for it. My bad first impression isn't about to be erased on the strength of a free soda. You like computers?
Yep.
Why? She aims those mean greenies at me again.
When they start talking at you, it's really easy to press mute.
Fair enough. I can feel the corners of my mouth twitching. How long have you lived with Danny?
Don't know it, Danny.
She sniffs, her gaze dropping to her laptop screen again. Dismissed. Fuck you. Viper, then, I correct, gritting my teeth.
Long enough to know I don't want to go to some shitty children's home anytime soon.
Language, I murmur.
Lack of morality,
she quips back, looking pointedly at the bloodstains on my hands.
Are you done killing that man?
For now. Does it bother you?
Nope.
She pops the pea like it's another piece of bubblegum.
He deserved it.
Her dyed pink hair is almost fluorescent in this light, making her look older. She can't hide the sweet freckles on the bridge of her nose, though, or the fresh-faced, no-makeup thing she has going on. I hope that never changes, but I doubt it. Her innocence is a suit of armor that's slowly being eroded by this fucked-up world of ours. I don't care what Viper says. We need to get her out of London before all hell breaks loose.
What did they do to you?
Bad things, I say, looking away.
To you, Viper, and the dance school lady?
I go to ask her how she knows who Ada is, then remember she was the one who hacked the video feeds in suburbia. And to your stepdad's family, and to mine.
He's not my stepdad.
Okay then, your guardian, I say, craving another cigarette. This kid is giving me a toothache. She suddenly grins at me, a pure, unfiltered reaction that's dangerously infectious.
You know the word guardian makes him sound like an angel, right?
Glancing over her shoulder, I see Viper instructing his men to dump the bodies on the way back to my townhouse in Bethnal Green. Angel of Death, maybe. Perhaps it's best if we leave the angel's stuff to you. Pulling out my cigarettes from my inside pocket, I toss them onto the gaming table between us. Viper and I will be heading somewhere else for our extended epilogue.
You mean Africa?
Her squeak of excitement makes me pause.
I hear that's where loads of criminals go when they're hiding out from the law.
No, sweetheart, not Africa. It's someplace even hotter than that. You like Africa? I ask, spying a middle ground on the horizon and running for it. Why? I have no idea. There are a million other things I need to be doing right now to wipe the letters and numerals off the red compass. Instead, I'm sitting here talking to Bambi because her company is mildly entertaining, and it's a welcome reprieve from all the sinning.
Never been,
she says with a frown. You like animals?
Did you know a giraffe has a blue tongue?
That'll complement your hair. Who dyes it?
I do.
What do you want to be when you grow up?
Animal conservationist.
Sounds smart. You should be in school, I add dismissively. Her smile drops like a stone.
And you should be in jail.
She swings her laptop screen around to show me what she's looking at. It's a piece about Interpol corruption with yours truly splashed across the front page.
Can you spell the word propaganda?
I drawl. If not, I will refer you to the comment I made less than 20 seconds ago. She narrows her eyes at me as if squinting at a target.
Did you know a baby elephant sucks its trunk for comfort?
Cute. Why'd you like Taylor Swift so much? She's wearing another of her t-shirts today. It's so happy and smiley it's hurting my eyes.
She doesn't take crap from men. At least, she says she doesn't. But men have a way of piling all their crap onto you so it squashes you anyway.
What do you know about men?
Nothing,
she says, blushing slightly. Do you think crap is a curse or a weak profanity? Rolling her eyes, she swipes the laptop screen back as I slot a red Camel between my teeth, trying not to laugh.
You shouldn't smoke,
I hear her mutter.
It's bad for your health.
So is being a gangster.
You're not a gangster, you're a villain.
That sunshine smile threatens to burst through her frown again.
Same as Viper.
There's a difference?
Villains have way more inner conflict than gangsters. You see it all the time in the movies. Gangsters are just dumb fucks with guns.
I'm too busy laughing at this to pull her up on her language. You mean the tragic backstory makes us more human? I say, patting down my pockets for my Zippo. Nothing humane about what I just did to Ronan Kelly. The smell of puke and torture in the room is almost as strong as her sickly sweet pop star perfume.
That's just a cop-out. Villains are way more complex than that.
Her slim hand comes out of nowhere and swipes the cigarette from my mouth.
Here.
She reaches into her pocket and chucks a box of matches at me, along with the lighter I was just searching for. What the hell? Are you stealing my stuff again?
You put it down on the table next to your cigarettes when you came over.
So you're a pyromaniac as well as a klepto?
I only collect things that can hurt people, and from people I like, she says with a shrug. It's a form of protection.
My car keys in Spain weren't hurting anyone. She scrunches her face up into a ball of withering disbelief.
I watched the way you drove into that parking lot in Spain, Frankie. 5 months in jail seriously messed with your driving abilities.
Can I have my smoke back now? Where the hell did Viper dig this kid up from again?
Nope.
That P is even more pronounced.
Chew on one of those instead.
She points to the box on the table. You want me to chew on a matchstick like a real gangster? I say, lifting my eyebrows at her. Her smile widens.
If you and Viper are that serious about burning down this city for revenge, it'll help to keep one handy.
Chapter 18. Ada. There's a secret music in words. Sometimes the beat is so violent it's like a heart on amphetamines, and you can actually feel it leaving marks on your soul. A black-eyed boy filled my world with noise. but 2 words will always be the loudest. No regrets. I can hear them now as I'm sitting all alone in my empty kitchen, with the sound of my bodyguard's footsteps on the gravel path outside drifting in through the open window. No regrets. They're scrawled across the inside of the book that's lying open in my lap, the one he gave to me less than 4 hours ago. This is the first time he's ever written to me. How fitting that it should be the last thing we ever said to one another. What are you trying to tell me, Frankie? I run my finger over the inscription for the millionth time, trying to decode every note and cadence until I'm interrupted by a sharp rap on the door. Before I have a chance to answer it, Adric, my head of security, comes barging in. He does it on purpose, I swear. It's all part of his master plan to make me feel like even more of a prisoner in this house. Dobry den. His gaze drops to the book in my hands, and his upper lip curls in disdain. That stupid book again. Good afternoon to you too, Adric, I say, clutching the precious pages to my chest. What do you want? He stops and glares at me, with that same sour look on his face he always wears. He's bored to death with babysitting the unwanted wife of his pachan. He shows his displeasure by talking to me in staccato sentences, as if I don't deserve his adverbs. We've added more men to your security detail. Husband's orders. 5 new patsan. My stomach lurches, but I keep my expression neutral. This is because of Frankie, I can tell. Something big has happened. That's why he's back in London. There's been a seismic shift in the ground beneath our feet, but I don't have a name for it yet. Any reason why? I inquire innocently. Business. Ask your husband. With this, he stalks back out, leaving my head a riot of noise again. I'm terrified, optimistic, despairing. There's a small flame of hope flickering low on the horizon, but it's surrounded by tall shadows that could swallow it up at any moment. For the rest of the week, I hear those 2 words in everything, pounding harder and faster, like the countdown to an explosion. Today, they're in the rhythm of the horses' hooves as they tear up the grass beneath O'Sullivan's private box at Ashton Racecourse. I've managed to escape to the balcony to drink my 3rd glass of champagne in relative, shadowed constantly by Adric, peace. There's a coil of anxiety in my stomach that won't go away. I keep seeing Frankie in the crowd. Any man with dark hair sends my pulse skyrocketing. I can feel him coming, but from which direction? Placed any bets yet? Rasheen appears next to me, clutching her own champagne flute. I haven't seen her in years, and I'm shocked at how much weight she's lost. She's attempting to hide it behind her elegant navy blue silk Dior midi dress and spiky 5-inch heels. But she reminds me of a perfectly wrapped present in a department window at Christmas time, where the inside doesn't match the shiny veneer. Inside is where she wears her scars. She's trapped in her own cage, forced to share her bed every night with a capricious monster called Cian O'Sullivan, who beats her for being too submissive and then beats her for daring to fight back. Her makeup is flawless, but the thick foundation and siren red lipstick can't disguise the purple bruises by the side of her mouth. Is there anyone in London he hasn't bullied? It feels strange to be talked at, instead of talked down to for once. I'm not allowed girlfriends, and neither is she. And if we'd met before this nightmare started, I doubt we'd have been more than an annual Christmas card exchange. But that was before Frankie. Before I understood the game of survival she was playing, when I mistook her cruelty for fear. She showed me her true colours in the grey days after Alex was born. She risked everything to help me. She did things I never expected her to do, and that kind of sacrifice forms a bond between women that no man can tear apart. I wouldn't even know how to place a bet, I admit, fanning my face with the racing brochure. My black dress is too hot for today. My coral pink shawl is too thick. Summer crept up on me when I wasn't paying attention. I've never been to the races before. Lucky you. She gazes out at the track. It's O'Sullivan's newest obsession. He never misses a meet when one of his horses is running. She moves in closer and makes a subtle show of resting the back of her hand on the cream railing. I glance down at it and freeze. She's written, "Help me," across her wrist in red lipstick. My gaze finds her face again. Her eyes are glistening with unshed tears. I've never seen her cry before. It's like the walls of Jericho are crumbling. Maybe you could show me? I touch her skin briefly, trying to convey 1,000 comforts with just my fingertips. Meanwhile, Adric is still hovering in the background like a bad-tempered wasp. She nods, understanding right away. There's an on-course bookmaker exclusive for the VIPs in the box next door. Great, let's go. Let's try, because God knows I owe you, Rasheen. Adric has other ideas. Stop. No movement from this box and balcony. Bahan's orders. I'm placing a bet, I tell him firmly, his eyebrows lifting at my rare spark of defiance. Will be 2 minutes, and we wouldn't expect to be unchaperoned for any of it. He opens his mouth to crush our plan again, but we're already pushing past him. There's an oppressive atmosphere waiting for us inside the private box. The air is thick with cigar smoke and self-importance. O'Sullivan's holding court at the head of a table, still laden with the remnants of the 6-course meal we've been forced to endure. Just being in the same room as that monster again is making my stomach churn. I don't live in his house anymore, but his grip on my life has never loosened. His cruelty has never abated. I hear his voice behind every decision Kirill makes for me, and his eyes still follow me around the room with the same hunger I used to fear from my husband. His hair is more grey than red these days, and his expanding waistline is more than middle-aged spread. He uses it to his advantage, projecting some merciless 21st century distortion of Henry VIII to hurt and terrorize London with. I still don't know why I've been summoned. He hasn't said one word to me. But I keep my eyes down, remembering all the old rules. Rasheen and I are the only 2 women in the private box, and it's making me nervous. These social events tend to be littered with high-class whores, drunk on the company and free champagne. But there's not so much as an inappropriate giggle in here today. It means some serious business is about to go down. No distractions. Are those the kinds of women Frankie likes to fuck? Did he see me after all this time and change his mind? I stumble in my heels, unbalanced by this fresh wave of self-doubt, hating it, hating myself for thinking it, angry at those 2 words that seem to mock me more and more as Rasheen glances at me with a silent plea in her eyes. Move, Ada, move. Gritting my teeth, I ignore Adric's mutter of disapproval as we slip past the long table. There are 20 men sitting with O'Sullivan, many of whom are devoted Red Compass disciples, the criminal masterminds of the London underground scene, including that animal Guido Rossi, who betrayed me and Frankie the most. He's sitting next to Kirill's Lithuanian coke supplier and a couple of dark-haired anti-gentlemen I'm not familiar with. Their sun-kissed olive skin, all too reminiscent of the man I loved and lost. I've already scanned the box 100 times for a glimpse of my son, but Kirill's keeping Alex away from me. My husband never passes up the chance to be needlessly cruel if the opportunity presents itself. Half of my heart aches for Alex constantly. To lose a child is like a knife in your back that you can never hope to reach. We've nearly reached the door when angry voices erupt from the table.
Who the fuck do you think you're talking to?
A split second later, there's a crash of cutlery as O'Sullivan brings his fists down hard onto the white tablecloth. Rebukes and excuses start flying around in a variety of different languages as waiters hover nervously in the background with trays of drinks. Somehow, I manage to hold myself back from breaking into a run. Now isn't the time to draw attention to ourselves. 3 meters from the door. Rasheen seems to sense the urgency too and quickens her pace. 2 meters. My limp is more pronounced. My sore knees are like lead. I can feel them throbbing as they take offence to the heat and my choice of footwear. 1 meter. I can almost smell the fresh air as I'm reaching for the handle.
Where the hell do you think you're going?
O'Sullivan's voice is like a lasso of barbed wire. Rasheen turns sharply, her panicked eyes meeting mine, before she's rearranging her face and her fear at warp speed. To place a bet on your horse, darling. She's racing in 15 minutes. Every gaze in the room turns as Kirill halves the distance between us in 2 giant strides. Snarling something harsh and unpleasant to Adric, he drags me back to the table by my wrist.
Shit,
he says, throwing me into an empty chair.
Get my fucking wife out of here,
I hear O'Sullivan say. Seconds later, Rasheen is being pushed into the hallway, and the door is being slammed shut on her terrified expression. At least one of us made it. But it's a hollow victory. He'll make her pay for trying to sneak out after he's done with me. O'Sullivan considers me dispassionately for a moment, gaze roving, tilting his head to one side as if I'm a piece of rotting meat and he's choosing which part has the least maggots. His eyes tell a different story, though, and the way they linger on my breasts has me shivering with hate.
You demanded to know what our bait was, Mario,
he says, slowly rising to his feet.
Let me introduce you to her personally.
Bait? I go very still as he makes his way towards me, collecting a whiskey from one of the waiter's trays as he passes, before telling him and the rest of the waiting staff to
get the hell out.
They don't need to be told twice. Guido stands to leave too, fastening the front button of his suit jacket as he moves towards the door, leaving me to the wolves of fate without any qualms, just as he did to me and Frankie all those years ago.
Am I boring you?
O'Sullivan drawls.
Just placing my bets, Kian.
He replies smoothly, drifting out to the hallway.
The same way you are placing yours in here.
His gaze glides over me like water, drowning me with indifference. And then he's gone, and I'm screwed. No one speaks as O'Sullivan approaches my chair. No one moves, or even coughs. He's so close I can smell that revoltingly familiar mix of sweat and musk. It's all coming back to me now. The stronger the odour, the closer he is to the kill.
Maybe you can cut through the bullshit for us, Ada. Just tell us who your lover's new business partner is,
As he says it, he leans over to balance his cut glass tumbler on top of my head. My heart explodes with terror. I've seen him do this trick before, and every single time it's ended with a mutilated dead body.
Stop shaking, he snaps. If you spill a single drop of this single malt, your husband will be destroying more than just your legs this time.
Please.
Don't beg, Ada. It's so boring when you beg.
Stepping back, O'Sullivan leans against the edge of the table and considers me again.
I imagine you're wondering why I've allowed you to have the dance studio for so long. I'll let you into a secret.
I much prefer a fluttering bird in a cage, beating her broken wings against her bars. It's so much prettier to look at than a listless prey who knows her life is already over. But enough about my wife. Let's get back to your lover. He smiles down at me coldly. I don't have a lover, I whisper, trying not to move my jaw. I can feel the cool, dead weight of the glass pressing down into my skull as he reaches into his jacket and pulls out his gun. Have you seen him? He says idly, inspecting the weapon. No, like I told Kirill earlier this week. I suck in a shaky breath. No sudden movements. No regrets. You were the one who told me he was dead. I believed you. It's been 14 years, O'Sullivan. Interrupts a silky dark voice. I do not see how Semenov's wife has anything to do with this situation. Then listen up, Mario. He sneers, staring straight at me. Lastra will be returning for Ada, one way or another. And when he does, we'll be ready. You see, she and him like to think they're the 21st century version of Romeo and Juliet. And I'm here to ensure that it all ends in fucking tragedy again. What if the rumors are true? The Italian muses. What if Lastra is working with someone else? O'Sullivan's chilly grey eyes narrow to black points as he turns back to address the room. Do you know the difference between standing at the head of the table and where you are, Mario? He taps the barrel of his gun against his chin, giving him time to ponder it. I'm the one with the cock, and it's your job to take what I give you, with your mouth wide open like a good little slut. Same goes for all of you. With this, he stares down every man at the table, daring them to contradict him. You think I don't know who Lastra's working with? Kirill and I had this intel 2 days ago. I've sat back and watched you fret about who it might or might not be all goddamn afternoon. If I were a suspicious fuck, I'd say you were questioning my authority. Who? Mario's voice rings out again, his tone a couple of shades darker. Danny Fraser. O'Sullivan catches my shocked expression and smirks. Ada's half-brother. You see, gentlemen, bait. His satisfaction is like a crown of thorns pressing down on my head as well. 5 days ago, Razor left Spain on a private jet with Lastra. My guess is they're already in London. But they're still boys thinking they're men. They have no weapons, no army. They think they can come to my city and take it with their fucking threats. His voice escalates as he turns to point his gun in my face. I flinch and then freeze when I feel the glass wobbling. Nearly, sweetheart. Time. He barks at one of his security guards. Horses are under starter's orders. 3 miles, Ada. I watch his hand flexing around the grip of his gun, never lowering it once as he walks back to his chair. You better start praying to the racing gods that my new filly runs a flyer. The more places she loses, the more chances I get of firing that glass off your head. We need you alive, but in what state is up to the skills of my horse trainer. As his threat sinks in, the huge flat screen to my left flickers into life. My eyes find Kirill's, but they're just as cold and dead as always. I've outlived my usefulness. He's passed me back to O'Sullivan to torture as he sees fit. There's a flash of brown and silver as the horses erupt from the starting gates. I spot O'Sullivan's immediately. She's the dark bay in the middle of the pack. I saw her in the parade ring. Turning my head a fraction, I watch her move up to 3rd position as the excited roar from the crowd starts filtering into the private box. O'Sullivan's watching it all unfold from his chair. Throwing his feet up on the white tablecloth, he leans back, gun still trained on me. "Are you praying yet, Ada?" "Yes. For your death. May it be painful and drawn out, and delivered by mine and Frankie's hand." As the horses reach the 2nd mile, his filly is still in 3rd. O'Sullivan raises another drink in toast to me, his eyes rarely straying to watch the race unfolding on the flat screen. Many of the other men have moved out to the balcony to soak in the atmosphere, and, I suspect, to get a temporary reprieve from O'Sullivan's vicious mood. Only the Italian, Mario, remains seated, flanked on either side by his associates. Kirill is still lurking in the background, like a nightmare that never seems to go away.
"Did you miss me, Eva?"
he murmurs, flexing his fingers again.
"How long has it been since we last saw?"
2 years, 5 months, 26 days. His ugly face breaks into a smirk.
"You've been counting."
Only in relief. "Why?" I ask.
"Why what?"
The noise from the grandstand is escalating. Those 2 words are deafening. The horses must be entering the final half-mile. "Why did you lie about Frankie?"
"Broken wings,"
he says smugly.
"I told you how much I love to watch you suffer."
"You took everything from me."
"Not quite, but it's only a matter of time. Now that Zachariah is dead, I'm free to kill Lastra in any way I please."
Is this the earthquake I suspected? Was Zachariah the one who forged our chains?
"This is the woman I have heard so much about."
Mario's dismissive snort rings out across the table, slicing through the crowd's excitement.
"My father said that she was a great beauty, but this is not the kind who starts wars, O'Sullivan. This is the bitch who serves me my meals when I summon her."
I'm too numb to feel the sting of his words.
"Ah, this is dull and boring, Ada,"
he surmises.
"Wait until you see Shiny and in Love, Ada. And in the future, please refrain from insulting my daughter, or you won't be walking out of this room alive."
"Your daughter," the Italian splutters, looking disgusted.
"Not by blood, but by right."
"No," I argue softly. "You had no right to take me or to keep me prisoner." "I took her when she was just a child," he says to Mario, ignoring me.
"And I will take her again in all the ways I want to, whenever I fucking feel like it."
My stomach lurches in disgust. Outside, there's another explosion of noise as the horses enter the home straight.
"We need your assurances, O'Sullivan,"
says the man to Mario's right. "We don't want this mess with Lastra interfering with our business with the Brigazzi. The deal is worth billions, with a 20% cut for you and for Semenov. But it comes with conditions. No drawing attention to ourselves until this new opportunity grows roots in your city. The Brigazzi have warned us that the first sign of trouble will see them diverting their supplies to the U.S. The Red Compass needs this deal to maintain a superiority. I don't have to remind you that the first shipment of girls is due into Dover next week." Girls? Is O'Sullivan expanding into human trafficking now?
"You have a 10% stake in this deal too, Rocco. And you too, Mario. So I suggest you make it a priority to keep the Brigazzi as sweet as pie and looking the other way. Concentrate on that, you Italian motherfuckers, and leave Lastra to me."
A huge roar from the crowd signals my final roll of the dice. The race is over, but I'm too afraid to look at the screen.
"Ada, Ada, Ada."
I hear him chanting my name as my vision blurs on a silent prayer. I brace myself for the bullet, but when the shot rings out, it's not O'Sullivan who's firing it.
Chapter 19. Frankie.
The private boxes are located next to the clubhouse. Here, let me show you.
A cloud of pink appears in the rearview mirror as Bambi leans forward from the back seat to shove her iPad in Viper's face. At the same time, one of the marshals tries to usher my SUV into the main car park. Opening the window an inch, I offer him the dirty temptation of a £50 note. "Owners," I murmur, and he nods, slipping us a couple of gold-plated pin badges in return. I give him another 50 for the trouble, and he points us in the direction of a second, more exclusive car park to the left.
What are those?
Bambi asks curiously, as I chuck one at Viper. VIP access to trackside and the parade ring.
Is there one for me?
No, you're staying in the car. Viper tilts his head to get a better view of the grandstand from the window, running his fingers along the inside of his shirt collar, as if the thing is strangling him. Tiago, keep an eye on her, would you? Make sure she doesn't start any fires. The huge man sitting next to her nods. Sure thing, boss. We're coming in slim today, just the 3.5 of us. But there's another vehicle with 6 of Viper's men in a side street nearby. Any reservations I had about Bambi being here were shot down in flames. I'm quickly learning that she and Viper are a 2-for-1 deal.
You and Frankie have all the fun.
With a sigh, she slumps back into her seat. We get all the death and danger too. Parking up under a large oak tree, I lift my gun from its holster to check the clip. Keep your phone on. If we need you to check the security feeds in a hurry, can you do it? She looks at me as if I just insulted her favorite Taylor Swift record.
That's like asking if a zebra can eat grass. Why are we at this racecourse again?
Studying, which is something you should be doing.
Are you planning on killing anyone today?
She huffs, returning the dig. Not unless they fire first, interrupts Viper, giving me a look. He knows that a run-in with the Red Compass could cost us Santiago's good graces. If I come face-to-face with O'Sullivan, there's every chance I'll forget my head in the rush to put a bullet in his. Still, we're living on the edge now and hungry for intel. We know that the Irish and Russians are planning something big, and we need to figure out what it is. Opening my door, I watch as Viper leans into the back seat to gently chuck Bambi's chin. Stay out of trouble.
You know I hate it when you do that.
She brushes his hand away, acting like he's an annoying dad. But I catch their secret fist bump in the side mirror as he climbs out of the passenger seat. Blending in with the other racegoers, we make our way into the course, keeping trackside and anonymous. I look like a city wanker. Viper tugs at the lapels of his black Armani as we circumnavigate the parade ring. Does my cock look big in this? You're the one who calls himself a snake. I scan the rows of private boxes above us, but all I see is tinted glass.
Besides, you lived and breathed these types of threads when you and your father were the New Order answer to the fucking craze.
That was before they took her and broke her. Before... A beautiful Ada-shaped line separating the heaven of her body under me, opening up for me, undoing me, with the 14-year hell of her absence. What happens if Ada's in there with O'Sullivan? He says, reading my mind again. How far are you willing to bend the rules? I push back hard on a feeling, swallowing it down like bad medicine. According to Silas, a car picked Ada up from her brick jailhouse 6 hours ago, and she hasn't returned home since. I'll make it up as I go along. Sounds perfectly reasonable, he says, looking unimpressed. In the meantime, I need a drink to cancel out the taste of corporate arseholery. He takes a step towards the nearest bar when my hand comes crashing down on his arm. Wait. He turns to see what's caught my attention, and then my hand becomes a restraint as he's surging forward, his drink and self-control forgotten. "Get off me!" He twists his arm to shake me loose, his expression rabid. "You know what that bastard did to my father?" "Mine too."
"Wait," I repeat, spitting out the word through gritted teeth as the tall, unmistakable figure of Guido Rossi glides past us,
less than 10 meters away, before disappearing inside an on-course bookies establishment. "Not here. Not out in the open. Get Bambi on the phone. Tell her to send me through the course map." But it's like I'm talking to him through a wall. The rest of me is in another room with my dead father, being hustled out of the door. Next, I'm on a bridge in London, fighting with him for a freedom that was never mine in the first place. Until finally, I'm lying on the basement floor, choking on his treachery, listening to the sound of his footsteps on the wooden staircase as he walks away. But he won't be walking away today. "You did what?" Next to me, Viper is firing threats into his phone before hanging up with a curse. "What is it?" I murmur, my eyes never deviating from the bookies. "Bambi got bored and gave Tiago the slip." "For God's sake. Find her. I'll improvise."
I go to follow Guido, and then it's Viper's turn to stop me.
"Tell me the plan first before you fuck us all to hell." I give him the benefit of my coldest smile. "Santiago told us to leave O'Sullivan and Semenov alone, but he never said anything about the rats." Chapter 20.
Frankie. The second Guido leaves the bookies, I'm his new shadow, tracking him back past the parade ring and into the clubhouse.
Here the crowds are swarming like flies, and the queues at the bar are 10 deep. I hang back behind a group of mouthy drunks, the patient executioner, as he waits to be served. I never knew hate had a flavor. It's flooding my mouth as I watch him acting all nonchalant, making small talk with the people waiting either side of him, like he's a regular rich guy in an expensive blue suit, and not a king deceiver wrapped up in his coat of lies. Once he has a large whiskey in his hand, he moves to the far end of the bar where the crowds are less compact. He sips it slowly, savoring each mouthful, and then he's glancing at the results of the last race on the giant flat screen above him. If I didn't know any better, I'd say the old man was stalling. I study him like he's a new social media trend, and I'm a pink-haired kid with a weird name and a penchant for stealing stuff. He must be in his 60s now. There are grey streaks in his black hair, and a stoop to his massive shoulders from the burden of age pressing down on him. He's still a savage, though. When someone drops a glass, his hand still reaches inside his jacket for his gun. Bad habits die next to never. 10 minutes later, my own gun is a dead weight against my chest, and my fists are aching for contact. Maybe I'll beat a confession out of him first. Maybe some goddamn repentance.
It won't bring my dead family back, or make up for all the lost time without Ada.
But at least it'll end my day on a high.
When his glass is empty, he's on the move again, striding towards a set of double doors at the back of the clubhouse and checking his wristwatch.
There's no security around, no tail, no mercy. He's high and dry and mine for the taking. My phone vibrates in my pocket as I'm reaching the doors. "Viper, did you find her?" "Yeah, eventually." He sounds pissed. "She's back in the car, chained to the headrest, iPad and iPhone confiscated indefinitely." The corners of my mouth lift, despite the scent of blood and violence in the air. Since when did 2 mobsters become 2 men and a fucking wild child? That's what happens when you hit your 30s, Mafia boy. You get heartburn from the stress of responsibility. By the way, I'm right behind you. Don't turn around. Keep walking.
I catch a glimpse of him in my periphery, and then he's falling into my slipstream, maintaining a couple meters distance as we enter the hallway beyond the doors. Guido is a good 10 paces ahead, until he doubles back into a bathroom suddenly, pulling out a phone from his pocket as he disappears inside.
It's too late to call God for an absolution, fuckface. How is this going down? Asks Viper in my ear. We're painting the white tiles red. Ah, my favourite colour. You still want in on the action? For sure. Nah, fuck. He curses again. Someone needs to keep the plebs off the killing floor. Do this one alone, but I need your word that we end Semenov and O'Sullivan together. You got it. Wait until it's just you and him. No collateral damage. This place is too public. No bullets. Make it quiet.
But not quick. Guido Rossi doesn't deserve that luxury.
I hang up, nodding briefly at him as I turn and enter the bathroom. He's pulled his tie loose and his top collar is undone, and there's a dark hunger in his expression that matches the one in mine. Death and pain are intrinsically linked for us. It's the black carousel of life. We bring the first to those who made us suffer the second, and it keeps everything spinning nicely. The bathroom has 7 stalls, and a couple are occupied. I hover by the condom machine on the far wall, counting out my change like an eager college kid, while the men at the urinals finish up and leave. A beat later, one of the stall's occupants emerges, giving me the easy eye as he's washing his hands. You're not my type, sweetheart. You're not called Ada. He gets his answer from my face and beats a hasty exit, leaving me all alone with silence and vengeance. A brutal 2-step ticking away in the background like an angry clock, until I hear the toilet flush and the lock jangling. Stepping into the nearest empty stall, I pull out my gun. I'm not planning on using it, but it's a good incentive for him not to try anything stupid. I wait until he's leaning over the sink, and then I make my move, feeling a vicious thrill when he locks eyes with me in the mirror and stiffens. Right before our first conversation in 14 years starts with my Glock making a dent between the shoulders of his designer blue suit. He curses in Italian, slowly flicking water from his fingertips as he holds them out in surrender. You've got some balls coming here today, kid.
That's what happens when a boy becomes a man, Guido. You stop giving a damn about living clean and start living dangerously instead.
I watch his lips curve in begrudging respect. That's when I realize the giant from my childhood is now a good inch shorter than me. Do you remember the first thing you ever said to a 12-year-old boy? I ram my gun in even harder between his shoulder blades and he winces. I remember the gun pointing in a different direction. Put it down, Frankie. Let's discuss this with honor, like made men. I shake my head, scoffing away his bullshit efforts to talk his way out of this. You're a disgrace to Omerta. There's not a thing you can say to me that will make this go any other way for you. His expression darkens. Hell beckons. He knows he's fuck out of options. I saved your life once, kid. And you killed it, all over again. Do you know what they did to her in that basement? Do you know what they'll do to you once they find out you're here? He winces again as I spin him around and back him up against the sink, repositioning my gun under his chin. Why did you come back, Frankie? For Ada? He shakes his head, like he's disappointed in me. Forget her. I told you that before. She's your downfall, kid. Funny.
That's what Zacharias said before I shanked him from hip to rib.
His expression changes. Why, you piece of...
I had his guts in my hands, Guido. The last thing he saw was me ripping them apart.
The last thing he heard was my father's name. You asked me if I was Lastra's son. That's the first thing you ever said to me.
I haven't been for a long time, thanks to you and Zachariah. But I'm making up for it now.
You took out your own capo de capi, he splutters. First of 4. Care to hazard a guess who's next? We're nose to nose now, staring down our past together. You're out of your depth, he hisses. You have no friends in this city, no allies. He stops when he sees my eyebrows lifting in contradiction. You mean razors, kid? He has the nerve to laugh. O'Sullivan knows about him already. Wrong answer. Try again. He pauses, trying to work out whether I'm bluffing or not.
What happened to the poker face, Guido?
I taught. Too many sins weighing it down. Who pulled the trigger on my family? Was it you? He doesn't answer. I thought so. That's why my father's underboss looked so shocked when you started firing at him. Keeping my gun pressed tight to his chin, I reach for the knife strapped to my hip.
There's just one thing I want to know before I open you up too, Guido. Why did O'Sullivan summon the Red Compass here today?
Can't do that. He shakes his head slowly like it's a tough call. I'm a lot of things, Frankie, but I'm not a snitch. And I wouldn't be hanging around this bathroom trying to change my mind, not when Ada's less than 100 meters away with O'Sullivan's gun pointed at her head. Don't lie to me. I hover the tip of my knife over his heart. Her son's here too. Kirill's keeping him trackside away from his mother, but you might recognize him if he walks on past. You're not telling me anything I don't already know, old man. Semenov forced her to have his... He looks like you. I freeze, and he smiles, knowing his words just cut me deeper than any blade. Same hair, same eyes, same attitude that will be his undoing one day. He loves too hard as well. Such a failing of you Lastra men. It makes it easy to twist your mind to another way of thinking, to spin lies into truth about your own parentage. Semenov may have shaved his head to make him look like a Bratva boy, but his blood doesn't lie, Frankie. It's always there, flowing right beneath his skin. Shut your mouth! She gave him up to save her own life. She gifted the last part she had left of you to a sick bastard like Semenov. He laughs loudly, as if it's the best joke of all. Lucky he's only into little girls, eh? I'm warning you. I'm pressing the gun so hard into his chin it's tilting his head sideways, but I'm the one who's hurting the most. Ada wouldn't do that. She wouldn't. She was done waiting for you, Frankie. She sold her soul for the price of freedom. That's why she lives alone. Why she's permitted to have her own business, her own life. You returned to London for a memory, a dead Koska, and a son who doesn't even know you exist. Never! I watch his eyes flare wide in shock, and then dull with pain as the tip of my knife sinks into the space between his ribs.
You once told me that a motherfucking storm was coming, Guido, I say harshly as he collapses forward onto my shoulder.
You have no idea what's about to hit London next week. Shame you won't be around to see it. A low hiss escapes from his lips as he tries to claw at my face. You can't win this one, kid. Do you know how many times Semenov swung his baseball bat at Ada's legs? My mind is a riot of rage and retribution as I feel his blood drench my hand. Frankie. Twice. With this, I twist the knife sharply, reveling in his anguished groans. 1. I twist again. 2. He has seconds to live, if that. I'm resurrecting my father's Koska. I release my knife, smiling grimly as he slides down my body to the floor, grasping for purchase from the lapels of my jacket, and then clutching at air. Viper and I will destroy the Red Compass, and I'll have Ada and my son by my side when we do. There's a gurgling wheeze of laughter from somewhere by my feet. You and whose army? Crouching down next to him, I wipe my blade clean on his navy suit as his blood spreads all around us like a red river of perdition. Once done, I reach into my pocket and pull out the business card Aidan gave me in France. Holding it up to show him, the gold scorpion motif of the Santiago cartel dances in the overhead lights. I watch his eyes widen in shock again. I haven't just pulled an ace on him. I've pulled the whole damn deck.
You underestimated me, Guido. You underestimated my family.
And for that recklessness, your time on this earth is done. Ignoring Viper's warning, I pressed the barrel of my gun to his forehead, then squeezed the trigger.
Chapter 21. Ada. The shot rings out from somewhere beneath us. It's muffled by concrete and carpet, but it's loud enough to light a firework under the private box. The Italians are on their feet right away with their weapons drawn, while O'Sullivan is yelling at his men to get downstairs and check it out. I watch him exchange looks with Kirill before the Russian is following them in hot pursuit, with Adric close behind. "Is this what you call a show of power, O'Sullivan?" taunts Mario, his associates twittering in agreement like good little sparrows. "You assured us that you had this venue secured for today's meeting." A beat later, they find themselves staring down the barrel of his gun too. "Your lack of respect is starting to grate on me, and when I get irritated, my trigger finger gets irritated. A horse just broke a leg and got a bullet to the brain, that's all." He's not fooling anyone. Every person in this room knows a gunshot when they hear it. Most deliver them daily, like newspapers with grim headlines. "And where would your new trafficking deal be then, eh?" Mario waves his threat away like an unwanted dessert. "You need us, as much as we need you. The Brigazzi won't treat you with the Irish and Russians alone. They want Italian protection, Zaccaria protection, the legacy of fear that my father instilled, which I intend to carry on. Their business is the only way to ensure the survival of the Red Compass. So, I suggest that you stop with the stupido insults and concentrate on bringing about a swift resolution to whatever this new trouble is." "Are you telling me how to run my city?" The Italian just smirks. "Stop feeding my bad mood with your crass attempts to undermine me, and I might go easy on the payback." O'Sullivan's angry gaze swings to me next. Then he's crossing the room and yanking me out of the chair. "Is this because of you, Ada?" he growls as the tumbler resting on top of my head goes flying backwards. It hits the ground with a crash, spraying amber liquid and glass in all directions. "Is this a message from Lastra?" I say nothing, but for once I'm not lowering my eyes from his either. They're like chips of grey ice burrowing deep into my skin, seeking out my lies and finding them unwritten. My chest rises and falls as the rest of me stands, stock still, our faces barely a foot apart. There's another emotion churning inside me too, something much more unexpected. Satisfaction. Our dynamic has shifted slightly, courtesy of a single gunshot. For the first time, I'm catching flashes of uncertainty behind his mask. I'm seeing his paranoia sitting like a devil on his shoulder. He's afraid of Frankie, afraid of what he's capable of, afraid of losing. Reap it, you bastard. Reap it. I'm silently screaming this at him as Adric storms back into the box.
Guido Rossi is dead.
O'Sullivan hesitates.
You sure? Positive. There is blood everywhere. Corpse?
He shoots a warning look in the Italian's direction, daring them to insult him again.
They are all over it.
Then we need to leave. Have the drivers bring the vehicles round to the owner's car park. I want us gone within the next 5 minutes. And get my contact at the Met on the phone.
Sure thing.
Semenov! He bellows as my husband stalks back in. Ada's coming home with me for the next few days for her, safety and well-being. Back to that hellhole. Back to the basement. Never. Kirill just laughs like he couldn't care less, which he doesn't.
What about your wife?
I'm thinking she's due another stay in hospital. Roisin's face filters through my mind. I see the lipstick letters on her wrist. You can't do this to me, to us. I won't let you. My rare outburst silences the room. The next thing I know, my throat is in a chokehold and my lungs are paralysed and screaming for air.
You do whatever I tell you to do, Ada.
Not this time. I try to wrench O'Sullivan's fingers away. That glimpse of his vulnerability has turned a tide in me. I refuse to be trapped in this losing game any longer, to be crushed and cowed without a fight.
No,
he repeats, his grip tightening.
Are your wings beating against those bars?
You wanted me as bait, then use me as bait. I croak, despising myself for saying it, trusting that Frankie will find another way, knowing he's so much smarter than all of them. Let me go about my day as normal. Let me run my business as normal. I'm close to passing out when I feel his fingers loosening, and then he's pushing me away like I'm poison.
Kirill, add another 20 of your best men to the house security, but keep it subtle. Make Laster believe she's his for the taking. If he so much as breathes within 50 metres of her, he's ours.
Did I just win the battle? My head is spinning from oxygen deprivation and the smallest taste of victory.
Let's go.
There are 33 steps from the private box down to the racetrack. It's the same number of steps I was dragged up when they were done with me in the basement. I know because I left a piece of my heart behind on every single one. All around me, the crowds are strung out with panic as they push towards the exits. The rest of the races have been cancelled. The day is about death now. There are no bright racing silks or sleek thoroughbreds anymore. Just strips of black and grey as I'm jostled by grim-faced bookies and gamblers.
Keep up, bleed.
Bitch. Adric tries to take my arm, but in my newfound identity as a survivor, not a victim, I yank it out of reach. He turns to grab it again when the crowd sweeps sideways suddenly, and I'm caught up in the squall. Falling a couple of steps behind him, I'm aware of a huge shadow looming to my left, and then a rich scent wraps itself around my senses, making me shudder from its wonted familiarity. Tears fill my eyes when I feel the lightest touch on the small of my back, the same brush of fingers that sealed our fate in a library when I was 17 years old. Fingertips as unique as fingerprints. Frankie. A piece of paper is pressed into my hand, and then the shadow is gone, replaced by bright sunshine and the memory of 5 murmured words. I'm coming for you, Ada. No, don't leave. Don't leave. With my heart thumping, I search frantically for a glimpse of him as I'm propelled forward by the surge again. Where are you, Frankie? Where did you go? My head is a riot of 1,000 questions, but all I need answered is one. Why didn't you take me with you? I stumble in my heels, tripped up by confusion this time, as Adric reappears by my side.
I told you to keep up, he says angrily. Where did you go?
Heaven, for a few brief seconds, before heaven disappeared again.
Move faster.
The cars are waiting in the car park, just as O'Sullivan ordered. A sleek line of SUVs with their doors wide open. 5 gaping black holes to ferry us back down to hell. I'm bowing my head to climb into the first one when I see a flash of red out of the corner of my eye. Whatever it is, it's approaching us at top speed.
Get the fuck down!
Adric roars, pushing me face first into the vehicle, my tender knees exploding in agony as they hit the floor, right before the sound of bullets punching metal fills the air. Crying out in terror, I press my cheek into the leather seats as the noise goes on and on. Die, O'Sullivan. Pieprzony gnojek. You fucking bastard. I hear a voice yell, and then another spray of bullets is fired into the side of our vehicles, destroying the windows and pelting my head and shoulders with flying glass. There's a screech of tires, and then O'Sullivan and his men are returning fire at the escaping vehicle. Shoving me further into the car, Adric jumps in after me and slams the door as Kirill swings into the passenger seat. Now they're shooting at their driver to get moving while they're reloading fresh clips into their weapons. Through the shattered window, I see the red car spin out of the car park at high speed and into a side street, cutting up a bus and forcing a white van into the incoming traffic. Moments later, I'm being shunted forward as Kirill's driver slams his foot down on the accelerator, and we're tearing out after him, along with the rest of O'Sullivan's SUVs. At first, I'm too dazed to translate what Adric and Kirill are shouting at each other. I've taught myself the rudiments of Russian over the years, but they're talking too fast for me to understand. After a minute, I start to recognize snippets. The Polish want a piece of the action. Assassination attempt. My stomach flips. Is he dead? I find my answer in Kirill's mocking smile as the wind comes whipping into the back seat through the holes in the glass. No, Milea, not even a scratch. No need to wear the black just yet for your papa. A call comes through to his phone. Da. Sukin sin. Son of a bitch. A moment later, I hear the wail of sirens behind us. We lost him. I hear him say to Adric, Get off the main roads. We are too public. Tell me Alex is okay. I plead quietly. Please, Kirill. I know you said he was here today. Just tell me he wasn't hurt in what happened. But my husband doesn't give me the courtesy of that answer. Stupid me for thinking he might. Turning away, I hunker down into the seat and pull my coral pink shawl protectively around my shoulders. When I'm confident they can't see, I open my hand to read Frankie's note. It's more words and music, written in haste on the back of a betting slip that's smeared with blood and threaded with an old assurance, plus something else that makes my soul ache and my eyes sting. I never regretted, Ada. I never forgot. This time, I'm not leaving London without you or our son.
Chapter 22. Frankie. I'm nearly back at my SUV when the gunman starts firing. I'm still drunk off her scent and warmth. It takes me a second to figure out where it's coming from. Spinning around, I see one of Semenov's Patsans push Ada into a car that's receiving a bad paint job in gunmetal grey. Ada. My thoughts are singular. The killer in me, primed and ready. I go to run to her when Viper steps in front of me and slams me up against the SUV, pinning me in place with a clenched fist to my chest. This is a bullshit drive-by, he hisses. The bullets are for show. They're nowhere near O'Sullivan's men. They're nowhere near Ada. Dragging my gaze away from his face, I see that he's right. The lines of holes in the cars is too neat. The damage too minimal. By the time the red Fiesta is doing 60 out of the car park, not one person has been wounded from a point-blank attack. What the fuck? Pushing him off me, I circle around to the driver's side. Get in. Moments later, O'Sullivan's convoy is speeding past us with Ada trapped inside. Viper's still climbing into his seat when I press the metal to the floor to follow them. Easy, he yells, catching his swinging door and slamming it shut just as we join the dual carriageway. What the hell are you doing? Chasing. A quick glance in the mirror reveals a white-faced Bambi, but at least she's wearing a seatbelt. God knows where Tiago is. He must be in the other car with Viper's men. Turn around! No! There's a flash of metal as he aims his Glock at my head. I said turn the fuck around, Mafia boy. I ain't playing anymore. I came here today for some answers, not to be lined up against a brick wall of trouble. My grip tightens on the steering wheel. You don't think we're there already? Whoever carried out that drive-by did you a favor. They swung the finger of blame away from us. Maybe Santiago won't castrate us after all. You wanted to kill that bastard, just as much as me. Gritting my teeth, I coax another 10 miles an hour out to the SUV as the dual carriageway opens up into 3 lanes. Ada's still 50 meters ahead. Maybe so, but I told you to use a knife, not a gun. Maybe the fucking situation demanded a dirtier death.
Stop swearing at each other, Bambi mutters from the back. You know I'm listening to every word you say.
Then put your AirPods back in.
I can't. Viper confiscated them earlier, along with my iPhone.
Maybe you shouldn't have gone wandering then.
Maybe you should have stayed in jail. There'd be a lot more people alive in this world if you had.
Why the hell is she here again? I explode at Viper, switching to Spanish. I don't need to have my fucking sins projected back to me on an hourly basis.
Because I have nowhere else to go,
she says quietly, in Spanish too, making me feel like even more of a cunt.
And there aren't enough years left of my life to list out all your sins, Francesco Lastra.
Touché. No one speaks as I circumnavigate 3 more cars to keep the others in sight. Even so, I can feel them inching away. Reluctantly, my foot eases off the pedal. I had my hands on her. The only woman I've ever wanted was right there next to me. 30 seconds later, we could have been in this car and heading for the nearest airport. But I have a dead family, and a debt of vengeance too. She's still alive, Lastra. Viper lowers his weapon and gestures for me to come off at the next exit. They won't kill the bait. She's too valuable to them breathing. There are worse things they could do to her than death. I think of her husband's penchant for breaking bones, and I nearly snapped the steering wheel in half. Fuck, I need to calm down. Pulling off into a McDonald's car park, I find an empty bay. Jamming a much-needed cigarette into my mouth, I find I can't bring myself to light the damn thing with Bambi staring daggers at me in the rearview mirror. Jesus Christ. Yanking it out again, I crush it up with my fist and kick the car door open. I have a child. We have a child, I declare roughly, tossing the cigarette away to inhale that shock revelation instead. Lost years. With her. With him. Viper's gaze is drilling into my back. Who told you that? Rossi? He holsters his gun and rips off his tie as I fall back into the driver's seat and stare mindlessly at a young couple arguing in the next bay. The Italian knew he was a dead man walking. Sometimes the dying will say anything to make you feel their pain. I believed him. Dying man, Frankie. Don't underestimate the desperate. Some of the stuff people have said to me when under my knife would make a sinner a saint. No saints here. Climbing out of the car, I snapped my jacket together. Did you know? About what? My son. My son. I have a son. It feels like I've been punched in the gut by the truth. There's a pause as he swipes his fingers across his jaw. Don't go there, man. It's my turn to pull a gun on him now, moving so fast he doesn't have time to blink. Are you going to make me ask it again? He glares at me, but doesn't make a move for his own weapon.
Frankie, stop! Please don't hurt him!
Bambi shoots forward from the back seat and wraps her arms protectively around his shoulders.
Viper's not the one you're hating on here.
Shit. Okay. I knew she had a kid. He holds my gaze as he says it, as if honesty this late in the game will make it any better. It doesn't. I see. So that neat little speech back there about dying men talking bullshit was a prime example? Easy with the threats, Lastra. There are other kids present. Untangling Bambi's arms from his neck, he gently pushes her away. Look, I'm a bad liar. If you ask me anything outright, I'll tell you the truth. But until that time, you dance around it like it's a fucking bonfire. Anything else you're not telling me? How did you get out of that basement?
What basement?
Says Bambi. Something dark flitters across Viper's face. I found an angel in the wreckage. What's that supposed to mean? It's poetic, for I got help from an insider. Now can you please go and get us some food? Me and Bambi are starving. And don't forget the fucking ketchup. With that, he leans over to close the door in my face, my gun, and the conversation. I plan to drop them off at the house, and then drive back into town. Hovering on the double yellows outside my house in Bethnal Green, I wait for them both to climb out. At the last moment, Viper leans back in through the open passenger side window. Do I need to put a tracker on you? I'm not going near her tonight. There'll be Bratva crawling all over the house. Silas is back on surveillance. I need to get a second team on Alex as soon as possible. Up until now, I've only kept a loose eye on Ada's son. Our son. That changes today. Then where? Red Encore. The new licenses just got approved thanks to a £50,000 bribe. I want to make sure everything's on schedule. We're reopening on Sunday. Gambling on God's Day? He shoves his messy dark hair out of his eyes and smirks. Just out of interest, are there any of the deadly sins you haven't committed? I haven't fucked your wife yet, I say dryly. Don't have a wife. Don't plan on having one anytime soon either. There's a pause. You're all right, Lastra, he says, before adding with a sly smile. For a hot-headed son of a bitch Italian Mafia bastard. I don't date snakes, Viper, so stop trying to pick me up. You know that me pointing my Glock at you was a sign of affection, right? If I wanted you dead, I'd have used a knife. If I wanted you dead, we wouldn't be having this conversation. Straightening up, he gives a bark of laughter and slides his arm around Bambi's shoulders, bringing her in for a brotherly hug. Don't stay out too late. Don't wait up for me either. I nod at Bambi, who doesn't smile back. I damaged our truce earlier by acting like a moron and pulling a gun on Viper. I'm back to being a rank outsider who's a bad influence, kills too many people, and can't drive for shit. It's only when I'm stuck in a jam on the mall and craving nicotine like a junkie that I realize she's stolen all my cigarettes. By the time I reach Park Lane, the traffic has dwindled to a steady stream of supercars. Leaving the SUV in a side street, I let myself into the casino, nodding at Diago, who's back on desk duty again. Amigazzo, he calls out expansively, stretching up his arms in greeting. How's it looking? He shrugs. Not my taste, but it's something. Any trouble? This place is as dead as that guy you killed earlier. Good. We've had enough drama for one day. Pushing open the main doors, I'm relieved to see the place doesn't look like a slaughterhouse anymore, with clean walls, a fresh paint smell, and a new rich crimson carpet to hide all the remaining evidence. The gaming tables have been recovered in a matching red felt, and the bar is fully stocked again. Amazing what £1 million incentive can get you. Encore isn't as elegant as Aiden's Black Skies casino in Monaco, but it's more honest. The red and black color scheme doesn't hide the place's lineage.
We took it in blood to spill a ton more, and I'm not about to disguise that fact with gold ceilings and a load of fancy paintings on the walls.
My phone rings as I'm selecting a bottle of single malt from the top shelf for my evening's entertainment. Silas? Ada's home alone, he says evenly. He was an SAS soldier before he joined the Met, so nothing shakes his cool. I'm looking into your son now. And? He spent the last 12 years in Russia, came back last year. Does Ada know? She doesn't know shit about him, Frankie. She's never seen him, never spoken to him. Semenov hasn't relented once in 14 years. Fucking bastard. Was Alex there today? My pulse beats to a hard tempo at the thought. I'd need to check. So far, Semenov has kept him on the fringes of all Bratva business. Keep on it. I want regular updates from you and the team. Where are we with the dirty politicians? They're quaking into their Cabernet Sauvignons, but they're ours. Good. I need you to scope out a couple of sites for potential new nightclubs. Send over the details, and I'll start now. Hanging up, I make my way to the private offices at the back of the casino, pausing outside mine when I see the door ajar and a slim sliver of light crossing my path with amber. One of Viper's men better not be jacking off to porn in there. Kicking the door open, I find a tall, tanned, and irritatingly handsome stranger sitting in my leather chair, with his dirty boots up on my new executive desk, calmly spinning a Beretta 92 on the smooth mahogany surface, and using his forefinger as the pivot. I pause, my gaze switching from the gun to his face, as his chilly grey-blue eyes flicker over me with interest. "Are you lost?" I snap. "Not that I'm aware." "We're not reopening for another 3 days, so I suggest—" "Good." He lifts his finger from the gun and the spinning stops. "That means we have some time to get a couple of things straightened out first." His slow Texan drawl makes every word sound like a lazy threat. It's false advertising, though. Everything about this man points to him being a killer, from the white scars crisscrossing his knuckles and left cheekbone, to the casual appropriation of my establishment. You don't just stroll into a man's casino and make yourself at home, unless you have the balls and the bullets to back it up. "Sit down, Frankie. How do you know my name?" "I know a lot of things about you. When Dante Santiago asks me to look into someone, I do my due diligence." At the mention of the Colombian kingpin's name, my mouth paints a grim smile. I should have known Santiago would have eyes on us. He never makes any decision lightly. "You're a conflicted man," he declares, steepling his hands in front of him. "Conflicted? How?" "Let me ask you a question." He drops his feet from the desk and leans forward on both elbows to shoot it to me straight. "Love or revenge? Which one of them matters to you the most?" I have a flash of a memory. I hear my father's dying words in my head. "Be as liberal with your vengeance as you are with your love, filio mio. Don't waste it. Who says they can't coexist?" I take a couple of steps towards him, forcing him to lean back in the chair to maintain a steady eye contact with me. My move. "Who are you?" "Joseph Grayson." His move. His fucking move. He rises to his feet, as if the threat of his name isn't enough, and he has to prove his reputation with his massive shadow as well. Newsflash, the name is enough. More than enough. He's Santiago's red right hand. They served in the U.S. military together over 2 decades ago, and they haven't stopped making wars since. He's taken a bullet for the man. The man's taken a bullet for him. He's the beating heart of Santiago's entire organization. A soldier of death and anarchy. The best man at his wedding. I glance at his gun again. "Want a drink?" I offer out the single malt as a peace offering, and he keeps me on tenterhooks for at least 5 seconds before taking the bottle from me. "Maybe later." Instead of unscrewing the cap, he places it on the table between us. "Business first." He gestures to the spare chair on the other side the desk again. "Sit." "No thanks, I prefer to stand." He stares at me. Those chilly grey blues searing into my skin and robbing me of my free will until I'm relenting with a curse.
His gaze dips to the bloodstains down the front of my white dress shirt. "Guido Rossi's last will and testament, I presume."
A hint of a smile touches my lips. Something like that.
"I thought Aiden made it clear to you. No waves until Santiago arrives."
I'm not Poseidon, Mr. Grayson. I saw a rat, and I stamped on it. Fear not, the king cats are still purring. That's not the way we see it. He goes to throw his boots up on the desk again, but I'm quicker, slamming my Oxfords down first and accepting his frown with a smirk. My office, my rules. My gun, your bullet. He delivers it so casually, but I hear the click of the safety in my head. You wanted to talk business, Mr. Grayson, so let's talk business. He blows out a breath. Taking London is more than us simply moving our product into a new market, Frankie. This is about crossing lines. I presume we're not talking about white ones? He pauses. Santiago has a growing interest away from the cartel. It's personal to him, a way to expand a certain skill set and to satisfy demons from the past. What's the side hustle? No hustle. There's no monetary gain. Over the last 5 years, we've created a network of spies and influencers who have infiltrated the highest levels of government, all with one single purpose: to destroy the sex trafficking business. I let out a bark of laughter. You're telling me that the devil himself has a fucking soul? I wouldn't go that far. What's this got to do with the Red Compass? O'Sullivan and Sheminov have a new deal on the horizon with a Brigazzi trafficking network we've been chasing around the globe for a while. Those two aren't exactly known for advocating women's rights, underage or otherwise. So it would seem. The way he says it makes me wonder how personal this side gig is for him, too. That's what the Red Compass meeting was about today? Correct. Who's involved? Irish, Italian, and Bratva.
The deal was brought to the table by Zachariah's son, Mario, who Guido Rossi courted.
He knew you'd be coming back, and this was his way of smoothing his exit with O'Sullivan. The Irishman's suspicious of strangers.
He's not happy with Mario replacing Guido, but his greed exceeds his paranoia. The Lithuanian suppliers are overcharging them.
O'Sullivan and Semenov need this new strand of revenue to stay relevant. It won't matter when they're 6 feet underground. I flash him a cold smile. Neither will you when you're joining them, he retorts with an even chillier one. They were discussing the final points when you strolled in like an uninvited guest with a self-control issue. He swipes at the bottle on the table and then bangs it down again hard as his stoicism slips.
We got you out of jail to set the wheels of a new infrastructure in motion while we figured out what the hell the Red Compass was up to.
We didn't expect you to take out one of the key players in the interim. His gaze dips to my blood-stained shirt again, and his expression darkens. Problem with love is it makes a man reckless. Said like a man who knows from experience, I snarl, struggling to keep my temper. He rubs his hand across his jaw, his gold wedding ring catching in the soft light. I get it. I do. If someone had broken my wife's legs the same way they did to Ada Semenov's, I'd be itching to flay the flesh from their bones. He says it so calmly, but the hairs on the back of my neck pay attention. You went to that race course today to send a message. I anticipated it, so I told my men to intervene. They hurt the woman you love, Frankie. They took your son away, and you were done waiting another week for some payback. Reckless. Predictable, yet understandable. I say nothing. The fake drive-by was us. We were a diversion to make O'Sullivan think the Polish were making a play. We want his head turned elsewhere so that he never sees us coming. And you're here to rap my knuckles? I'm here to reiterate the plan and then underline it in red. Santiago's second chances usually consist of a church service and a wooden box. But he's intrigued by you, Frankie. Enough to keep this deal on the table. And he respects Aiden Knight. The question is, do you respect him enough to back up and let us plan this the way we intended? I open my mouth to tell him to go fuck himself and his plan. but he sticks his hand up for silence. He'll be here in 3 days to discuss this partnership, providing you stick to the terms. His arrival is ahead of schedule, but this thing is moving faster than we'd anticipated. The first shipment of women is due to arrive in London in 8 days. That'll give us 5 days to plan and execute a successful strike. We get this right, and we can wipe out the network and the Red Compass in one night. You blow your load too early again, and you'll be dead before dawn. And here I was, thinking we were friends, I murmur, feeling the weight of my gun against my chest. Consider yourself warned. If you're not going to drink that, I will. I swipe at the bottle myself, tipping a double down my throat before I'm coming back up for air. Love or revenge? It's like asking me to choose between my past and my future. One broke me. One completes me. They're two sides of the same soul. I can't forget the vow I made with my father, but I can't forget the vow I made to her either. Grayson's right. I'm a conflicted bastard, through and through. Good meeting with you, Frankie. He stands up and holds his hand out to me. I drop my feet from the desk and rise to meet him, shaking it firmly. Next time, stay a while. I'll get Tiago to bake cookies. The corners of his mouth lift slightly as he lets go of my hand to slide his Beretta into the back waistband of his jeans. I'll be in touch before Sunday. Nice casino, by the way. All the better to take your money with. All the better to clean Santiago's money with. He pauses in the doorway and runs his hand across his jaw again. Semenov has her house surrounded with 20 more men, but tomorrow night, at around 9 p.m., most of her security will be pulled away. Don't ask me the details, just be there. I can buy you an hour. My face doesn't betray any emotion, even though the ground just shifted. I thought this was a no waves allowed zone. Let's just say I owe Aiden a favor, but stay out of sight, and don't think about doing any spur-of-the-moment stupid shit like running off with Semenov's wife. You know the penalty for that. My wife. Not in name yet, but she's only ever belonged to me. I was the first, and I'll be the last. How the fuck are you going to pull all those men away from that house? I said not to ask me about the details. A beat later, my office is empty again, and my mind is on 60 minutes of touch, taste, and Ada.
Chapter 23. Ada. I may have won the battle, but I didn't win the war. When I wake the next morning, my knees are swollen and stiff. It's the worst osteoarthritis flare I've had in ages, but after yesterday it could be worse. I could be lying in a hospital bed with a hole in my head, or dead, like Guido Rossi. I know Frankie killed him. I'm so happy Frankie killed him. Would I have had such macabre thoughts if O'Sullivan had never stolen me from my mother? If normal had been my normal, with a steady job, a stable family, and a 5-seater Volvo? Or does that well of dark water exist inside all of us? One that rises to the surface with every kick, every rape, every wrongdoing, until it's an endless tide spilling over the edges. Turning onto my side, I wince as the pain shoots through my body. I try to swing my legs out of bed, but I end up sinking back down into the mattress in defeat. With a heavy heart, I grab my phone and call around all my students' parents to cancel off today's classes. I hate doing it, but I have no choice. If I take it easy today, I should be well enough to continue tomorrow. Downing a couple of strong anti-inflammatories, I wait for the relief to kick in. I didn't close the curtains last night, and the sky outside is as blue as my melancholy. This is what constant pain does. It's a thief and a trickster. It robs you of the ability to find light in the darkest of places. Just when you think it's subsiding, You move an inch, and it takes a mile. It's a bad drug that hazes your memory when you're crying out for every detail. I remember him touching me, but not the moment it set fire to my skin. I remember his rich scent filling my lungs, but not how much it made my head spin. Go away, pain. Just go. Sliding my hand under my pillow, I pull out the crumpled betting slip. I hid it there to fill my head with his promises, like one of those hypnotherapist podcasts that works when you're unconscious. The bloody fingerprints have darkened overnight, but the words are just as clear. He never stopped wanting me. He wants our son, too. Did he know about Alex from the moment he was born? By 11 a.m., the pills are working enough for me to stagger into the bathroom. But every movement is a slow step of anticipation and frustration. Running a hot bath, I stand in front of the mirror and write 2 names in the condensation. It's a ritual I do every morning. Afterwards, I close my eyes and imagine where they are and what they're doing. Today, Frankie's chain-smoking in a fancy office somewhere, reliving the past and plotting out the present. Alex is kicking a football against a wall on his own, stuck in a moment and constantly wondering. Butterflies and parallel lives. I sink down into the water and let the soothing heat do its thing. This time, when I close my eyes, the only person I see is Roisin. I need to get a message to her, but I don't know how. O'Sullivan has her trapped in another guarded fortress, and our lines of communication are constantly monitored. I'm still thinking about her an hour later when I limp into the kitchen. I have a housekeeper called Valeria, but I never see her. She scurries away like a frightened mouse whenever she hears my footsteps, but the place is always sparkling clean. I've knocked on her bedroom door more than once to introduce myself, but she never answers. When I try the handle, it's always locked. Adric and one of his men are sitting at the table, eating lunch, shoveling fistfuls of bread into their mouths like it's their last meal on earth. When they hear me, they turn and scowl in my direction, as if I'm the unwanted intruder. Eat. Adric flings a bowl of salad in my direction, but I decline it with a tight smile. The pills and the company have made me lose my appetite. Suit yourself. Crossing the room to the sink, I pour myself a glass of water and gaze out of the window, mostly so I don't have to look at them. Bright sunshine is spilling through the branches of an old oak tree, making a latticework of shadows on the green lawn below. 6 armed men are patrolling the gravel path next to it, their long shadows a million shades darker. There are more men on the other side of the garden too, and 3 more at the rear. So many soldiers. So many bars of my cage for Frankie to break through. Behind me, Adric and the other man have resumed their conversation in Russian, laughing and joking with the kind of scorn that tells me they're talking about a woman. They still haven't figured out I can understand them yet. I taught myself the language with the help of books from the local library. Yes, I kept that tradition going long after Frankie left. Every book I borrow is kept hidden amongst the shelves in the study. Setting my glass down, I go to switch the tap on again, when I hear Roisin's name, and then another laugh. I pause, screaming for phrases I recognize, and then hospital and suicide are slipped into the conversation like dirty bombs. Oh God, is she okay? The words are out of my mouth before I can stop them. I spoke to my husband earlier, I add, quickly backtracking when I see Adric's face. He told me what happened.
You spoke to Semenov, he says scornfully. Do not lie to me.
He throws the rest of his bread down and rises to his feet, but he doesn't sound as convinced as he should. In 14 years of marriage, Kirill and I have rarely shared a bed, let alone a conversation. Then again, he's not in the position to question anything about his pachan after what went down yesterday. His orders were to keep me in the private box, and I was stopped a meter from the door.
She's a stupid bitch.
He looks me up and down like I'm dirt, placing me firmly in the same bracket.
She could not even slit her wrists properly.
I feel the colour draining from my face. But she's still alive. He scoffs.
Barely. I am surprised O'Sullivan did not let her bleed out. He has a new woman in Holland Park now.
Why? Because he likes it so much better when Rasheen and I suffer? He's keeping her alive just to deny her the peace of death. I want to see her.
I do not think...
Now, Adric, I say firmly, invoking some of my tiger spirit from yesterday, before adding, Cian O'Sullivan would want me to be reminded that dying is never an option, and that it's on his command. More satisfied with this answer, he tosses his napkin onto the table.
Be ready in 5 minutes.
Nodding, I keep my composure until I reach the hallway, and then I'm biting down on my fist to muffle my screams. No, Rasheen, don't let him win. Don't give him the satisfaction. If we'd talked yesterday, we might have found another way for her. I could have told her that Frankie was close, that he was coming back. His was the ghost that kept me going, the memory of a few hours that was strong enough to last a lifetime. Rasheen has no one. O'Sullivan killed him to get to her. She has no comfort in the dark, no secret promises to hold her tight. I think back to the night Alex was born. I think of her hand slipping into mine and her soft whispers, telling me that everything was going to be okay as I was hemorrhaging out on the hospital gurney. That I had a beautiful baby, and no one was going to hurt them, even when we both knew she couldn't make that assurance. And then later, when I was screaming and crying for Frankie, she'd brushed my tears away and cradled my head to her chest as I'd slipped in and out of consciousness. Green eyes. My baby had soulful green eyes, like mine. Soft skin that smelled like honeyed milk. Black hair like his father's. Blameless. I remember Kirill shouting and slapping my face to rouse me, demanding to know where my baby was. And then nothing but a land of darkness without sense and feeling. I woke 4 days later to no Rasheen, no beautiful baby to nurse, and my breasts burning with unwanted milk. Kirill came to see me again that afternoon, not to talk to me, but to talk at me. He had my son. He was planning to raise him as his own. If I disagreed, he'd kill him. If I ever tried to contact him, he'd kill him. This was my second punishment for giving Frankie the part of me O'Sullivan had promised him. The third would be a cold existence without either half of my heart to keep me warm. When we reach the hospital, it's the end of the school day. The Fulham Road is packed with colourful blazers and backpacks as children carve zigzag paths through pedestrians while chatting away to friends and crowding around iPhones. Numbly, I wonder if Alex is allowed to go to school, or if his entire education is with a knife in one hand and false propaganda in the other. Adric tries to take my arm as we enter the lift, but I jerk it out of reach, ignoring his low growl of warning as the carriage starts to rise.
Bleed,
he hisses. Touch me again and I'll scream. He can go to hell for all I care. I couldn't give a damn what happens to me because of this, and I certainly couldn't give a damn what happens to him. Rasheen looks peaceful in the bed, cocooned in white sheets and blue blankets, her monitors forming a beeping halo around her head. It's the first time I've seen her without makeup on, and now that her tough shell has been scrubbed away, I see all the truth she was hiding. The purple welts around her mouth are in stark contrast to her pale skin, and there are 2 new red marks on her left cheek and jaw, plus finger mark bruising on the side of her neck. O'Sullivan's trademark. I was wearing the same set of bruises the day Seamus and I walked past Frankie and Aidan outside the old library. Thick bandages are wrapped around her wrists instead of invisible shackles. O'Sullivan doesn't have a single man on the door to protect her against his enemies. It's just another example of how little he cares about her, and one of the many reasons why my seeds of hate for him are now a forest of thorns. I sit down in the chair by the bed and stare at her for a long time. Why is it only when someone's dying that you think about their life as a whole and not how it slotted into yours? I don't know where she grew up or who her family are. I don't know the shape of her hopes and dreams before an Irish mobster shot a hole right through them all. I think about the woman she was before she met O'Sullivan, before he'd forced her to marry him at gunpoint. I've never seen her smile, but I imagine she had a stunning one. I bet she was the type of girl who could walk into a room and light it up like a cul-de-sac at Christmas time. Adric's pacing up and down the hallway outside. His scowl keeps dropping in and out of view. Don't give them the satisfaction, I whisper again, placing a hand on her arm and feeling frightened by how cold she feels beneath my touch. Not now. Not when we're this close to the end. The door swings open suddenly, and a harried-looking nurse appears, pushing a blood pressure monitor trolley in front of her. When she sees me sitting there, she stops short and gives me a tired smile of apology. Sorry, love. I didn't know you were in here. My hand slips from Rasheen's arm, and I shuffle backwards into the chair. I can't stay long. Is she... My voice trails off when I find it hard to articulate what I want the nurse to reassure me over the most. Is she going to live? Is she going to die? We barely spoke. We used to hate the sight of each other, so why does it feel like I'm losing the sister I never had? It's still touch and go, love. The nurse stops on the other side of the bed and attaches the blood oxygen monitor to her finger. Are you family? No, but we've been baptized together in misery. It forms a bond that's just as strong. The doctors will be here soon on their afternoon rounds if you'd like to speak. I can't, I say bluntly. I have to go. I watch the nurse glance at Adric, who's hovering in the open doorway, and then back to me, her brow creasing. A beat later, she's crossing the room and closing the door in his face with a much snappier greeting than the one I received. Wait here, we'll be done in a minute. I catch her eye as she returns to the bed and shoot her a silent thanks. Are you in trouble? She asks gently, keeping her eyes on Rasheen the whole time. I can call security if you like. That gentleman out there doesn't look like the kind the police can't help us. Only Frankie can. Just keep her safe. Keep her alive. My voice starts to crack. I'm not sure when I'll be able to make it back again to see her. Just then, Rasheen stirs, her head tilting in my direction, her dark eyelashes fluttering. Shocked, I look at the nurse for guidance. Is she... Ada... Rasheen's voice is so weak I have to lean over the bed to catch it. I'm so sorry, Ada. I take her hand and squeeze it, my chest tight with emotion. You've nothing to be... I'm sorry I never told you about your son. My world stops turning. Rasheen, I don't understand. I squeeze her hand and she moans softly. Is there something... Tanny said She lets out a soft sigh. Tell him I'm sorry too. There's a beat of silence, and then every monitor is bursting into life around her. Her blood pressure's dropping. Tight-faced, the nurse leans over the bed and slams her hand against an orange button on the wall. You'll have to wait outside while we try and stabilise her. I stumble away from the bed as a doctor and 2 nurses come running into the room. But she's going to be okay. She has to be okay. Let us do our work. Please, I whisper, don't let her die. Not now. I don't realise how close I am to the door until a hand is clamping around my wrist and dragging me backwards into the hallway. Time to go. Wait, Adric, I need to see.
No more lies.
He snarls, shaking me violently.
I just spoke with Semenov. You never talked to him. He is coming to the house later to address the situation.
Shit. Look, I heard you say her name. I guessed something was wrong and I had to see her. One of the nurses closes the door on us. Through the narrow window, I watch them fall upon her like hungry NHS starlings, all greedy to make her live. Please, let her live. I'm sorry I never told you about your son. Her words swirl around my head, forming smoky images that make no sense to me. I gave birth to Frankie's son. 4 days later, Kirill took him away from me in punishment. It was breathtakingly cruel in its simplicity. Was that madness or medication talking? We're waiting for the lift to arrive when her door opens again, and tense medical jargon is barked out across the hall to the nurses' station.
Goodbye, Roshin,
says Adric nastily. 10 seconds later, the crash trolley arrives, and I feel a great wave of sadness inside. As for Adric, he's still laughing about it when we reach the car. Kirill doesn't arrive until late. I've been sitting all alone at the breakfast bar waiting for him since 6 p.m, and now I'm watching the headlights of his Ferrari streak the wall opposite in shades of yellow before they shut off abruptly. The next few moments are a slow percussion of delay and violence. The loud slam of the front door, the heavy boots on the wooden floorboards, the familiar creak outside the kitchen. My cry of surprise as he greets me with a fist to the side of my head that flings me sideways, red, hot lava exploding. Then the almighty crash as I fall to the ground, along with the bar stool, my knees in blinding agony once again.
Suka!
He snarls, standing over me, cowering me, covering my bare arm in slimy wetness as he spits on me.
You dare to make me look like a fool!
You do that all by yourself, Kirill. I think blindly. Darkness is closing in again. But the worst things he's done to me have all transpired when I've been unconscious. As such, I push it away, like I'm pushing away the verbal abuse that's raining down on me, curling myself into a protective ball and bracing for a steel-tipped boot to my ribs. The next thing I know, he's dragging me to my feet by my hair and throwing me face first over the breakfast bar, the hard edge of the counter colliding with my stomach and winding me. Wait! I slam my hands down to save myself, but this leaves him free to flip my dress up and drag my underwear down. No! It's not a fair contest. It's 2 against 1. I'm not only fighting off my husband, I'm fighting to stay awake again. He slams my throbbing head down onto the cold surface with one hand and thrusts a brutal finger inside me with the other, stretching my dryness, coercing my body to open for what's coming. I hate you, I rasp as he forces another finger inside me, and I tense every muscle to drive him out. But he's too strong. The hurt is too much.
Not as much as I hate you,
he grunts back, kicking my legs apart.
I should have taken you in that dining room all those years ago, when you were still young and pure. Instead, you fucked a poor Italian boy and bought yourself a lifetime of hell.
No regrets, I whisper, closing my eyes when I hear the clink of his belt. No regrets, Frankie. This isn't the first time Kirill's raped me, but it's the first time he's done it when I can see light around the edges of my prison cell door. Does that make it any easier to take? I think hazily, as he pulls his fingers out and something else starts pushing at me down there. The fact that he degrades me when I have hope? Or was it easier before, when I could sink down into an abyss in the days that followed and find some relief in it? I see a library suddenly. I think of eyes meeting, of whispered words, of a love that began amongst stories, yet the reality turned out to be so much better for us. Meanwhile, Kirill is still grunting and pushing against me. But there's no sharp sting or rush of air from my lungs from his first violent thrust.
Fucking bleed, I hear him curse. You are so ugly now, even my cock doesn't want you.
His hand lifts from my head and he shoves me away. With a shaking hand, I reach down to pull my underwear up. He's breathing harshly, watching me, planning his next attack. I'm not stupid. I know he's not done with me. What started out as my humiliation has now become his, and there will be serious repercussions for that. There's a loud rap at the kitchen door.
Mudak!
Shithead.
I told you not to disturb me. Kian O'Sullivan is on the phone.
Adric sounds animated for once, and not in a good way.
He says it's important. So is reprimanding my wife. It is to do with the coke shipments from Vilnius.
There's a pause.
What about them? The first plane never arrived at Heathrow. Pah, that Irish swalach couldn't find 100 kilos of white in a black room. Are you sure he checked in with Heathrow and not Gatwick? O'Sullivan says it just exploded over the English Channel.
There's a terrifying note of calm before Kirill speaks again.
And the second plane? We lost radio contact over Europe 10 minutes ago. There is an issue with the London warehouses, too.
With a howl of rage, my husband pushes past me and sends me spinning into the counter again. The next few moments are a fast percussion of exit and release. The angry words exchanged in the hallway. His Ferrari engine roaring into life. The strange keening sound I'm making at the back of my throat as I sink back down to the floor. Hurry, Frankie. He's tearing me apart again, and this time I might not be able to find all my pieces.
Chapter 24. Frankie. There are some things in this lifetime I'll never unsee. Like the image of my older brother Matteo holding his own guts in his hands after O'Sullivan blew a hole in his stomach. Or my father dying badly in front of me less than an hour later. Then there's the look on Ada's face when they tore our hands apart, right before Kirill's boot smashed into my skull and the universe went black. When I was living in Monaco, the worst things were always in my head. Late at night, alone and wandering. That's when I saw the real hell that was unfolding behind the closed doors of Semenov's mansion. When my imagination was an instrument of torture that no amount of coke or alcohol could obliterate. I've never been under any illusion of what he's done to Ada over the years, and the price she's had to pay for loving me. But knowing I couldn't help for fear of the red compass making things even worse for her has been my own fucking cross to bear. In the beginning, it made me question if the sacrifice was worth it. Black gun, 2 silver bullets. I even bought a plane ticket back to London, and it sat on my desk for 3 weeks mocking me. Then Semenov exiled her to Surrey. She bought a small dance studio and set up a business. I saw how hard she was fighting to live, and that changed something. It made me stronger, made me want to fight harder to destroy the Red Compass and set us free. It's different when the abuse might be happening 100 meters in front of you. That's when your self-control becomes a figure of hate. I saw the way Semenov drove his supercar into his driveway, and I have a hunch why the bastard's so pissed off. I followed Ada and her Bratva bodyguard to the hospital. I know how small her cage is. If she's not at the house, the library, or her studio, then she's told a lie to get there. A lie he just found out about. I checked my watch. 8:55 p.m. If he lays one fucking finger on her, this time it's Bambi's face that stops me reaching for the door handle. When I dragged Viper into this burning building with me, I dragged her in too. I'm fully prepared to meet Santiago's judgment with a dirty conscience, but I'm not prepared to have her destroyed because of it. Hurry the fuck up, Grayson. I need to get in there. 8:57 p.m. 30 seconds later, there's a commotion in front of the house, and the iron gates are swinging open. From my vantage point, I watch as 5 Range Rovers exit after the Russians' Ferrari, and then disappear into the night like a black parade. Here's hoping there's a 6-car pileup on the M4 with no survivors. Climbing out of my SUV, I jog across the street with my gun in my hand, keeping low to the perimeter wall of the house and dodging the scope of the cameras. I'm nearly at the front gates when my phone starts vibrating. 2 men on the front door, 1 at the back, 1 hour, G. I'd be impressed if I wasn't so hungry to reach her. The gates are still closing. Once inside, I make my way around to the rear of the mansion, blending in with the shadows to keep me out of sight. I spot the guard right away. I wait for him to patrol the east side of the garden, and then the house is mine for the taking. Where are you, Ada? The lights are off in the kitchen. The place is peaceful, but I keep my gun drawn. Moving into the hall, I go to make my way upstairs when I notice a soft glow coming from an open doorway to my right. Pausing on the threshold, I take in the busy floor-to-ceiling bookshelves, the old wooden desk and leather armchair that's worn through at the arms. This is Ada's taste, her sanctuary. The rest of this house is sanitized and dead, but in here, it's alive. It makes me want to step inside and inhale every part of it. But there's no movement in the room, and not a minute to waste. I turn to leave, shooting another cursory glance at the books, and then I stop dead. They're the ones I sent her. Every single edition. Italian, Spanish, Arabic, even the fucking expensive one that cost me $5 million at an auction in New York. I'm about to take a closer look when I hear her. She's somewhere in the room, someplace I can't see, and she's humming softly to herself.
It's a sad tune, but it surges through my black heart like an electric current, forcing it to beat red again.
My cock feels it too. I'm already throbbing. Then she steps into view, with her back turned away from me, gently running her finger along a line of books as she searches for something, completely oblivious to the man who's devouring her. Her hair is shorter, barely dusking her shoulders, making her neck seem even more delicate. She's barefoot and wearing a loose-fitted navy blue linen dress that falls to her knees, with a backline that scoops low to reveal 2 slender white shoulder blades. Jesus fuck. I want to press my lips to that soft skin and feel her body rise. I want to part her legs and make her remember all the ways that I remember. Dark, dirty, and needy. Like the whole world was on fire and we were burning up with it.
I want her thighs slick with my cum, and then I want to catch every drop and push it back inside her, because every part of me belongs to her, just as every part of her is mine. She starts on a new row, still searching for this elusive book. It's too reminiscent of the first time we met, when I'd followed her into that library with revenge on my mind. I'd wanted to reach through the bookshelves that separated us and end her life, until she looked up, stared into my eyes, and ended me instead. Now she's ending me all over again. I need her. I fucking need her. To fix, to love, to claim, to own. Then all the lost years will melt away like sheets of ice that couldn't withstand our heat. As I watch, her back stiffens. It's like she knows I'm there now, but she's too afraid to turn. I make it easy on her and reach for the lights. I saw her for the first time in darkness. We've lived for the last 14 years in darkness. Tonight, we'll heal in the darkness.
Chapter 25. Ada. I sense him right before the lights go out. I think I sensed him the moment he stepped inside this house. When Kirill and Adric stormed out, along with most of my security, I secretly hoped this situation was by design, that their distraction would allow the one person in that they were trying so hard to keep out. Now he's here, standing behind me, devouring me with his eyes, worshipping me with his stillness. The tune fades from my lips as I stand here too, back turned, breathing him in, breathing him out, wrapping his presence around me like silk, loving him so completely, like our last day was only yesterday. When he flicks the switch, I let out a soft cry, not because I'm scared, but because he's real and it's happening. And when you crave something for so long and the universe delivers, for a split second, your mistrust outweighs your joy. I cry out because after 14 long years, my layers of self-preservation won't allow me to believe that he's standing in the same room as me until he says my name.
Ada.
Oh my God.
Ada.
That's when my chin drops and my shoulders cave, and for the first time since he went away, I allow the tears to fall. My heartache pours out of me. I press my fists to my stomach to ease the pain. I let it flood the spaces between us to show him just how much I've suffered without a single word being said. In turn, his silence tells me all the ways he suffered too.
Ada.
This time, when he says my name, he's standing right behind me. His voice is harsh, strained, older. Everything. You came back for me. I swipe my hand across my wet cheeks and try to catch my breath. I can't even feel the sting from Kirill's blow anymore. Frankie's healing me already.
However long it took,
he murmurs, reiterating what he said all those years ago. And then his mouth finds the dip between my shoulder blades, and I close my eyes to savor it, feeling my body come alive again beneath his touch.
Don't cry, Ada. You stayed alive, Dove Girl. You stayed alive like you promised.
For you. For Alex. I lean my head back against a wall of muscle that's so much harder and broader than I remembered.
No other man came close to owning you. Not this heart inside your chest, the taste of sunshine on your skin, the beat between your legs.
His thick forearm slides around my waist, trapping me against his erection.
They were always mine, Ada. This was never theirs to steal.
Remind me, I whisper. Remind me that I'm yours. With a low growl, he picks me up in his strong arms and settles me on the edge of the desk. There's a clatter to my left as he tosses his gun down. Nudging my legs apart, he positions himself between them and takes my face between his hands. Silver is spilling in through a gap in the blinds, highlighting the savage slant of his cheekbone and the strength of his jaw. I run my fingers over his skin, committing every contour to memory.
I felt them.
He presses his forehead into mine, as if pushing all the bad memories away.
Every kick, every punch, every word.
Make it better. My voice is shaking as I wrap my arms around his neck. Drive all their ugliness out of me.
No part of you could ever be ugly,
he says, breathing hot words against my skin.
Not now, not ever. You will always be perfection.
Even when I'm broken?
Especially when you're broken.
His hand trails to my knees, skimming the scarred and swollen joint still aching from my fall earlier.
You broke for us, Ada, and that makes you the fucking moon and the stars.
With this, he kisses me, taking my mouth with a brutality that makes me gasp, sweeping his tongue over every inch, as if this is his way of committing me to memory. Wrapping my legs around his waist, we fall back against the desk, and he's reaching in between us to hitch up my dress and rip open his belt.
Fuck.
The hunger in his voice makes me want him more. His fingers brush against my aching pussy as he rips his jeans down, inciting a flood of wetness between my legs. God, I need him so much. It's insanity. It's life and death. It's paradise. Hurry, I urge, as he tears my underwear down my legs and slides the head of his cock the length of my slit. I have no idea how long we have before Kirill returns, but I'll die if I don't feel him inside me tonight.
Still wet for me, Ada,
he says harshly.
Still so fucking wet for me like a good girl.
And then he sinks into my body on a ragged breath, stretching me wide with his sighs, conquering and claiming until I feel every throbbing inch of him. Where have you been, Frankie? He's so deep, he's pressing against my cervix, but it's the sweetest ache.
Waiting for you.
He pulls out slowly and then slams back into me. He does this a couple more times until I'm breathless and hurting in all the best ways. He tells me about the man he's become in the way he fucks me, holding me down with a hand to my throat and acting ruthless in his possession as filthy words slip from his mouth that have my back arching and my body in flames. About how he's going to fill my pussy with his cum so that I'll be dripping for the next week. And afterwards, how he's going to paint my lips with it so the only thing I'll taste is him. Then he's stealing my breath away with his violent thrusts and jerking his hips to hit the best spot, keeping me a prisoner right on the edge. His hand clenches around my throat, and I see stars in the darkness. In response, my pussy spasms around his cock, stealing curses and groans from his mouth. Hard, fast, brutal, reckless. This is more than we were before. This is us now, with all our flaws and imperfections, baggage and courage.
Jesus, fuck!
His other hand crashes down next to my head as he starts to thicken and jerk inside me.
Come for me, Ada,
he adds with a groan. But I'm there already, core on fire, free-falling into a void. The next thing I know, his mouth is on mine again, and he's swallowing every note of my pleasure. 2 more vicious thrusts later, and he's coming too, flooding me like he said he would. It's spilling out around his cock as he pulls out, and then he's driving back inside me one last time, making a filthy mess of me like you promised. I want to be his whore, his white dove, his everything. Releasing his hold on my throat, he covers the skin with soft kisses before lifting me up into his arms and holding me close to him, locking us together, catching our breath together. There are so many things we need to say. There's a whole decade and a half to share and mourn. But for now, this is the only thing that matters. Chest to chest, heartbeat to heartbeat. I'm not a butterfly in a parallel life anymore. I'm right where I need to be.
Chapter 26. Frankie. A noise outside breaks the spell. Tearing myself from her arms, I winch the belt of my jeans together and root around the desk for my gun. My head is all over the place and my cock is still leaking. To wait this long for her and then to be inside her was the brutal fucking ruin of me. I've never come so hard, nor felt like I'm right where I'm supposed to be with this much clarity. "Here," she whispers, shoving cold steel into my hands. The moon is pouring in through the gap in the blinds and catching the soft curves of her face. There's so much we need to say to each other, but I catch her mouth in another violent kiss instead. She sees me. She still sees me, even in the darkness. "Stay there," I tell her, heading over to the window. The silhouettes of the trees are sentry and still. Not even a breeze is worrying them. I glance at my watch. It's 9:45 already. Did the guards hear us? Neither of us screamed the house down, but we weren't quiet either.
"Frankie,"
the note of panic in her voice makes my head snap back to her.
"Kirill will be home at any moment. The guard's outside."
Grayson said we had an hour. We've 15 minutes left. I stride back over to the desk, holstering my gun so I can wrap my hand around the nape of her neck and let her warmth seep into my bones. In 7 days, we'll have a lifetime.
"A lifetime,"
she echoes, the surety in her voice making my cock hard again. The alternative will never be an option for her. I'd make her love me, even if she had none of it left to give.
"What happens in 7 days? Who's Grayson?"
"He's the warning blizzard. Next Friday, the hurricane hits." I pause. There's no way I can walk away from her now, but we're dead if we run. Ada, I don't have time to explain. I just need you to—
"In 7 days, we'll be free to be together, and this man is going to help us,"
she says, deducing the headlines for herself. Him and the cartel he works for. I slide my hand up to her face to palm her jaw again. We're going to annihilate the Red Compass. Everyone who hurt us will die. Our son. She quickly presses a finger to my lips, as if she can't bear for me to say his name.
"Please, don't hate me."
"I could never hate you."
"Kirill stole him."
"And I'll get him back for you, I swear."
"Not for me. For us."
She reaches up to replace her finger with her soft lips and sweet breath. I nod, murmuring another oath into her mouth. For us.
"Did you kill Zachariah, like you killed Guido Rossi?"
"I'm going to kill all of them, Ada."
"Kirill said you'd been in jail."
"I saw an opportunity."
"Is Aiden okay?"
"He is now. He's lording it up in Monaco, spending half the time depriving a bunch of rich arseholes out of their euros, and the other half laundering drug money. I'll take you there someday. I'm going to show you the world."
"I can taste your conflict when we kiss."
Her blurted-out assertion takes me by surprise, echoing Grayson's words from yesterday.
"You said we only had an hour, which means you need to leave soon."
She goes to push me away, but I catch her wrists. "Not without you. You don't get to walk away from me. Ever."
"But that's the conflict, isn't it, Frankie?"
she argues quietly.
"We don't have a choice."
She slides off the desk and starts to pull me towards the door.
It's the silence behind your words that betray you. They always did, even when we were kids. There's a reason you can't take me with you tonight, am I right?
How can she be so calm when it's dissecting me from the inside out? Fuck, Ada. Don't ask me to make this decision. I can't leave you with that animal.
It's 7 more days, not 14 years. I can do this, and so can you. We have to. For Alex.
For us. I know she's right, but it's like she's stabbing me with the truth. I'll bend the rules, I snarl, fighting it to the last. I'll find a way to keep you safe.
Stolen moments, Frankie.
Her voice is shaking now, giving her sadness away. No, Ada. I tug her to a stop on the threshold of the room and crowd her up against the doorframe, craving her body one last time before I go. These are the moments we're stealing back. I'm scaling the outside wall, trying not to castrate myself on the barbed wire, when the first black Range Rover appears in the distance.
Dropping down onto the grass verge, I keep low to the ground as it passes, and then I'm crossing the road to the empty property opposite.
Soon after, the second Range Rover appears, then a third and a fourth. No Ferrari, though. No Semenov. At least that's something, right? Wrong. It's just a stay of execution, and I'm chuckling bitterly to myself about it as I approach the SUV. Most men I know tell themselves anything to avoid the ugliness in front of them, but I know the truth. I shouldn't have left her. We didn't have a choice. We're not making this sacrifice for ourselves now. We're doing it for our son. What's so funny? Drawls a voice from the darkness. Your dick can't be that small, surely. I pull my gun so fast the man leaning against my car doesn't have time to curse. When I blink and see the familiar face grinning back at me, I blow out a relieved breath. Christ, Aiden, what the hell are you doing here? There are a lot of religious connotations in that sentence, he muses, lifting a half-eaten apple to his mouth for another bite. Are you part of the God Squad now? Maybe they can pray you up a bigger dick if you ask the congregation nicely. Rolling my eyes, I holster my gun. This isn't the same edgy man who was waiting for me outside La Bastille in France. This is Aiden Knight, back to his ruthless, swaggering, bitchy best. He finishes up the apple and chucks the core over his shoulder. Thought it was an appropriate snack to have. Remind me again, is Library Girl called Ada or Eve? Don't push it, Raven, I warn. It's been a hell of a night. Tell me why you're in the middle of suburbia at 10 p.m. on a Friday evening, in a country you haven't visited in over a decade. He stretches his legs out in front of him and yawns. Grayson asked me to check that you were upholding your side of the bargain. No last-minute deviations or procurements. His gaze starts to wander over my black jeans. Is that Ada Semenov in your pocket, or are you just pleased to see me? Don't call her that. Where's Issa? In Monaco. She okay? She's 8 months pregnant and feeling it, so perhaps you should be directing that question at me. Last week I nearly lost my left nutsack because her pomegranate salad was too cold. A day later it was too warm. I don't even make the fucking food. I have a Michelin star chef at my disposal, but I'm the man who knocked her up, so I'm the first in the firing line. I smirk and silently high-five Issa for giving her husband hell. She's as sweet as she is strong, a stunning force of nature that he never saw coming. She played Aiden at his own game, then hit him with a full house for her final hand. She didn't just win the jackpot. She reformed the unreformable playboy. Then I think about Ada, all alone and terrified with my baby growing inside her, and the moment loses its humor.
She kept the pregnancy so hush-hush. Even Silas didn't know about it until after Alex was born.
Did you see her? Yes, I saw her. Did you fuck her? Would you like me to shove my gun where the sun doesn't shine, or ram it down your throat instead? I move swiftly toward the driver's side before I start acting on my threat. "Did you really stay the whole hour?" he drawls. "You haven't been with a woman in so long, I imagine it was more of a sprint than a marathon. Remind me whose private jet you're taking back to Monaco again?" Now it's his turn to laugh. "I've missed you, you miserable cunt. Sinning and winning is no fun without you." I rest my elbows on the roof of the SUV as he circles around to the passenger side, feeling emotionally bankrupt. "Go home to Issa, Raven. This isn't your fight."
It became my fight when Tommaso Zaccaria screwed with my life too.
I just didn't know my enemy's face until recently. I groan inwardly. I know where this conversation is headed. I just never expected it to happen 100 meters from Ada's front door with the memory of her pussy wrapped around my cock, still lucid in my mind. "I don't want your guilt," he says, catching sight of my face. "You kept everything from me because you didn't have a choice. I dealt with the ramifications of that when you were inside, and it's the reason I was standing outside the gates on your release day and not at your funeral. I know what you did for me when we were kids. I know the sacrifices you made." He glances back at the looming silhouette of Ada's house. "We're not brothers by blood, but we're brothers in all the other ways it counts." There's a long pause. "What was the favor?" "What favor?" "The one that bought me an hour with Ada." "Ah, that." A wicked look crosses his face before he's neatly deflecting the subject. "Grayson's not messing around, Frankie. Don't test his patience, no matter how much it stings. Keep Ada as safe as you can from a distance. His own wife was trafficked by associates of the men who are now cutting deals with the Red Compass. I was right. It is personal. What happened to her? He got her out, blew a hole in Amsterdam the size of a small crater in doing so. Santiago has his reasons too. These people don't mess about, Frankie." "I see. So, you showing up here is just another friendly warning to me to be a good fucking boy?" I frown as he goes to open the door. "Don't you have your own car?" "I have several." "Then I suggest you get in one of them." "Nah, they're all parked in the garage behind us." His smirk widens. "I just bought this place from a rock star who hasn't hit the charts since the Stones were relevant."
Feel free to use it to stake out Library Girl, if you keep within the property's boundaries.
"And in answer to your question, my flight home isn't until tomorrow." With this, he swings into the passenger seat, his deep voice filtering out to me. "I hear you staged a hostile takeover for a Park Lane casino. Along with the sharp rise of dead bodies in the London area and a heart in chains, what else is new with you?" I think of Viper and Bambi as I climb in after him. "Buckle up, Raven, and I'll introduce you to a snake and a thief." I drive straight to Encore, knowing that's where my business partner will be. When he's not hunting down and torturing pedophiles, dealing coke, or plotting which parts of O'Sullivan and Semenov he'll be carving off first, Viper is drinking and gambling like they're Olympic sports, and self-destruction is the only gold. It makes our new establishment perfect for the last 2 entries on his list of addictions. As we park up and make our way towards the entrance, I pull out my phone and fire off a couple of messages to Silas to make sure he calls me the minute Semenov shows up again. Once done, I catch Aidan side-eyeing me with a frown. "What? Usually you would have smoked 10 cigarettes by now, and I would have bitched about all of them." "Didn't want one." "Bullshit. You were born smoking. You set fire to your mother's pussy on the way out." "Maybe I'm leaving my hands free for other things these days, like breaking your jaw for asking too many questions." To prove the point, I take a skinny matchstick out of my back pocket and slide it in between my teeth. "Well, at least you have a light for when you fall off the wagon," he observes dryly.
Stepping onto Encore's main floor, he whistles in appreciation at the refurbished casino.
"I like it. I'm not sure your dealer's old enough to shark the cards, though." He jerks his head to where Bambi sat at her favorite roulette table, head bent over her laptop again. That's Viper's kid. Who's Viper? Me, says a voice behind us. You must be the Crimson King of Monaco. Aidan laughs. I prefer King Midas, but it didn't work out so well for him. Besides, Red is more relatable to our line of work. He holds out his hand. Aidan Knight, Danny Razor, I presume? Was. I killed that name sometime in the last decade. He looks him up and down, taking in his black Brioni and Patek Philippe. Must be pricey being a grown-up. I can tell Viper likes him, though. Most people like Raven, until he's pointing a gun at their head. He's not shy about pulling the trigger either. You tell me. You're the one with the kid already. What's your baby snake called? Bambi, my niece's daughter. Mother checked out a couple of years ago. I yanked the matchstick from my teeth. I thought you said she was your cousin's kid. Something flickers behind Viper's eyes. It's the movement of a spider's web when an insect gets trapped in its web. Drink?
He directs this more at Aidan than at me.
Depends on what you're offering. Last time I was in London, I was still drinking Guinness. My taste has improved immeasurably since then. So has your taste in women, I mutter. Leaving them chatting by the bar, I wander over to say hi to Bambi, who slams her laptop lid down as I approach, narrowing her eyes at me and chewing her bubblegum defiantly. Her pink hair looks like fairground candy floss tonight. She must have dyed it again. Lifting my eyebrows, I hold up the matchstick in my hand. Trying. Blushing slightly, she opens up her laptop again and spins it around to show me. Trying too. It's a website for some BBC learning channel, and she's in the middle of a maths tutorial about trigonometry. Replacing the matchstick in my mouth, ignoring the clenched fist inside my chest, I take a seat opposite her. Does it make sense? She glares at me for daring to ask her that, and then her shoulders slump, and she's shaking her head in defeat. Want me to talk to Viper about getting you a tutor? She glances over at the bar and considers this for a long moment, before nodding slowly.
Think he'd go for it?
He will, if I'm the one who's asking.
Did you see Dance Lady earlier?
What the fuck? Are you psychic now?
I installed a tracking device on your iPhone,
she admits, looking guilty.
I checked it after you left the house. The icon placed you in the same town as before, so I figured.
Don't. My tone is ice cold as I reach into my pocket and toss my iPhone onto the red felt. Delete it right now.
Fine.
Glaring at me again, she picks it up, cracks my password instantly, and starts tip-tapping away on the screen. Stick to stealing smokes instead of information, Bambi. I warn. Stay out of this mess. It's nothing but trouble. Placing my iPhone back down in front of me, she bites her lip and drops the shitty teenage act, looking every inch a kid who knows she's in the doghouse. At least she can still tell the difference between right and wrong. We haven't screwed her up that bad.
Did you know that a ghost crab can growl?
She blurts out suddenly.
They use the teeth in their stomach.
No, I didn't know that. I slide my iPhone back into my pocket and resume chewing on the matchstick. Did you know there's a type of pig in China that's the size of a bear? A smile threatens to break up her sulky expression.
Did you know a snail can sleep for 3 years at a time?
I pause, thinking fast. Can you get me access to all the security cameras inside Dance Lady's studio reception? She frowns.
I thought you said,
if I'm complicit, it's different.
What does complicit mean?
That we're in it together. She rolls my words around her head, and I can tell she likes the way they sound.
I can get you access. When for?
I'll let you know. I watch her eyes flicker back to her laptop screen. How are you related to Viper again, Bambi?
I'm his brother's niece.
Chapter 27. Ada. The last Red Compass meeting was all about business, but tonight it's all about pleasure. Their pleasure, not mine. God forbid these monsters might ever see past their own dirty ambitions and libidos. If they did, they'd understand my misery at being dragged to a place like this, when all I desire is my freedom. The club is dark. The vibe inside is black leather and sex. Shangri-La is one of O'Sullivan's more exclusive private gentlemen's clubs, carved out of an 18th century basement in Soho, with debasement filling in the cracks of the arched brickwork as barely legal girls strip and pout on the mirrored platform below. Everything about this place is fake. Fake smiles, fake nails, fake show of power. O'Sullivan's grip on London is slipping, even though he'd rather shoot himself in the head than admit to it. He needs to prove to the Italians, and ultimately the Brigazzi, that the city is still under his control. Now, more than ever. What better way than with a reckless display of hedonism and subjugated women, when his own wife is lying in a hospital bed less than 10 miles from here? Roisin's not dead. The doctors managed to stabilize her in time. I know this because I heard O'Sullivan bitching about it earlier, cursing her will to live when he was so sure he'd finally crushed it. I've been watching the Irish mobster all evening from a circular booth in a dark corner, pretending to be invisible while replaying last night over and over in my head to keep myself sane. He's strutting about the place acting like a dissipated god, but his reputation is on shaky ground after Guido's death and the drive-by, and now the disappearance of 2 Lithuanian planes and millions of pounds worth of coke. Tonight, he's pouring sex and alcohol down Mario Zachary's throat and throwing his money around, but it's just a smokescreen. No rival organisation has stepped up to claim responsibility for the explosions yet, and it's making him look weak. He'd wipe out his enemies in a heartbeat, but even the great and terrible Cian O'Sullivan can't kill shadows. Running my finger up and down the stem of my cocktail glass, I debate all the reasons why I've been summoned again. Is it another chance to intimidate me? To berate me? To keep an eye on me? To parade me as bait in the hope that Frankie bites? All I know is that 6 hours ago Adric turned up at my dance studio with this stupid silver mesh mini-dress I'm wearing and told me to get changed. When I protested, he held up his phone and threatened to ring Kirill, then smirked when I quietly acquiesced. I'm not here to support my husband, that's for sure. He's currently getting sucked off by a teenager in a cheap red corset a couple of booths to my right. His face is tipped back, eyes closed in ecstasy, his right hand fisting her blonde hair as he forces himself deeper and deeper into her mouth, until she's spitting up and gagging all over him, which only makes him smile more. I look away, sick to my stomach. There's a new fire simmering inside me. Every time I think about what they've done, another log gets tossed on the flames. I'm too angry to be meek and deferential anymore, too impatient to sit still as they aim their cruelty at me. 6 days to go. 6 days to go. 6 days to go. I think about Frankie and Alex again. This morning, when I wrote their names in the condensation on the mirror, I imagined the man I love standing in front of a window with a gun in his hand, waiting for a signal. I saw my son staring at his phone and willing for it to ring. I think about last night, and how it felt like I was being reborn again as I was falling apart beneath him. How he said he'd find a way to keep me safe between now and next Friday if he could. Loud laughter from O'Sullivan's booth draws my attention. He and his lieutenants have forced some girl onto the table, and they're holding her legs open and snorting lines off her naked pussy. She can't be more than 17. The same age I was when I met Frankie. Even from over here, I can see how much she's shaking with fear. Bastards. You don't approve? Mario Zaccaria has stopped in front of my booth. Despite O'Sullivan's best efforts, he doesn't look drunk in the slightest. Just malevolent, his dark eyes glinting in the club's lights. His tailored suit is almost sinister in its precision, skimming off his broad shoulders and tapered waist like sheets of black ice. It's not my place to say, I mutter, staring straight ahead. I know who murdered your father, Mr. Zachariah. He has the same face as your own executioner. Everyone is entitled to an opinion, Signora. To my horror, he slides into my booth, opening his jacket to make himself more comfortable, and me considerably less so. It is just that no one listens to a woman's. I keep my eyes fixed on the girl gyrating on stage as he inches closer, enveloping me in some expensive cologne that smells earthy and cruel as I envisage stabbing him in the neck with the stem of my cocktail glass. You are not so displeasing to look at tonight, he croons, his gaze roving over my body and hovering on my stupidly low neckline, his thick accent clinging to my skin like unwanted perspiration. Did I offend you with my comments the other day? I flinch when I feel a cold hand on my knee. They're not so swollen and painful anymore, but they're still sensitive when touched by a disgusting creep. I don't recall what you said, Mr. Zachariah. I mocked your beauty, your scars. I flinch again as he starts to slowly run his fingers up the inside of my thigh. Don't move, and keep your eyes on your husband being sucked off by a whore, he hisses as I try to push him away. When I penetrate this trouble-making pussy, I want him and O'Sullivan to watch. I freeze, my cheeks flushing with humiliation. This is what real power looks like, Signora, he taunts. Not drugs, clubs, or tricks. Just violating the daughter and the wife of your business partners, knowing they cannot do a fucking thing about it because they need my connections too badly. Just then, Kirill looks over and sees Mario next to me. I watch his face go still, and then he's pushing the blonde away from him and rising to his feet. As she tumbles to the floor with a shocked cry, he steps over her, like she's nothing more than roadkill. Now he's talking to O'Sullivan, and they're both looking over in our direction, which has Mario smirking in amusement. Kirill is hiding his anger behind a wall of indifference, but that telltale red flush of rage is creeping up O'Sullivan's neck. Mario's crossing a line. Neither man gives a damn about me, but to them, I'm property, and property needs their permission to be entered and defiled. Do you think they can see what I'm doing to you under the table yet? Mario chuckles darkly as his nails dig painful crescents into my upper thigh. Take your panties off and give them a real show. No, I whisper. Spread your legs, bitch. Fuck you. But he forces them apart anyway. Who knows? You might enjoy it, Signora. Seminova says you are frigid, but I refuse to believe it until I feel your dry pussy for myself. Frankie, help me. Please help me. His cold fingers are burrowing into my underwear, hooking and clawing and pulling at the material as he fights with a thin barrier to get at me. I close my eyes, willing myself away to a warm room inside my head where there's a man waiting who tells me he loves me, despite all my cracks and flaws. He's reaching out to pull me into his arms when there's a loud shout from somewhere to my left. A beat later, I'm being jerked back to the club as a bucket of cold water is thrown in my face and a piercing fire alarm erupts overhead, rattling my senses and bruising my eardrums. Not a bucket, I think hazily, as screams and shouts echo all around me. Blurred movement frames my vision as people run for cover in all directions. It's the fire sprinkler system. Someone's triggered the fire sprinkler system in the club. With a roar of anger, Mario scrambles out of the booth as two of his men rush over with their jackets held aloft to shield their capo from the pelting water. I can hear him cursing and shouting in Italian as they make a beeline for the club's exit. My eyes flutter shut again to savour my reprieve. Was this you, Frankie? Did you hear my silent cries? Tipping my head back, I let the water slide over my skin, washing me clean of Mario's dirty touch. All the chaos and noise fades into the background, and then it's disappearing altogether. No one is grabbing at my arm and forcing me to leave. Everyone is too busy saving their expensive suits. Peace. Ada. I sense him. The same way I sensed him last night, heating me up with his gaze until I have no choice but to open my eyes. That's when I see him clearly for the first time in 14 years. Not in the darkness, but in the light. He's standing over by the far wall behind the stage, distorted by a million droplets of water, but savagely beautiful enough to burn through them all. I see the contours of his face, the same ones I felt with my fingertips last night, from the high slanted cheekbones to that unforgiving jawline. Taller, broader, fiercer. His skin is a rich golden colour, and his dark hair is shorter than I remembered. It's a man's haircut now, not a boy's. Tattoos cover his knuckles and forearms, swirling shapes and blades, and 2 words in a heavy script that match the ones carved into my heart. His chest is filling out his black t-shirt, the water moulding the material to all the hard planes of his abdomen. I want his edges. I want his everything.
Ada!
Kirill storms back into the club, swiping at his eyes.
Fucking bleed. Think we would forget about you, eh? Where is Adrit? Getting his brains fucked out by some whore upstairs?
Grabbing my wrist, he hauls me out after him, cursing my slowness as I limp to keep up. Before he drags me up the stairs, I glance back at the stage, hoping for one last glimpse, and holding my breath that Kirill won't notice. But Frankie's already gone.
Chapter 28. Frankie. Bambi's watching me from the passenger seat, wide-eyed and curious as I pound my fist into the SUV's bonnet, only stopping when my knuckles are bloody and raw. I'm too far gone to set a good example, too blinded by pain for her to see me as anything other than the violent, desperate bastard I am. Reeling backwards, I scrape my hand through my soaking wet hair as the busy neon streets of Soho look on with disapproval. Fuck them. Fuck them all.
I just added Mario Zachariah to my kill list for touching what's mine.
When Silas called me earlier to say that Semenov had sent a car for Ada, I was out of Encore's front door, telling Viper some bullshit excuse about going for pizza, without realizing Bambi had snuck into my back seat. As punishment, I made her hack into the club cameras. I saw everything unfold from a parked car in the next street, until Bambi worked her tech voodoo and set off every alarm in the place. I found Ada sitting all alone in a booth, her head tilted back, water sluicing off her flawless skin. This time, she saw me in the light. She saw the scars, the tattoos, the man I'd become, and she didn't flinch away. My phone vibrates. It's Silas again. I'll have more info on your son tomorrow. I type out a quick reply. Get me pictures.
Do you want me to turn the alarms off now?
Bambi's giving me that shrewd, all men are batshit crazy look as I swing into the driver's seat. No, disable their systems. Make sure you close that fucking club down for a week. She grins, pops another tab of bubble gum in her mouth, and sets to work. Swiping my hand across my jaw, I try to get a handle on my anger. Do you always bring your gear with you when you go for pizza?
Yep, I bring it everywhere. Viper's rules. Always be prepared.
She sounds weary as she says it, though. Too weary. Like a kid who wants to swing from her roots for once, instead of moving with the breeze. Stolen anything today?
Nope. Killed anyone today?
Didn't have the chance to. I watch her flick through various black and white screens of codes. How come you can do this, but not trigonometry? She shrugs.
My brain's wired wrong.
Your brain is wired fine. I glance at my watch. Call Viper when you're done. We've been gone for over an hour. He'll be getting antsy.
Hey,
I hear her say a couple of minutes later.
So, the pizza place looked like a mice-infested crap hole, so I made Frankie take me somewhere else. Yeah, I snuck into his car. Uh-huh. That restaurant I told you about.
What restaurant?
You will?
She perks up.
That's awesome. We'll see you in 30 minutes.
Cursing inwardly, I switch the engine on.
All I want to do is sit here and simmer.
Still, I owe Bambi for what she did for me tonight. So I'll go wherever the fuck she wants me to go, even though I'm looking like I just took a shower with my clothes on.
Don't be cross,
she pleads, hanging up. I'm not cross.
I gave you an alibi. Viper doesn't want you near your dance lady, right?
Not for the next 6 days. I stare straight ahead, all the while wondering how I'm going to survive that long, knowing how precarious Ada's situation is. There's a pause.
You know, for this big, scary Mafia guy, you feel a lot.
She says it like it's a bad thing, which, on reflection, it probably is. If you don't feel, you can't be exploited. But that's not how the game of life works. How do you figure that?
You're in love with Dance Lady, right?
Right.
Viper says falling in love is like falling into a bear pit. You never come out alive.
She pauses for a moment.
It's kind of funny, though. I thought you'd be much smarter than that.
10 points to Viper for using an animal analogy for that charming explanation about human emotions, I say dryly. I catch her staring at me like she's trying to figure something out.
I want you to come out alive, Frankie.
I want us to come out alive, too. That tight knot inside my chest is back. She reminds me of my sister, Vittoria. Her innocence is a blinding white light surrounded by a ring of black, moving in ever-decreasing circles. Vittoria never asked to be born to a Mafia capo, the same way Bambi never asked to end up in Viper's nest. Then I really am a villain, I drawl, going back to our conversation the other day. You can't have feelings without a good backstory.
It's not good, though, is it?
She says quietly.
Otherwise, you'd be together already. And I wouldn't be hacking into fire alarm systems for you.
Where are we headed? I cut that line of questioning off at the root. I'm not in the right frame of mind to deal with a wildly intuitive 13-year-old girl.
The Zebra Cafe.
The what?
It's this really cool restaurant I read about. It's on the South Bank, so it's pretty close to here. Apparently, it's done up like the Masai Mara. Like, it's got fake trees and grasses, and all the walls are painted with animals and horizons and stuff.
My life is insane. Fucking insane. Fine, I grit out, turning into Shaftesbury Avenue. Put the damn address into the sat-nav.
And we're listening to Taylor Swift on the way.
You do know I murder people, I say, side-eyeing her.
You murder bad people,
she corrects with a grin, reaching for the stereo.
That means you're still getting into heaven, Frankie, but only via the back door.
When Viper joins us an hour later, unfashionably late in every sense of the word, in a ripped blue t-shirt and dirty jeans, I'm sitting at the bar, drinking a wild dog milkshake, surrounded by bored parents and kids who are high on sugar and feeling every year of 34. What the hell happened to you? He looks me up and down, taking in my soaking wet black shirt and jeans and bloody knuckles.
Did the monsoon season hit back?
Fuck off, Snake Eyes. I hope that's got whiskey in it. He gestures at my milkshake. Where's Bambi? Instagramming the shit out of this place. He slides onto the stool next to me and glances around the cafe. Atmospheric. You should take her. Take her where? Africa. You take her. I'm a little busy right now. By the way, there's a pedophile tied up in one of the private gaming rooms at Encore. No mess, I growl. Nothing I won't clean up before tomorrow. We open at 8 p.m.
And I just hired Pippa for front of house, and Nancy as your assistant, and I haven't screwed either one of them.
Yet. Tell me what you know about my son, Viper. He gazes at me steadily. If he's caught off guard by my question, he doesn't show it. 4 days after Alex was born, Semenov took him from Ada. She hasn't seen him since. How did you find out about him? I had eyes in London the whole time, same as you. Have you seen photos? He shakes his head. As far as I know, he's been in Russia for most of his life. I should have kept a closer eye on him. How the fuck were you meant to know he was your son? Eyes on the prize, Lastra. What time is Santiago getting into town tomorrow? 6. Grayson just messaged. He wants us on the tarmac when he lands. All hail the Prince of Darkness. Is London ready for this? Just so long as the Red Compass aren't. I watch him lift his hand at the bartender. Something with a lot of alcohol in, he says, turning back to me. I'm going to need it to pass the Santiago inspection. He glances over my shoulder and lifts his eyebrows as Bambi approaches. Evening, sweetheart. Frankie just told me he's taking you to Africa. Happy birthday. I shoot him a dirty look over the rim of my milkshake. It's tomorrow, not today, she corrects, smacking Viper in the chest. Stop being a dick, idiot. Frankie doesn't want to take me to Africa. Can I have a tenner? They've got a gift shop downstairs and everything. Good to know consumerism is alive and well, even on the Masai Mara. He hands her a 20. Keep the change. Do they serve food in the place, or are we meant to lick the animal paintings? I slide him a menu as Bambi drifts off again. He opens it up, still grinning at me. Is this a war of attrition, or have you two called a truce? I don't want her ending up in the crossfire, I warn, sliding a matchstick into my mouth. She won't. How's my sister? How the hell should I know? I'm not stupid, Lastra, but there are only so many times I can warn you off.
You're a grown-up.
You know what's at stake. He glances around the restaurant again. So, Ada Knight's not as much of an arsehole as I thought he'd be. Is this your attempt at small talk? I prefer your other methods of torture. Do you ever think about that night in the basement? I pause. He said it too quickly. It's as if it's been sitting in his mouth since Spain, and he's done holding it in. No, but it finds me anyway. A double vodka is placed in front of him, and I gesture for the same. Bambi's not here anymore. No need for drinks concessions. I watch him down it in one and order another. O'Sullivan's wife was the one who got me out. I pause, my drink halfway to my mouth. I wasn't expecting that. You asked me the other day, so I'm telling you now. He picks up Bambi's discarded packet of gum on the counter and slowly folds a tab into his mouth. All the while I'm hearing the telltale whistle of a bomb dropping in my head. They kept me in that basement for a week after they took you and Ada away. Still whistling. He glances down at the counter, his face twisting as if the memory is physically painful. When I fuck a woman, Lastra, I want her screams to have the major keys, not the minor ones. You know what I'm saying? It's a mutual thing, however freaky the kinks. I frown, confused by the digression. Still whistling. His expression stills. Let's just say O'Sullivan doesn't give a shit about consent from men or women. especially in that fucking basement. Boom. It takes me a second to register what he just admitted. Viper? Not here, he snaps, shutting down the conversation, and I know enough about assault victims not to push it. But I get it now. I get him. The manic behavior. The self-destruction. He doesn't just hunt down rapists to exorcise his sister's demons. He hunts them down to purge his own.
Chapter 29. Ada. And again, girls, slow, quick, quick, slow, quick, quick. 5 days, Ada. 5 days until I can hold him again and never let go. Just then, I notice that my class of 8-year-olds have stopped dancing and are collapsing into giggles. The leader has tripped over her quick-step, and the 3 girls behind have landed on top of her in an ungainly heap. Trying not to laugh myself, I pull them to their feet. I said to quick-step, Lucy, not to fall over your steps. I'm sorry, Miss Rivers. Shall we try that again? I click the small remote in my hand to restart the music. And a slow, quick, quick, slow, quick, quick. As much as it kills me, I've made the decision to close the studio after today. The risk of bringing danger into my students' lives is too real to ignore. It was easier to justify keeping it open when I was exiled and overlooked. But now, they sent me straight home after the incident in the club. I watched Kirill and O'Sullivan exchange angry words in the street as I was driven away. For the first time, I can see cracks forming at the heart of the red compass that can't be filled with money or violence. Glancing briefly at the clock on the wall, I paused the music again. That's nearly the end of the class, girls. Time for a warm-down. Find a spot on the floor and follow me. Afterwards, I dismissed them with a smile. Who had fun today? Their enthusiastic response elicits another smile. Good. Then I'll see you at the same time next week. I hope. Unless... Excuse me, is this where I sign up for dance lessons? There's a young girl hovering in the doorway to the changing rooms. As I watch, she swivels to the left to let the line of chattering 8-year-olds pass. She doesn't look like the kind of young teenager I normally see in this part of Surrey, in her skinny black jeans with food stains, a tight Taylor Swift t-shirt, and her bright pink hair. But there's something vaguely familiar about her anyway. She bites her bottom lip when I don't answer. Listen, I would have signed up at reception, but there was no one there. She trails off, shrugging her shoulders. Yes, of course, I'm sorry. I shake my head in apology as I walk towards her. Mia must be on her lunch break. Are you looking to take individual or group classes? Her gaze dips to my limp. Then she blushes when she realizes what she's doing. Oh, individual, please. Do you have any experience? Her eyes keep flickering over my face, as if she's deciding whether to trust me or not. God, no. Viper would have pissed himself laughing if I'd asked him in Spain. Viper? I say, frowning. My guardian. Her gaze starts trailing around the studio, taking in the mirrored wall, the polished wooden bars, and the black and white dance photographs on the walls. This is a really neat place. Thank you. Does your, guardian know you're here? It's me who can't stop staring now. Her eyes are bright green like mine. Nope, she says with a dismissive laugh. I took 2 buses and a train. I just wanted to try it, you know? She shrugs again. Plus, it's my birthday, so we can't be that mad at me running off for a couple of hours, right? Would you like to call, Viper and let him know you're okay? I will in a bit. Can I book a taster or something first? Sure you can. Let me just grab you an enrolment form. I limp back over to the front of the studio, where I keep a pack of spares next to the eye dock. What's your name? She calls out after me. Miss Rivers. No, I meant your first name. I glance back at her as I flick through the wad of paper for the right form. Ada. Why? Ada. She frowns slightly as another debate starts flitting behind her eyes. Here. I hand out the form to her, and she takes it with a nod. So, if you want to complete it and get your guardian to sign it, we can— How much? £20 for half an hour, I say without blinking, knocking 30 off my usual price. Dropping her backpack to the ground, she roots around inside it and pulls out a crumpled 20. Can I have the first lesson now? I really need a consent form from your guardian first. Viper won't mind. He's really busy today. He probably won't even notice I'm gone. Shit. Is this a child protection thing? Should I be calling someone? I cast my eye over her again. She doesn't look in distress or abused, but it's easy to hide the evidence. I have a case example staring back at me in the mirror every day. You're nice, she declares, moving her jaw ever so slightly, like she's chewing an imaginary piece of gum. I know your lessons aren't really £20. I looked you up on the internet before I came here. I laugh and shake my head. Okay, busted. Look, I don't have another class for 45 minutes. If you think your guardian would be okay with it, we can start now. At the very least, I can teach you some basic steps. In truth, there's something about this girl I don't want to let go of just yet. Sure. Her black backpack slides to the ground again with a thump. Do you have a name? She debates this for a second, and then says, Bambi. And I have the money, Miss Razor. You don't need to shortchange yourself. Razor. My breath catches. What did you just call me? Her face crumbles when she realizes her mistake. Oh shit, I'm so sorry. She backs away from me quickly, the words falling from her mouth. I know I shouldn't have come. No, wait. She stops dead, and we stare at each other. Just tell me how you know my last name is Razor. She hesitates. Because it's Viper's, and I know that he's your brother. Viper? My head spins, trying to slot all the pieces together. You mean that Danny is your— He changed his name in Spain, long before my mum died, and long before I went to live with him. I didn't know you were his sister until I overheard him and Frankie talking last night. Frankie. I pounce on the name. You know Frankie Lustra? She nods, her eyes widening at my shocked expression. I thought he was a bit of a dick at first, but he's cool now. He and Viper took me to this amazing restaurant last night after— Go! I cry, pushing her towards the door, fear threading through my veins. For God's sake, Bambi, run! Do you have any idea how dangerous it is for you to be here? There are 20 of my husband's men outside who want Frankie and Viper dead. I didn't think they'd care. She stutters, the colour draining from her pretty face. I thought if I looked like a dance student, it would be okay. She looks so young and terrified, I can't help wrapping my arms around her and pulling her in close. It's instinctive. She smells of strawberry bubblegum and innocence. I'll get you out, Bambi, but you have to leave now. Do you understand? She nods into my chest. He loves you, I hear her mumble. He follows you constantly. I was there with him last night outside that sleazy club. I helped set off the fire alarms. When he had to leave without you, he beat the crap out of his car. Tears prick my eyes. Tell him I'm okay, I whisper into her pink hair. Tell him I'm not scared. Her arms snake around my waist to lock us together. He has a casino in London. It's called the Red Encore. He and Viper are using it to help you somehow. There's a man arriving later, some major drug dealer who they hope is going to help too. I don't know how, though. She sounds disappointed she can't share more with me, and it makes me hug her even tighter. Thank you for coming here, Bambi, for being so brave. I pull back to cup her face, smoothing away the stray strands of pink. And thank you for helping me last night. She frowns. Frankie said one of the men was hurting you. 5 days, I whisper. Tell him 5 days, and that I love him, that I've always loved him, that the words we said to each other 14 years ago are still true, And keep yourself safe, Bambi. When the war starts, please, please don't get hurt. Promise me you won't." She nods again. "Promise." She goes to pull away and then stops. "Do you like Africa?" At first, I think I've misheard. "Africa? You mean as in the continent?" "Yeah." I force a smile, wrong-footed by the sudden change of subject. I love Africa, but I've never been. Then I try to make her smile too, by adding, "Did you know a giraffe has a blue tongue?" She freezes, but doesn't answer as I hurry back to my stash of paperwork to find a pen. I hastily scribble a note on the back of her enrollment form, folding it up as many times as I can. I unzip her backpack and shove it deep inside, wedging it between an iPad and a laptop. "Can you give this to Frankie? I can't get a message to him any other way. My calls and emails are constantly monitored. Damn! I've forgotten about the cameras in the reception area. It's cool. I looped the last hour. If anyone's watching, they'll just see another bunch of kids and their parents arriving." "But how did you—" "I've got to go." She turns away, but I touch her arm to stop her. Removing my branded dance studio sweatshirt, I hold it out. "Put this on," I urge. "All my students wear one as part of the uniform. The men outside will suspect you less." A beat later, Taylor Swift is disappearing in a haze of skinny limbs and black material. It's a little too big for her, but not by much. I push the sleeves up as she hauls her backpack onto her shoulder. "Happy birthday, Bambi," I say quietly as she disappears out of the door.
Chapter 30. Frankie. After a week of 90-degree sunshine, London's given up the pretense. The clouds started rolling in over the A112 an hour ago, and now summer rain is staining the grey tarmac as Santiago's private jet touches down at City Airport. "Looks like he brought the storm with him after all," says Viper, as the aircraft taxis to a smooth stop of 50 meters away from us, echoing my own thoughts, just as the sky splits with the first bolt of lightning. 5 seconds later, a thunderclap is echoing all around us. "Hope you're not superstitious." Unforgiving? Yes. Bleeding red over a woman? Undeniably. As far as I'm concerned, everything else is on mute. Leaning back against the car in my black Armani three-piece, I slide my hands into my pockets as the ground staff prepare the aircraft's steps. 2 similar jets arrived an hour ago with 100 of Santiago's best men on board. A fleet of bulletproof SUVs have already dispensed with them, and now we're stuck here waiting for the main event. Crossing my ankles, I hear Aiden's words in my head. "If you play in hell, it's smart to have the devil on your side." That's if we can get him to dance with us first. Time is running out. This is Ada and Alex's best chance to have the life they deserve. The only chance I have to fulfill my oath to my father without ending up dead myself. Me, Ada, Viper, Bambi, Viper's whole crew. We're balancing on a knife's edge again. But Santiago is a man who places his bets on first impressions. If we mess this up, we're all fucked. Viper starts pacing. "This is worse than a job interview." "Let me do the talking," I say as the jet's door swings open. He's been acting strange since last night, but I'm not about to call him out on it. Not after what he disclosed. "Just don't get us killed, Lastra. Got to take a chance to feed the fury." That sounds a little spicy for my liking. What's the game? To earn his respect. Joseph Grayson is the first to appear, taking the steps with his cool swagger, a young teenager trailing behind him. They don't look like father and son, but the way the tall Texan turns to address him makes me think otherwise. The boy walks quickly towards one of the waiting cars and climbs inside, giving us a grin as he passes. Viper catches my eye. Great omen. Get the underages out of the way before the shooting starts. Be ready for anything. Church burial or cremation. Grayson stops 5 meters away from us, making the distance feel like an ocean.
Frankie, welcome back. I see the weather is more true to form this time around.
He casts a dismissive look at the sky. The summer rain is still falling in a muted fashion, but the thunderstorm is picking up pace.
Santiago's just finishing a call.
He turns to address Viper when a familiar scarred face appears next to him.
Maxim, what the hell are you doing in London?
I am here for an opportunity, Frankie.
The Russian nods at me, his heavy accent suffocating his words like oil on water.
Same as yourself. And vengeance,
he adds with a deliberate smile.
Again, same as yourself.
Maxim Lebedev is the most powerful Bratva Pakan in Europe. He's also Aiden's brother-in-law. He rarely leaves his sick wife's side, which tells me he must have a stake in the outcome of this plan. Interesting. Just then, a dark shadow appears in the jet's doorway as another streak of lightning races across the sky. Santiago pauses to slide his phone into the back pocket of his jeans and turn up the collar of his black shirt, before he's striding down the steps towards us, his face unsmiling, never flinching or faltering, even as another clap of thunder detonates above.
Jesus,
I hear Viper mutter, and the sentiment resonates. Judging from the vibe Santiago's giving off, any connection to God just left the building. He slows to a stop next to Grayson and Lebedev, and rakes his chilly dark gaze over my face.
Mr. Lastra.
It's more a statement than a question. His accent is an all-American drawl, laced with the faintest flavor of Colombia.
Senor Santiago, I say, dipping my chin.
Welcome to London. The next thing I know, I'm staring down the barrel of his gun. Fuck, that was fast.
Do you know why we're standing 5 meters away from you, Mr. Lastra?
He says casually, his face devoid of emotion.
It's because when I give the order to one of my snipers to blow the back of your fucking head off, the spill radius of your blood and brain won't make a mess of our boots.
Straightening up to my full 6'4", I keep my tone even. Do you always start business meetings with the threat of violence, senor? Or is this a Colombian thing? A ghost of a smirk haunts the corners of his mouth, but his gun doesn't waver. You took out Guido Rossi, against my wishes. Like I told Grayson, I took out the rat and left the cats.
You nearly fucked up my plan.
If you're here for an apology, you'll be waiting a long time. Holding his eye, I take a couple of steps forward until I hit the no-man's land between us. So, I guess that means you'll be heading back home with dirty boots after all. Hold the fucking line, Frankie. Think of Ada. Think of your father dying in front of you. Think of your son.
Are you testing me, Lastra?
His voice is like ice. Don't forget, it was my connections who got you out of jail. You were looking at a stretch of 25 to life. I authorized it because I had a purpose for you. Aiden Knight vouched for you. Then you won't want to kill me after going to all that trouble now, will you? But you see, I have this irritating character flaw. He shakes his head at me slowly. I like to change my mind in all things, except for the woman in my bed. I watch his fingers flex around the grip. Do I need to find another business partner in this city? Or do you have something special for me that will make this bullet stay in its clip? There are pissing matches, and then there are pissing matches with this man. The casino you requested is fully operational. It reopens tonight. What else? There are some unhappy dealers all over London who want a regime change as much as we do. They want to work with us. They want to work with you. Go on. I take another step towards him until the muzzle of his gun is making an indentation in my forehead. Viper has contacts in every warehouse and whorehouse across London. He has people at Heathrow Customs who can hide imports,
including cargo planes with gold scorpion motifs on their fuselage. This isn't Miami, Santiago. This is London. Our London. Mine and Viper's. So if you'd like to make your business work here, I suggest you lower your fucking gun. A slight tilt of his head tells me he's impressed. And you? What do you bring to the table in particular? I'm the fixer, the backroom boy that gets shit done. I make connections that benefit, and I cut loose the ones who disappoint with a bullet and a Christmas card to their relatives. See those casinos in Monaco that are cleaning your money so sweetly right now? I set up every single one of them for Aiden. There are cops at the Met I'm already blackmailing to behave, and, hell, I haven't even been here a fortnight. By the end of the month, I'll have every influential politician in Westminster in my pocket. I paused to let a slow smile stretch across my face. And I don't hesitate to kill. Ever. Heard the Red Compass wiped out your whole family, including your 10-year-old sister. My smile falters.
It's something I reminded Zachariah of before I ripped his throat out.
His dark eyes narrow to black points. You talk a good game, Lastra. But are you a man I can trust? How about you pull that trigger and never find out? Or in an hour we can be sitting around a blackjack table like good criminals and discussing bad things. Your choice. There's a tense moment, and then he's holstering his gun. A beat later, I'm aiming mine at him to surprised curses from Viper and Grayson as they scramble for their own weapons. Santiago doesn't move a muscle. It's like I just pulled a water pistol on him. Another thunderclap rumbles overhead.
A wise man once told me that to play in hell, it's smart to have the devil on your side. But it's also a good idea to have his respect as well.
You got me out of jail to do a job for you, Santiago. And I'm good with that. I'll make you so much fucking money it'll make your black heart sing. But in return, I want your word that your men will help us destroy every faction of the Red Compass. I want my family's Cosa Nostra Cosca resurrected. The East End back under Razor's control. And Semenov's wife back in your bed? Okay, now we're dancing. Need I remind you that when a man has nothing, he has nothing to lose? If you screw me over and something happens to Ada, I will hunt you down to the ends of the fucking earth. She's in hell right now, and you're the one who's keeping her there. Then again, I know how prolific this Brigazzi is. I've done my own homework. I want to smash this ring as much as you do. And so will Ada once she learns the real reason why she's still living in a brick jail in Surrey when she should be here with me. Why? Because she's fucking brave like that. But it's not just one woman's courage to save 10,000 here, Santiago. She's the woman I love, the mother of my son. We know her sacrifice, Lastra. Do you? If so, I want your goddamn surveillance all over her, as well as my own. The second it gets too hot, we get her out. Am I clear? Finally, a language I can understand. A beat later, he's pressing his forehead into the muzzle of my Beretta, the same way I pressed into his. I wish her no harm. You have my word. Our surveillance team has already been tracking her from the moment Semenov barged back into her life after a 2-year absence. It just so happens yours is better, and I don't renege on deals. You can ask my wife if you don't believe me. Then, out of nowhere, he smirks, looking more like a devil than ever. Now, who do I have to kill around here to get some bourbon? 3 hours later, we're sitting in one of the private gaming rooms at Encore, weighing up cards instead of threats. That's the thing about our line of business. Relationships don't hinge on percentages. It's all about respect. Show fear, and you're a dead man. Show audacity, and you're a player. The girls are crossing the continent in a ferry from Calais. 2 truckloads, 100 in each. Grayson taps the red felt for another card from the dealer. They're planning to enter the country in Dover at 8 p.m. Our estimation is they'll be hitting London around midnight. The Brigazzi will process them at a warehouse in Vauxhall. Santiago takes a measured sip of his bourbon and glances at the corners of his own cards. Our sources indicate that O'Sullivan and Semenov will be there to oversee. This is the first shipment of a new deal. He'll want everything on point. The Brigazzi are jumpy bastards. They only like to deal with their fellow Romanians, so the first sign of trouble and they'll run. We plan to hit them hard just before 1 a.m. Grayson folds on a 22 with a curse, tossing his bad hand across the blackjack table. You say you have people in the emergency services. Tell them to take their time arriving at the scene. Our men are good. Civilian casualty count should be at 0. While the trafficking cunt count will be sky high, mutters Viper, staring down at his cards. Santiago glances at him. Find out if any of your contacts have businesses nearby. We need strategic access points, places to set up a base. We need your men standing by as well. I'll make a few calls. Grayson reaches for the bottle of bourbon and pours himself another double. We'll have the Red Compass on a shoot-to-wound order. After the area is secure and we've got the girls out, they're all yours.
Your family's deaths, they need to atone for.
And we'll take our time because of it. Sticking on a hand of 19, I pass the game to Santiago. What about Mario? You want him too? Let's just say he touched something that didn't belong to him. How very stupid of him. The Colombian grimaces. Jesus, these cards. Where the fuck is Thalia when you need her? My youngest daughter, he clarifies. 5 years old, and she already outplays me. Grayson leans forward and studies his cut glass tumbler for a moment. We know about your boy, Lastra. If he's there on Friday, we'll make sure no one touches him. That fist in my chest is back, pushing, squeezing. I doubt he will be, but I appreciate the sentiment. I received a message from Silas half an hour ago. Ada's back at the house on her own. No strip clubs, no Semenov. A one-night reprieve. He's on his way over to the casino right now with new information about Alex. Then we'll talk more tomorrow. I glance over at the boy he arrived with. He's sitting quietly in the corner, sketching into a black notepad. My son, Edia, he says, following my gaze, with the first hint of warmth in his voice I've heard all day. Does he hold a gun as well as a pencil? He considers my question for a moment. Not yet, but he will. How old? 15. Similar age to Alex. Viper's kid should be around here too. I trail off with a frown, realizing I haven't been sassed out with attitude all afternoon. Swinging my gaze to Viper, he jerks his head at my office next door. Family, Santiago folds on a 23 in this word. You can have all the power, all the money, but in the end, they're just a bunch of zeros. Family is the only number in your life, the only one that counts. Certain members excluded, of course. He flashes that vicious smile again, conscious that I know he killed his own father and brother. Aren't you going to ask why eradicating sex trafficking means more to me than my cartel? Altruism is alive and well in the Republic of Colombia? His good humor vanishes. My daughter was taken. She's safe now, but the scars remain. Family. He finishes on that word again, drumming his fingers against the felt. Men like us live to right the wrongs done to them. That's why when I leave on Saturday, my men and Lebedov will remain. My soldiers will stay as long as it takes for you and Viper to establish your new order, and destroy the old. They'll be under your command until your revenge is satisfied. Why him? I tipped my drink at the silent Russian sitting on the other side of Grayson. Last time he fired a decent shot, the Soviet Union still existed. Lebedov chuckles at this. My wife has expressed an interest in returning to the UK for medical treatment. I'm not interested in making moves on your city, Frankie. All I want is to wipe out Semenov's Bratva cell. We have, how you say, history between us. My sister has a daughter in St. Petersburg. Thanks to Semenov, her innocence ended the night of her 13th birthday party. Once the game is over, I follow Viper out to the main floor. The place is teeming with suits and skirts. London is a curious city, and new high-end establishments will always attract interest. I'll be adding 2 more casinos to our portfolio soon. Sideshows like bars and clubs will fall into our lap once the red compass is crushed. Legitimate businesses make hiding the prohibited ones so much easier. When we reach the main bar, he turns to say something to me, then hesitates. Are you going to give me a clue, or do I have to punch it out of you? I click my fingers at the bartender for 2 whiskeys, but Viper's already pushing past me. I'll see you later. Wait, I grab his arm. This is the meeting we've been waiting for. You heard what Santiago said in there. The deal is on. With this close to... I know. Fuck, I know. He looks angry suddenly, but it burns out twice as quick. I just need some fucking air. Then go stand under an air conditioning unit. Is this about me pulling a gun on him? No, but you might want to explain that to my heart attack. Look, Frankie. He stops and glances behind him. Your man is here. I'll catch you later. Shrugging me off, he nods at Silas as they pass. Silas? I greet. Lastra? We shake hands briefly, and he glances round the busy casino. Is there somewhere else we can talk? My office. Follow me. When I open the door, Bambi shoots out like a trapped animal. Head down, pink hair obscured by a black hoodie. She's dragging her backpack behind her and sniffing like she's been crying. As I go to catch her, her head jerks back, and I can see that her eyes are red too. Let go of me! Jesus Christ, what the hell is wrong with everyone tonight? She stares up at me and bites her lip. I did something, and Viper's pissed about it. What did you do? Steal his favorite knife? Anyway, he can't be mad at you. It's your birthday. Here. She shoves a folded piece of paper into my chest. Message for you. I just spoke to Tiago. He's going to take me back to the house. Good idea, I say, sliding it into my pocket. Considering you're about 8 years underage for this place. And make sure he stays with you until Viper turns up. She bites her lip again. She's really nice, Frankie, she says quietly. Who is? But she's already walking down the hallway to a waiting Tiago, who's circling a car key impatiently around his finger. Shaking my head in frustration, I beckon Silas in and gesture to the chair opposite mine. Drink? He shrugs. Sure. Pouring out 2 more whiskeys, I deliver one to his hand as I circle the desk and take a seat. From the bleak expression on his face, I'm regretting not keeping hold of both. Tell me about Ada first. Like I said in the message, she finished up her dance lessons and went home. Checked the front gate cameras half an hour ago. No Semenov. Security? Still 20 strong, but I know of another way in if you're persistent. I think of the Colombian sitting in the room next door and shake my head with a grimace. My son? I watch him drain his drink and position the glass on my desk carefully. Alex Semenov, born 14 years ago. He reaches into his folder and tosses 2 black and white photographs onto the desk of a young boy standing on a street next to an SUV. I wait for a jolt of recognition, but nothing. My parental connection to this kid is null and void. Is he in school? Home tutored, doesn't live with Semenov, has an apartment in the same block with an Eastern European woman called Anna Maria, who's looked after him ever since he returned from Russia last year. There's something else. Semenov has him training every day in his private gym. Don't ask me how, but I managed to get some DNA samples, and they just came in. He takes a piece of paper out of his folder and places it down on top of the photographs. It's indisputable. He's not Semenov's son. No shit, I breathe, staring at the columns of indecipherable words and numbers. Yet in my head, I can hear the unmistakable whistle of another bomb dropping. Silas swipes his hand across his jaw, and then the motherfucker explodes. Sorry, Frankie, but he's not your son either. Chapter 31. Frankie. I'm struggling to process his words as he hands me a second piece of paper. What do you mean he's not mine? Look at the table for yourself. There are certain genetic markers that have to be present for you to be the biological father. They're not here, Frankie. He taps the piece of paper. See? Did you lie to me, Ada? Did you just break my world in two? With a curse, I screw the piece of paper up and chuck it at the door. Fuck your results. I never asked you for this. How the hell did you get hold of my DNA anyway? Rising from my chair, I lean over my desk and grind my knuckles into the polished surface. This is bullshit, and you know it. There's a knock and my new assistant, Nancy, comes bustling into the carnage. She pauses when she picks up on the atmosphere, but she doesn't have the smarts to back the hell up and wipe her footprints clean.
Mr. Lastra, your guests in the private gaming room have left. They said to tell you they'd be in touch tomorrow.
Go home, Nancy, I say coldly. It's 9 p.m.
Only if you're sure.
Her megawatt smile starts to flicker as I continue to glare at her.
Fine. I'll see you tomorrow.
Frankie, you need to calm down, says Silas as the door shuts again. We've known each other a long time, and you've been good to me, so this isn't easy on me either. He stops to take a breath. There's more. I bite back a bitter laugh. You mean it gets worse? Ada isn't Alex's mother either. No. What? Silas takes a deep breath. You and Ada had a son 14 years ago, but he died the day he was born. I'm sorry. Sorry. A lazy word that's 50% truth, 50% lie. It's something that people say when they've run out of all the other fucking words. In a daze, I watch him slip another piece of paper in front of me. The subject line catches my eye, and then the walls of pain start closing in. Hospital report. Deceased infant. How? Another word. This one has so many answers, but they all lead to the same conclusion. My son is dead. Our son is dead. The cord became trapped around his neck during labor. Baby was in distress, but she didn't get to the hospital in time. Ada lost so much blood she was in and out of consciousness for 4 days. Was this your doing, Semenov? Was this the next punishment for us? Killing our son and nearly killing Ada? A sudden wave of shock and fury has me driving my fist into my desk. If I'd been there, I could have done something. I could have... Fuck. I drop my head as those red walls push me closer and closer to the edge. 2 days. That's all the time I had to know of his existence. Never touched him. Never held him. Never had the chance to make it right. The same hospital reports a child went missing 4 days after your son was born. Silas trails off, leaving me to deduce the rest. Alex. You mean Semenov stole some other kid to pass off as ours? That's when it hits me. She doesn't know. Ada doesn't know her child is dead. The pain isn't just a wall now. It's a fucking sledgehammer. It was an easy lie to conceal. Ada hasn't been allowed to see him since the day he was born. By tricking her into thinking he was alive, Semenov has used the boy to control her for 14 years. I've lost a son twice in 2 minutes. Is this some sort of sick record? She discharged herself against medical advice after the birth and was sent to live on the outskirts of London. I need to see her. I need to hold her. We need to mourn this together. Tell me how to get into that house, I say, my decision made as I reach blindly for my car keys. You said there was another way in. There is, but it's risky. I'd need to make a phone call. Then make it. 10 minutes later, I'm on the road heading south, but it's not me driving anymore. It's grief. Grief for a son who was conceived in love, then killed by a bastard called hate.
Chapter 32. Ada. The night is calm.
The world is still. Outside, the garden looks like the motionless surface of a black lake, where the reflected stars might shine undistorted, and the half-moon would be a perfect silver crown. It's also a blanket of shadow that lets all the bad things in. Opening the window a crack, I cross the room and climb back into bed. After the thunderstorm, I expected the temperature to drop, but it's left a suffocating, wet heat behind that's making it impossible to sleep. Kicking the white bedsheet off my legs, I flip my pillow over to the cooler side. As I do, I think about a boy who doesn't want to ask questions about me anymore, and a pink-haired girl who looked at me like I was the answer to all of them. Has Frankie seen my note yet? Closing my eyes, I imagine Bambi with him right now, relaying all my words. Maybe they're in his new casino, or in the kitchen of Danny Viper's house. I wake an hour later to a dark room with no moon. My eyes are deceiving me because there's a moving shadow at the foot of my bed. A heavy hand clamps down on my mouth seconds before my fear kicks in.
Don't be scared, Ada,
he says huskily. Frankie, is he crazy? I want to scream at him to go, that it's too damn dangerous for him to be here. But the second he removes his hand, I'm grabbing the front of his shirt and pulling him down to me, our mouths finding each other's for one of our brutal, breath-stealing kisses. Yanking my legs apart, he slides in between them, overwhelming me with his huge frame, fighting to remove my sleeping t-shirt and growling in frustration when the collar tangles up with my hair. There's something wrong with him. I can feel it in my bones. His touch is too heavy, too violent. It's like he's in the worst pain of his life, and my body is the only thing that can cure him. Talk to me, I whisper, as he drags his jeans down past his hips, the smooth head of his cock bobbing against my naked pussy.
How do you always know, Ada?
He says with a groan.
How can you always tell when I'm falling?
Because I see you. I see all of you, all the damage and ruin, and I love them, Frankie. I love them the same way you love mine. I hurt when you hurt. I heal when you heal. Don't you see? We're a circle that never ends now. A flawed and flawless catch-22. We don't exist without the other. With another strangled groan, he mutters,
Yes.
And then he's driving into me without warning, the sheer size of his cock making me bite down on his shoulder to stifle the screams. Oh, my God. Without pausing, he starts to move, driving in and out so savagely it feels like he's forcing all his scars inside me.
Do you feel me, Ada?
He rasps.
Do you feel how fucking hard I am for you? No other woman, baby. None. For 14 years I lived for you. This moment of being inside you when all the other bullshit goes away.
Pulling out, he flips me onto my front and fills me up again in a space of a heartbeat, my core exploding with heat as my clit pulses in time with his frantic assaults. He's pounding me into the mattress now, his big hand wrapped around my throat as he splits me in two. I dig my elbows in and fist the white bedsheet, my teeth tearing through my bottom lip as I stifle another cry. His fingers tighten and I start to lose focus. There's not enough air in my lungs.
This is what they do to us, Ada,
he hisses.
They hold us hostage between life and death.
Frankie! Fear and pleasure are colliding. My mind and my body are in freefall all over again.
This,
he grunts between thrusts.
This pussy, this body, Do you know how much I want to fuck you with my gun too, Ada? To see you arch your back and take the weapon that's going to end this misery. To milk it like you're about to milk my cock, smearing my bullets in your essence. So when they die, it will be by the both of us. Oh, God, I moan, feeling the waves start to build already. The thought excites him too, because he's fucking me like an animal now, raw and dirty, pleasure laced with pain, fisting my hair and biting my skin. Do it, I whisper. With a growl, he lets go of my throat and flips me back over. I see the glint of metal in the pale moonlight before cold steel slides between my legs. Take it, he orders, panting harshly, pushing his gun in another inch, pulling my legs wider apart so he can watch everything. There's so much hate in his voice, but there's so much love too. More, I croak, and he works it in even deeper until there's not a part of my pussy that doesn't feel cold yet wanted. When I start to rock my hips, welcoming it like I welcome him, he curses and mimics my actions with his hand. I could come just from watching this, Ada. Then come, I urge, all over me, inside me. With a growl, he rocks back on his heels and takes his cock in his other hand. My fingers trail down through my breasts and over my stomach to seek out my own pleasure, gasping when I feel how stretched and swollen I am down there from the intrusion, knowing I could come at any second from a single touch. Gently, I push his hand away, and the weapon slips from my body. At the same time, he starts to work his cock viciously, bringing himself close to my entrance, brushing against my clit on purpose and making me writhe for it. Mine, Ada, forever. A beat later, the first spurts of his hot cum are coating my lips, the sensation tipping me over the edge. And then I'm burning and gasping along with him. A beat later, he's driving back inside me, still coming, with a groan so full of anguish I wrap my arms around his neck and hold him close as we both shudder and curse our way to the other side. When we do, reality comes crashing in. I don't know why he broke the rules and came here tonight, but I know it can't be good. He knows something. He can't tell me, so he's showing me. Loving me so hard and so dirty, filling me up with a million sensations before I'm numbed with shock. Frankie. Dread creeps in when he doesn't answer. The unthinkable invades my thoughts. Tell me. In response, he seeks out my mouth again, keeping my face trapped between his hands, as if he knows how close to the truth I'm sailing, and he doesn't want me to blow away just yet. When I whisper our son's name, his grip tightens. When my tears start to fall, he grinds his forehead into mine to share this agony. When I lose control, when I'm clawing and fighting him for his reassurance, he wraps his huge body around mine, and we sink down into our grief together.
Chapter 33. Frankie. We wrap the night around us, and then we own it. We fuck for hours. I take her pussy and her mouth, filling her up with as much of me as I can. And when she cries, I hold her close, making a cage out of my arms that neither of us can escape from. Outside, dawn is fast approaching. This is my cue to get dressed and get the hell out of here. Instead, I'm sitting on the edge of the bed, head turned towards her watching me.
I can't picture his face.
She reaches out to take my hand, wrapping her fingers around my clenched fist and squeezing gently.
I think the nurses let me hold him, but it's all such a blur.
Do you recall how it felt?
Like love. Like what we feel, only different. It was softer, somehow. purer.
She frowns at the memory. Make a snapshot of it in your mind before it fades again. She smiles the most broken fucking smile.
I did that the night we stole a car and ran away. You were talking on the phone, and I remember thinking that life was finally a game worth playing. I think that's the moment I fell in love with you.
I will give you more children, Ada. My voice thickens as I say it. I'll give you as many as you want, not to replace Alex, but to build on his memory.
In response, she presses her naked body to my back, snaking her arms round my neck to anchor us together.
That same night, I saw a boy become a man.
She rests her cheek on my tattooed shoulder.
When I saw you in the club yesterday, that man was a king.
A king for you. A fool for you. Swiveling my hips, I slide her onto my knee. We'll mourn, and then we'll rebuild. We'll come back so fucking strong, Ada. And you'll do so as my wife, my equal, my queen. I kiss her mouth to taste her answer before she says the words.
Yes.
She's crying again, but these tears are different. They're not so sharp and sore.
Yes, I will marry you, Frankie Lastra.
Like I'd ever give you a choice. With one last lingering kiss, I tip her off my knee and reach for my shirt.
I don't want you to go.
I'm not. This time, you're coming with me. I make the snap decision then and there. Everything's changed, and I refuse to lose her too. I have a private jet on standby. We've run before. We'll run again. It's much easier to hide with 200 million in offshore accounts.
What about your agreement with the cartel?
She says quietly. I don't answer her. I can't. This decision is like tossing a grenade up in the air and hoping one of us doesn't get hit.
Wait.
My silence has driven her to her feet.
If we do this, we'll be hunted as well as haunted, so you need to make me understand.
I tug her closer, breathing her in, filling my lungs with light and vanilla, and a place called home. O'Sullivan knows I'm coming for you. That's why he's dragging you all over London and parading you as bait. We've been keeping a spotlight on the obvious, so he hasn't seen the play behind. So long as you're right where they want you to be, they think they're in control.
What's the play, Frankie?
What's the true price of my freedom? That's what she's really asking. There's a gang of brigazzi who want to smuggle women into the country for profit. They're cutting the Red Compass in on the big deal in exchange for them using their territories to sell the women on and exploit them. She pulls back in horror.
Does this have anything to do with Mario Zaccaria?
I grit my teeth at the name. He's the one who brought the deal to O'Sullivan. The Santiago cartel have been hunting these men for years. The plan was to intercept the trucks, free the women, and bring down O'Sullivan and Semenov at the same time. And it's happening in
4 days,
she finishes for me. A beat later, she's turning away and climbing back into bed. What the hell are you doing? Get dressed. I chuck a t-shirt at her, but it falls back to the mattress unclaimed. We have 10 minutes before sunrise, and then 20 Bratva boys will be kicking down that door.
I can't.
I pause, certain I've misheard. This is it, Ada, I say slowly. This is the moment we've been waiting for 14 fucking years.
4 days,
she repeats, pulling her knees up to her chest with a wince and wrapping her arms around them.
You need to help the cartel rescue the women. I'll keep the spotlight on me as much as I can.
Are you insane? These sharks aren't just circling you anymore.
Then let them come at me with their teeth. I'm not scared. There's nothing they can do to me that they haven't already done. This isn't just about us, can't you see? It's about Alex, Roisin, and every other woman and child that the Red Compass has and will destroy. The other night you told me how you'd felt every kick, punch, and bad word I'd suffered from them. If we go now, if we miss this opportunity to stop them, then all I'll feel for the rest of my life is the pain of 1,000 strangers.
I can't keep you safe. My grip on this situation is slipping. She's made up her mind, and there's nothing I can say or do to change it. I can't be here 24/7 to protect you.
Then give me a knife and a gun so I can protect myself.
I stare at her, needing her, torn apart by her, seeing the queen I just touted her as ascending to her throne. You're killing me, Ada, I say with a groan, yanking her to her knees and pulling her into my arms again.
How will you get out?
She says shakily. Same way I came in. I catch her face between my hands. Love isn't enough for what I feel for you. It's a poor imitator, a hoax. You can't label hope and salvation, grit and perfection. Just know that when they cut me open, it's you that I'll bleed. We're one and the same, but we're more than a circle, more than a catch-22. We're the whole fucking universe now.
No regrets,
she says, choking on the words. No regrets, I echo fiercely. Once dressed, I go to pick up my gun from the mattress. She blushes and averts her eyes, but I catch her chin between my thumb and fingers, forcing her to look at me. That particular memory will make it so much sweeter. I might even share it when they're dying at my feet.
I want them to suffer.
Fuck. I love her fearlessness too. She's light for me and dark for them. Not as much as I want to make them suffer. Removing my spare Beretta from my ankle holster, I place it on her bedside table next to my knife. It's fully loaded. Do you know how to use it?
I fire one every night in my dreams.
I force a smile and lean in to kiss her again. Just point and squeeze the trigger. Let justice do the rest.
Did you get my letter?
I freeze, our mouths inches apart. What letter?
A young girl called Bambi came to see me yesterday. She snuck in like she was one of my students. When she slipped up and revealed who she was, I sent her away as fast as I could.
Her face pales.
Did she not make it back to you?
No, I saw her last night. Sliding my hand into my jacket pocket, I pull out the piece of paper she'd pushed into my chest. This is from you?
It's about Roisin O'Sullivan. She tried to kill herself. She's at a hospital on Fulham Road. It would be so easy for you to...
Jesus, Ada. I reel away from her in frustration. She's asking for the impossible. She won't leave her place in hell, but she wants me to give O'Sullivan's wife a free pass.
She helped me when Alex was born. I'd been in labour for days, but Carol didn't want to know about it. Up until then, I thought she hated me. But it's moments, Frankie. Moments that define us or end us. She chose to take ours and make it count. She begged and begged for them to take me to a hospital, and they beat her because of it. But she didn't stop until I was in that ambulance. We couldn't save Alex, but we can save her.
Can't do it, Ada. Can't risk that spotlight swinging. I can't risk you.
Then make sure she's okay. Give her something that feels like hope.
Ada's sour-faced housekeeper, Valeria, is waiting for me in the hallway outside the kitchen. She nods to acknowledge my presence, but she doesn't look at me once. She just presses her finger to her lips like I'm a fucking riot and beckons me to follow. My steps are weighted with indecision. Leaving Ada feels wrong on a soul-deep level. As much as I admire her reasons to stay, it doesn't stop me hating them any less.
Keep up,
snaps Valeria.
How much is Silas paying you for this?
Not enough.
He has something big over this woman, but he won't tell me what. Seems I'm not the only one with a talent for extortion. She keeps her chin to her chest as she leads me down a hallway to a side door.
Wait,
she says suddenly, sticking out a bony hand. A second later, 3 of Semenov's men pass by a window outside. She turns to glare at me like it's my fault.
Move.
She jabs her hand to a concealed camera above my head and yanks me out of sight from the field of vision. When she opens the door,
I see a blue Mini parked beyond. She checks the coast is clear and then beckons me onto the back seat.
Keep your head down.
I follow her lead, but I keep my gun drawn. I don't trust anyone in this world except Ada, and maybe Viper on a good day. 5 minutes later, I'm climbing out next to my SUV. I go to hand the woman a thick wad of notes to thank her, but she pushes them away and curses at me in Russian. I toss them onto the dash of her car regardless. And here I was thinking you'd helped me out of the goodness of your heart.
You have no idea who you are dealing with,
she spits back.
Semenov is a beast.
Tears start leaking out of her beetle black eyes. She swipes them away angrily as I stand there, completely unmoved by her fanfare of fear. Taking a spare matchstick out of my pocket, I slide it into the corner of my mouth and roll it to the other side with my tongue. Yeah, but I'm British, sweetheart, I say, my voice several 100 degrees colder than hers. We get a kick out of slaying all kinds of monsters. Chapter 34. Frankie. My heart is like lead as I drive to the hospital. All my walls are closing in on me. I can't stop thinking about the moment my father died, when the invisible flat line in the room pierced my chest and churned up all my hate like it was churning up mud. I'm thinking about another flat line too. It's with me in the car right now, driving deep into the same place. But all it's churning up this time is pain and regret. I've never allowed myself to grieve for my family. I sent their bodies back to Sicily as my father instructed, but I've never once visited their graves. It was almost as if I was ashamed of failing to carry out his final wishes, of allowing myself to be so controlled by the red compass. When Ada and I take our son's body home to join them, this war will be over. Then I'll set fire to the Irish flag over his bones and finish it for good. As I approach the ambulance bay outside A&E, there's some sort of commotion going on. Pulling out of the line of traffic, I do a slow drive-by to check it out, then regret it when I see 6 familiar black Range Rovers parked haphazardly across the portico and blocking the emergency vehicles in. What the hell are Semenov's Bratva boys doing here? A couple of the drivers and hospital staff are standing by the roadside shouting at a group of stony-faced men and gesturing wildly. As I pull level, the shouting escalates until I see one of them reach into his back pocket for his weapon. Shit. Hitting the brakes, I watch in mounting fury as he shoots an unarmed driver in the head. My hand is flying to my gun to show the disrespectful bastard some manners, when another bullet comes out of nowhere and hits the side panel of my vehicle. Mother! Slamming the car into reverse, I travel at speed for a couple of meters before I'm pulling a tight 180 to the sound of screeching tires. By then, another 3 bullets are bouncing off the boot and I'm really fucking mad. Glancing sideways as I grab for the gear stick, I find myself staring into the cold, ugly face of Kirill Semenov. He can't see me through the tinted windows, but the way his expression switches to a snarl tells me he's already guessed who's driving. You walked me into a fucking ambush, Ada. It's a good job I love you. As he raises his gun to fire at me, I press the metal to the floor, going from 0 to 50 down the Fulham Road, his bullets skimming off the paintwork. I'm weaving in and out of traffic with a black Range Rover on my tail until I run 3 red lights in a row and lose them around Earl's Court. Skidding into an NCP short-stay car park, I swing the damaged SUV into a spare space and yank my phone out of my pocket. Silas, get me a new ride, I order, reeling off my location. 20 minutes later, I have a call back and a reg number. Keys are resting on the front left tire. Level 2. Grey BMW X5. What happened? Had a run-in with a Russian and decided to cut my losses. Did he recognize you? Couldn't tell. I ditched him anyhow. Call me if you need anything else. I'll message you as soon as there's movement with Ada. And Frankie... Don't, I say sharply. I don't want sympathy. I just want her. I'll speak to you around midday, if not before.
Hanging up, I jogged down a couple of levels to find the car. Pulling out of the NCP, I set a course for Encore, and a pink-haired wildlife expert who has some serious explaining to do. But I found myself taking the A4 to Richmond instead. Parking up outside an old townhouse on the green, I kill the engine and let the stillness in. My walls are a fortress now, buttressed with spikes. My pain and grief are interchangeable. It's all red and hemorrhaging. I see a ghost of myself on the top step of the house, flicking a jealous finger at Matteo as he and my father leave for the night. Before I'm losing the battle with my self-restraint and racing down to join them. Matteo's arguing with our father now to let me tag along, as Antonio, my father's double-crossing underboss, stands silently on the pavement. I sense my father's reluctance, trapped between giving me a taste of a life that's inevitable and one last shot of innocence. My grip tightens around the steering wheel as my breathing shallows. No good comes from reliving the past. But how the fuck am I supposed to move forward when the man who shaped it is still walking this earth? 4 days, I mutter, my words harsh and raw. 4 fucking days, and then you're mine, O'Sullivan. Finally. Glancing at my watch again, I'm surprised to find it's late afternoon already. Where's my lunchtime call, Silas? I check my phone. There's no messages either. No updates about Ada. Dialing his number, I frown when it rings out. When I try again, I leave a terse message for him to call me back immediately. I'm chucking the device onto the dash when it bursts into life. Withheld number. Silas, where the It's not your surveillance team, snaps a voice, more ice than Texan sunshine today. Are you planning on giving me the tough treatment, Grayson? I drawl, assuming this is about last night. Did you take her? I pause, caught off guard. Take who? O'Sullivan's wife. Why the hell would I take O'Sullivan's wife? But at the same time there's a hazard warning going off in my head. She tried to slit her wrists 3 days ago. Her body was giving up. There was nothing more they could do. So she was being moved to another ward to die peacefully when she vanished into thin air. There are Red Compass men crawling all over the hospital. And tell the NHS to call in fucking pest control. At least that explains the trigger-happy greeting I received earlier. The line goes dead for a second. So, you knew she was there? Yes, I knew she was there. Ada got a message to me to check on her discreetly. That's all. Check, not steal. So you can take that accusatory finger of yours and shove it up your ass. I can feel my anger rising. This has consequences, Frankie. Everything has fucking consequences, Grayson. I snarl back. 21 years ago, O'Sullivan fired a round of bullets that spun all of this into motion. Now my son is dead. My son is dead. I roar this so loudly, the echo in the car feels like an earthquake. With another roar, I hang up and chuck the phone away. My restraint in pieces. I wait for the tears. More rage. Anything. But all I want is Ada. It's gone 6 by the time I stagger through the front doors of Encore. The casino is still packed. I even recognize a few faces from the night before, though their designer suits are looking crumpled now, and their makeup is more sweat than matte. I applied for a 24-hour license from the commission, and London's gamblers are clearly taking advantage. I'm drunk. Seriously fucking drunk. I jumped headfirst into a bottle of whiskey, and I'm still swimming in it. I also have 15 missed calls on my phone, but none of them are from Silas. Muttering a greeting to Nancy when I reach my office, I slip my suit jacket off with the intention of throwing it over her desk. But I miss it by a couple of feet, and it lands on the floor instead. Shit. She stares at my loaded holster with bug eyes, but wisely chooses not to comment.
Would you like a coffee, Mr. Lastra?
Good idea. Extra strong. I need to sober up, and fast. Silas has never been off the grid for this long, and I need to track him down. Is Viper in?
There's no sign of Mr. Viper yet, sir, but his daughter's in his office.
Entering without knocking, I find Bambi sitting cross-legged in his chair, watching another maths tutorial on her laptop. She tries to shut it off before I can hear the subject, but she's not fast enough. Simultaneous equations? I slur, lifting my eyebrows at her as I shut the door. Can I simultaneously drink at the same time? She scowls at me in disapproval.
Are you drunk?
No, I lie.
Why are grown-ups so bad at telling the truth?
It's our way of keeping life interesting, now that we're not kids anymore.
You're not selling adulthood to me, Frankie.
She trails off as I toss Ada's letter onto the desk between us. Care to explain why you strolled into a hornet's nest yesterday? I told you to leave it alone. You keep doing stupid shit like this and you won't be reaching an adulthood to bitch about.
I wanted to meet her,
she says defensively. Why? She shrugs in that irritating, just because teenage way that makes me want to pick my chair up and throw it at the wall. There's a knock, and Nancy enters with a triple espresso. I drink it in one and request another.
She said to tell you she loves you,
says Bambi once we're alone again.
And that she's not scared.
Queen move, Ada. You're still reassuring me even when I'm falling apart without you. Placing my hands on the desk, I drop my head and shut my eyes briefly.
What happened to her legs?
Bad circumstances. A baseball bat and 2 men who are at the top of my kill list. Grabbing the phone, I drag it towards me to try Silas again. But there's still no answer. Can you hack into Dance Lady's studio, like we talked about?
Sure. But can we start calling her Ada now?
She spins her laptop around and sets to work as Nancy delivers another triple espresso to the office.
If you drink that, you'll have a heart attack,
she says, eyeing it suspiciously once my assistant disappears again. Good. Would you come to my funeral?
Nope. I'd rather stick pins in my eyeballs.
The P is more pronounced than ever, but her secret smile gives her away.
Did you know that dolphins eat pufferfish to get high?
Maybe I should start dealing them instead of coke. What's the profit margin? And when was the last time you saw Viper?
He made me a crap sandwich around midday, then disappeared. Tiago dropped me off here an hour ago.
What remarkable parenting skills, I mutter as my iPhone starts ringing. It's the Texan thundercloud again. Shit.
I don't think the cameras are working,
she says, showing me a screen of static footage. Meanwhile, my phone is still ringing. Gritting my teeth, I finally answer it. Grayson? Get the fuck out of your casino, he yells, cutting me off immediately, the sound of screeching tires rising up in the background. Move! You've been compromised! A beat later, there's the rapid sound of gunfire coming from the gaming floor next door.
Chapter 35. Ada. This morning, when I wrote Alex and Frankie's names in the condensation in my bathroom, I pictured us together. We were in a forest, a place I've never been to before, where the trees were like giants and that earthy damp aroma was sweetly overpowering. They were walking a couple of meters in front of me, but I couldn't hear what they were saying because of all the birdsong in the branches overhead. I called out their names, but only Frankie turned around. Alex just kept on walking, his skinny boy shoulders stooped, his head hanging low. Soon, he was nothing more than a dot, taking half of my heart with him when he finally faded from view. Frankie took a step towards me, and then his eyes fixed on something over my left shoulder. When I turned, I saw a flash of pink, but the more I looked for it, the more I couldn't find it. The rest of the day has been stagnant and stale. I've wandered from room to room, finding emptiness in all of them, trailing my sadness behind me like a dark shadow. There's a strange atmosphere about the place, like there are secrets in the stillness that are tired of being unheard. I tried to read, but all I saw were words that were blurry and asinine. Any food I ate tasted bitter and bland. I spilled some water on the counter and found myself writing out the number 4 in it before daring to believe in a life outside my prison walls. It's not just this house that is restless. Every time I glance out of the window, there are fewer and fewer Bratva soldiers patrolling the grounds. When I look up again at 6 p.m., I only see one. In the end, I head back upstairs to lie down. But 10 minutes later, there's a loud thump at my bedroom door, followed by another.
"Get up, Bliad."
Adric's surly voice ramps up again, with another desultory thump.
"Your husband is waiting for you."
Kirill's here. Steeling myself, I follow him downstairs and into the kitchen. Kirill is leaning against the counter, ankles crossed, balancing a small, serrated hunting knife on the back of his knuckles. It's the most relaxed I've seen him in days, which makes me instantly wary. He looks up as I enter and beckons me over, stepping aside to reveal a laptop that's open on the counter.
"I've brought you a gift, Miller,"
he greets with a smirk, which tells me it's nothing good. I stop dead, despising the glint in his dark eyes, wishing I could stop the countdown that started in my head. The only gifts he's ever given me have come with his fists. A rough shove from Adric has me stumbling forward. At the same time, Kirill clicks a button on the laptop, and the screen flickers to life. I recognize the security feed immediately. It's my empty studio, my mother's legacy, my lifeline when everything else had been severed. What is this? O'Sullivan said I could keep working. You heard him yourself the other day.
"O'Sullivan has changed his mind."
He gives me a smile, as cold as any warning, before glancing at Adric.
"Go,"
he orders in Russian.
"Adar will not be requiring your services any longer. Take all the men left behind and head back to London. Once I am finished, I will follow."
My blood turns to ice. No part of that order included me. His gaze drifts back my way.
"Where are your students today?"
"I closed the studio for a few days. You didn't leave me a choice. You and your men were endangering my students' lives."
"That is a shame."
Ice turns to fire at the thought of him hurting them. Is this my gift, Kirill? A new invasive security camera to spy on underage girls? His fake smile drops at my accusation.
"No, Ada. This is your gift."
I watch in horror as his finger hits the keyboard again, and the screen turns a bright, blinding white before the feed turns to static. Somewhere beyond my £10 million gated hillside prison, there is a loud boom, and the kitchen windows rattle politely. "No. Why?" I whisper.
"I am punishing you."
Punishing me for what? But I have a hunch when he grabs the back of my head and slams it down on the counter, grinding the side of my face into the black granite so forcefully I cry out in pain.
"I wanted to kill you, Edar, for what you have done, but O'Sullivan wanted you more."
Oh God, he knows. He knows about me and Frankie. Get off me!
"From now on, you will live in his basement. And this time, he will not be ordering me to break your legs. He will be breaking other parts of you himself. That is your other gift, Suka. A broken, bleeding pussy instead of a wooden box."
I try to twist out of his grip, but he's too strong.
After what he did to your brother for 7 days, it is not a gift I think you will enjoy.
Flicking my heel up, I catch him between the legs, and he snarls out a curse in Russian before crushing my head even harder into the counter.
It seems Lastra's cock is less selective than mine, Ada, he hisses. I heard he fucked you all night long.
Keep the spotlight on you. Whatever you do, keep the spotlight on you. I was asleep, I gasp out. I've already told you 1,000,000 times that I haven't seen him. He laughs as he leans over me, grinding his elbow into the small of my back and making me cry out again.
You always were a bad liar. You even smell of him, but it does not matter anymore.
Releasing me, he shoves me away to deliver his final blow.
Lastra will be dead before midnight. He might even be dead already.
I don't believe you! I yelp, skidding into the wall, but there's so much about his strut and his confidence that's taking a lit match to my paper-thin hope.
He has a casino now, but I am guessing he already told you that.
My stomach twists in agony. He knows. He knows. But how?
He and Razor had the balls to try and start a business in London, thinking we wouldn't find out.
It's not your city, though, is it? I say, staggering around to the opposite side of the kitchen island, putting 400 pounds of granite between us. It was never your city, Kirill. It was always O'Sullivan's. You only paid rent and did your master's bidding. His eyes narrow as he starts to circle the island too.
You know nothing, Ada.
I know that you stalked me as a child. I know that's the reason my mother and I had to keep moving. He manipulated you. He manipulated your obsession with me to get what he wanted. The only thing O'Sullivan ever wanted. Power. Over cities, over people.
You are making things worse for yourself, Milea.
He tuts, matching me limp for step in a dangerous cat-and-mouse game that will only end in violence. Tell me when you first saw me, I demand. Tell me when did all this hell begin? We've swung a full circle around the island now, but neither of us are showing any signs of slowing.
It is not important. The past made a bad decision for the future, and you were a poor decision, Ada. A little girl in a red and white school uniform who came with big problems as a woman. Perhaps that is why I like them so young. They are much less complicated.
No, Kirill, I say, swallowing down my disgust. The past is made up of missed chances and excuses. It's up to us to define the future away from the ruin of sick, depraved men like you.
And you think your future is with a dead man?
He chuckles darkly.
O'Sullivan is at his casino right now, with enough firepower to end this war before it has begun.
You won't win, I taunt, forcing myself to believe my own words, knowing that Frankie won't go down without the mother of all fights for me. We have a life in the making now. We have so many others to mourn.
We already have, Milea. It is pathetic of you to think otherwise.
You're scared of him, you and O'Sullivan. I saw it in your faces at the racecourse. The moment the shot rang out that killed Guido Rossi, you shared a look, and that's when I knew. I think you've been running scared ever since you found out he'd killed Zachariah.
I do not fear anything,
he snarls back, his pace increasing. How did you know he was back in London?
He was betrayed by one of his own.
Who? He switches direction suddenly and smirks at my soft cry of surprise.
There is no point in interrogating me, Ada. Whatever information you may or may not receive here is heading to a dark basement. Kian O'Sullivan satisfies a means for money, control, and other things. He adds nastily, You think I like or even respect the man? He is a durak, a fool, drunk on his own importance. I could take him down any time I wanted, and I probably will soon enough.
He tilts his head to the side and scrapes his gaze down my body.
How are your legs? Do you think of that basement when they hurt? It was such a satisfying noise when your kneecaps shattered.
Did it make you feel like a man doing those things to a teenage girl?
I do not feel, Ada. He scoffs. I do not waste my time on stupid emotions.
There's only me and him left in this house now. I think of Frankie's knife and gun hidden under my mattress upstairs. My only chance is to run for them. But I can't move quickly enough. My knees don't work that way anymore, and he'd catch me in no time. Distraction. I know about Alex, I blurt out, twisting the knife in my heart by mentioning him in his presence. His smirk fades.
What about Alex?
I know he's not mine. I hold his gaze, filling the space between us with hatred, using all he's done to me over the years to fuel it. My real son died in childbirth because of you. I blame you. My voice starts to rise.
You think I would have let you keep his child? I knew it was his right from the beginning.
He falls silent for a moment as we continue to circle, predator and prey.
You are such a stupid woman, Ada. You were so easy to fool.
What kind of a monster steals a child to pass off as his own? I'm close to the doorway now. From there, it's the stairs, and then I have to get to Frankie. If I'm going to die, I'm doing so in his arms, not in O'Sullivan's basement of nightmares. Just then, Kirill's phone starts ringing. His eyes stray from mine momentarily, and that's when I make my move, darting across the kitchen and slamming the door behind me while he's still a good 10 meters away. I hear his roar of anger, and now he's chasing after me. The door bangs open again, and his heavy footsteps sound like thunder on the wooden floorboards. By then, I've already stumbled across the hallway, and I'm halfway up the stairs.
Come back, Suka, I hear him snarl. There is nowhere left to run.
My heart is juddering against the walls of my chest. Fear is chasing me as hard as my husband is. I'm nearly at the top stair when my feet get swept out from under me, and I go down hard, gasping in pain and surprise as the carpet makes mincemeat out of my elbows, and my knees explode into agony again. No. On instinct, I kick out hard, and my foot connects with Kirill's face. An ugly crack arises from the breathless pants and curses, and a beat later, he's driving his fist down into the base of my spine, sending shockwaves of pain around my body.
You broke my fucking nose, Suka!
Another fist drives down into my thigh as I try to crawl away, sobbing in terror as I urge every bone and muscle in my body to move. A hand clamps around my ankle, and I kick out again with all my strength, connecting with another part of his face.
Fuck what O'Sullivan wants. You better crawl as fast as you can, Ada, because when I catch up with you, I am going to beat you to death for this.
I'm going to die. I'm going to die. Every movement takes precision and concentration to stop me passing out from the pain. I'm leaving a trail of blood behind from the deep scrapes on my elbows. Where is he? Why isn't he following? I hear his footsteps fade back downstairs, and then they're louder again. I've crawled all the way to my bedroom door when his mocking voice rings out.
You ran right past my weapon of choice in the hallway, Ada. Seems only right I break the rest of you with it.
My blood turns to ice again. He has a baseball bat. I can hear him trailing it along the wall behind me now, a sinister scrape that makes me crawl faster. He's only a few meters away. Tearing through my lip with my teeth, I force myself onto my hands and knees, jerking sideways with all my strength as he takes a swing, and the metal bites into the doorframe, splintering wood in all directions. Throwing myself across the bed, I duck just in time before another swing destroys my bedside table and shatters my lamp, pelting me with shards of ceramic and glass.
You want to know how we knew about Lastra, Ada? He taunts. You should not leave notes from your lover in your pillowcase for your housekeeper to find.
Valeria. Watchful, silent eyes, waiting to ruin me. I don't roll away from his next swing quick enough, and the tip of the baseball bat catches my hip. Shit! I scream.
Like that, did you?
He swings again as I scramble to the other side of the bed and tumble to the floor. Where's the gun? Please don't tell me Valeria found the gun too. Ramming my hand under the mattress, I search frantically for the weapon as Kirill circles the bed, lifting his baseball bat for another swing. His nose is bleeding freely now, and his face is a red mess because of it.
You were so pretty when you were a child,
he murmurs as my fingers connect with cold steel.
And now you are so ugly and damaged.
Not to Frankie. Not to the only man who matters. Please, God, work for me. Please let me aim straight. Wrenching the gun out from its hiding place, I fling myself backwards against the wall and aim it at his head. Get the fuck away from me, you sick bastard! I scream as every emotion I've repressed over the years comes spilling out of me. My hand is shaking so hard I can't even keep the muzzle straight. Just fucking die! I watch his expression switch from surprise to anger. And that's when I close my eyes and fire. Bang! 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 I let off 3 rounds that shatter the quiet of the house, only stopping when I hear his huge body crashing to the floor. Is it over? Dragging myself to my feet, I limp towards him with Frankie's gun still outstretched. I'm shaking. I'm in shock. That moment of skepticism is creeping in again because something crazy and improbable just happened for the 2nd time this week. He's not dead. He's lying on his back in a pool of his own blood that's spreading rapidly. All his sin and poison is seeping out of him. I hit him in the chest. I also hit him in the neck. One hand is clutching at that wound, trying to knit the mangled flesh together. But we both know it's too late. I used to think there was only darkness crawling behind his jet-black irises. Now I'm seeing all the things he made me feel reflected back at me. Disbelief, desperation, anger. The baseball bat is still lying discarded next to his other hand. I tilt my head to consider it, and then I'm bending down to pick it up. He tries to speak, blowing red bubbles out of the corner of his mouth when he guesses my intentions. Sliding the gun into the waistband of my jeans, I test the weight of the bat between my fingers. I try out a couple of swings. Each time the metal slices through the air, I can feel it ripping at the seams of my memory. Bad and sad things come flooding out. Of rapes and beatings, games and abuse. The 14 years I was kept from Frankie, and the lifetime that I'll never spend with my son. I don't know when I started crying, but my cheeks are wet again. I breathe in freedom. I breathe out fear. Then, lifting the baseball bat high, I bring it down as hard as I can on his right knee. And while he's still writhing in agony, I bring it down hard on his left.
Chapter 36. Frankie. Get under the desk. Bambi blinks at me. I said get the fuck under the desk. Losing my patience, I pull her out of the chair and push her head down, feeling her resist until her body finally crumples up into the small space. Stay there until I come back for you. Do you hear? I turn to leave and feel her hand on my leg.
I don't want you to go.
Another burst of gunfire cuts through the yells and screams. Fuck. Bambi.
Frankie, I'm scared.
She looks really young again. Her pink hair is a mess. She's only seen us inflict violence before. She's never seen us on the receiving end of it. Crouching down, I take her chin gently between my fingers and force a steady tone. Hey, I'm a villain, remember? We live for this shit.
Don't die.
Not planning on it, but if I do, don't chew gum at my funeral. Satisfied with a weak smile, I drop her face and pull out my gun. Outside, Nancy's chair is empty. I'm taking that as her resignation letter, effective immediately. The hallway is empty too, but when I reach the gaming floor, it's gun smoke and chaos with upturned chairs, chips, and broken glasses strewn across my new carpet, like confetti warfare. Keeping just inside the doorframe and out of sight, I survey the damage. There are bodies lying everywhere, some dead, some trembling. Most of Viper's men are those without a pulse. Their weapons kicked out of reach, just in case they decide to make a movie comeback. 5 others are on their knees by the main doors with their hands on their head. Where's Viper? And who the fuck betrayed us? I can't even message him to bring hellfire into this room. I left my phone in my office. Keeping low to the back wall, I tuck in behind the nearest roulette table. There are at least 25 armed Irish. No Bratva, though. Every exit is blocked, except for the one to my office, but that's where Bambi is hiding, so no one's going through there without a bullet from me first. My thoughts dart to Ada, and the ache is raw. If they found out about this place, they found out about us, which means her life is in just as much danger as mine. Are you here too, O'Sullivan? If so, let's get this show started. On cue, the Irish mobster cuts across my periphery, pausing by the line of men on their knees to pistol whip the closest, kicking him onto his back when he starts to sway. He moves slower these days. His old swagger is more a fat man's stagger, but he's still the same man who smashed my life apart. Frankie Lastra, he shouts, his dark brogue kicking me back down the stairs to a basement. We have some unfinished business, you and I. From my vantage point, I watch him walk a tight circle around Viper's men. Are you going to come out like a good boy, or am I going to have to make you? Phone, I hiss at a gambler cowering on the floor close by. With a shaking hand, he dives into his pocket, unlocks the device, and tosses it across to me as O'Sullivan points his gun at the next man on his knees. I'm going to count to 3, Lastra. 1. His gun explodes, along with most of the guy's head as horrified screams ripple around the room. I liked your surveillance guy, he announces, as another hush descends. Took me hours to break him, and there wasn't much of him left when we finally started talking. Threatening his daughter turned the final screw, but she's dead now as well. So that's a fucking shame. Silas. Motherfucker. Fighting back my anger, I tap out a message to Viper's burner. Betrayed. At Encore. I don't know Grayson's number off by heart, but I'm hoping that the squeal of tires I heard in the background of our call was the sound of 100 trained Santiago soldiers heading in our direction. All deals are off now. All bets are lost.
"Is it time for another number, Lastra?" he calls out.
2. Without warning, O'Sullivan fires again, and another body hits the deck. This time the ripple of screams around the room comes with begging and pleading.
"Silence!" he roars, as a message bounces back from Viper.
"Eyes to the front in 5, Mafia boy. This is how we do things at the firm."
"What the—" "Were you a player in Monaco, Frankie?"
O'Sullivan resumes his circling, though it's significantly smaller with 3 less men.
"Is that why you thought you could just stroll back into my city and play with her life too? She's all mine, by the way. Semenov's had enough. He's there now to bring her to my house. I was thinking of keeping her in the basement to make her feel at home."
"Stop!" I rise to my feet with my hands up and chuck my gun away.
"Ah, there you are."
O'Sullivan's face breaks into a vicious smile as every gun in the place turns on me.
"I didn't recognize you, Lastra, without all the blood and piss. Sorry about your casino."
3. Switching his gun to the side, he shoots another man dead without dropping his gaze from me.
"I hope he wasn't a friend of yours."
"Think you took a wrong turn into Park Lane, O'Sullivan. It's all about stalling for time now. I came back to London to open up a business and get on with my life. And now this?" I glance around at the carnage with raised eyebrows. I'm half tempted to go back to Monaco.
I don't think Zachariah and Rossi would see it that way.
I'm sure their definitions of a peaceful return didn't include 48 stab wounds and a bad case of ripped-out throat. I know you got yourself arrested in France on purpose, Lastra, and I know why you did it. Was it your plan to psych out your capo dei capi for 5 months before you killed him? Or was that the first chance you had?
It was just an unhappy coincidence, O'Sullivan. Nothing more.
Did you shoot my planes down too?
He moves up to the last man kneeling and points his gun at his head.
Shit.
What planes?
Eep.
He makes the sound of a game show buzzer.
Wrong answer.
Bang.
5 out of 5.
He crows as the dead body tips forward this time and tumbles down the glass steps.
Still, it's not as satisfying as what I did to your father. Heard he took over an hour to die from the 5 bullet holes I gave him.
He mock winces in pain.
Fuck, I bet that hurt.
Don't remember. It was a long time ago.
I say it with a shrug, but I can feel my self-control slipping.
Rossi told me you were watching from your father's car the whole time. Stupid punk. You should have made yourself known, and I would have sent the whole family off together. Kittle's still pissed we didn't give him your sister. Still, at least he had Ada for 14 years, eh?
My palms clench into fists. O'Sullivan notices and laughs. He knows he's under my skin now like a bad splinter. Any minute I'm going to crack and give him a reason to fire 5 bullets into me too.
Thanks for taking care of my wife. Is she dead yet? Heard the doctors gave her 24 hours to live without medical support. So you're paying for the fucking funeral, not me.
I haven't got your wife, O'Sullivan.
Too busy with Semenovs.
The muffled sound of angry car horns start to filter into the casino from the street outside. At the same time, I loosen my fists. This was never just about vengeance. It was about Ada too. I need to stay alive for both of us, otherwise our circle breaks forever.
Do you believe in karma, O'Sullivan? I ask him. Only when the cards fall in my favor.
Taking a step forward, he lifts his gun at me, eyes narrowed.
Considering where we're standing, and the fact I always win big, I'm taking my chances.
I'm sensing Viper's arrival is imminent. They're shouting outside too now.
Neither did I
say, bracing when I realize what the crazy bastard is about to do.
Until I watched a snake drive a tank into the side of my casino.
I watch him frown in confusion, and then it feels like the whole building just got hit by a wrecking ball, sending everyone still standing to the ground. The doors to the gaming floor and most of the front wall disintegrate as the grinning grille of a modified black Humvee forces her way into the room. Most of O'Sullivan's men who were by the doors have disappeared under the wheels or falling rubble.
As the rest of the wall collapses in a haze of dust and falling brickwork, I see the Irish mobster dive to the side as the Humvee comes to a screeching stop a couple of feet away. Launching for my gun, I start sprinting after him, picking off any of his men who still have a weapon in their hand. Through the wreckage, I watch him stumbling out through the remains of the reception and cut a path through the crowds that are gathering in front of the building. "Get in!" yells Viper, kicking the door open for me, then hitting reverse as soon as I've thrown myself inside. "You're fucking insane!" I yell, grabbing hold of the dash as he weaves a rocky trail into an evening of light sunsets and summer rain. "Where the hell did you get this thing?" "Weekend hobby. Made it tank and bulletproof. Hope you took out building insurance," he adds, flicking me a grin. The rain is coming down harder now. O'Sullivan is just a blur on the pavement, moving further and further away. Viper swings the vehicle onto the street to follow them when I yank on the handbrake and skid the Humvee to a stop. "Wait, Ada! Frankie, he's right there!" Jabbing his finger in O'Sullivan's direction, he curses as a silver SUV comes out of nowhere, swerves across their path and swallows him up. He tries to slide the gear into first, but I wrench his fingers away from the stick. "Where the hell do you think Semenov is? He's with her. They broke Silas for information, so they know everything. God knows what the Russian's doing to her right now." With a curse, he slams his fist into the steering wheel as the sound of sirens rises up in the distance. "Where's Bambi?" "Hiding in my office, unless she got sick of the gunfire and fucked off to Africa. The only things that matter now are getting her and Ada safe. We'll deal with Santiago's fury later." None of us could have predicted what went down here tonight, but we both know the Colombian doesn't deal in excuses. Opening the driver's door, he jumps out and keeps the engine running. "Leave the cops to me. Just go and get Ada." "Where the fuck have you been all day?" I say, sliding across to his seat. "Saying goodbye to an old friend." He looks shattered suddenly. "Thanks for keeping Bambi safe." I go to yank the door shut again when one of Semenov's black Range Rovers comes flying up the street, slithering to a jagged stop 20 meters in front of me, her nose pointing across the incoming traffic. I palm my gun as the driver gets out, assuming they're about to give me one of their Bratva greetings. And then I go very still. The rain is still falling, but it's not heavy enough to hide the way her t-shirt clings to the only body I've ever loved, or how it's framing her dark hair around the only face I've ever seen. Ada. Ada. Falling out of the Humvee, I shout her name as I eat up the distance between us. She's limping badly, and her forehead and hands are covered in blood, but her determination to reach me is etched into her features, the same as mine. It was carved there the day we met, and it never faded. No matter how many years we've been forced to wait for each other, or how much shit we've had to endure in that time. This isn't a stolen moment anymore. It's real, and it's us. Just before we collide, my mind flicks back to a white dove dancing in the darkness of a bedroom, searching for a meaning in a cage of thorns. And then my arms are full of her, my free bird now, and I'm lifting her high in the air as our mouths and hearts finally find each other again. I know she's crying as she takes my face between her hands, but the rain is mixing with her tears. "How?" I demand, feeling her arms and legs wrap around my body.
"I let the moment define me, not end me."
"Semenov?"
"I shot him 3 times with your gun."
"Queen." I seek out her mouth again to share her victory. The police cars aren't distant noise anymore. They're right on top of us. Sliding her back down to the ground, I glance at the semicircle of flashing lights. I'm going to have to do some serious talking to get out of this one. But all that pales into insignificance when I catch sight of Viper exploding from the wreckage of Encore, with his gun in his hand. "Firearm!" yells the nearest cop when he clocks his weapon. 2 more hit him from the side and tackle him to the ground, holding him in place with their knees between his shoulder blades. "Get off me!" he snarls, fighting like hell to free himself. Dropping Ada's hand, I sprint over to him, yelling at the cops to release him. He looks up as I approach, his green eyes wild and raging. "She's gone, Frankie." For the first time, I hear real pain in his voice. "She left her backpack behind.
I told her to never leave her fucking backpack behind. I stop dead. And then I know. Chapter 37. Frankie. The holding cell is a standard 6x8, with a lifetime of regret smeared across the walls. The whole place stinks of bleach and disillusionment. I can feel it seeping into my Armani suit as I approach the metal bars. For once, I'm standing on the right side of them, but Viper's not. He's pacing like a tiger in his standard prison-issued grey joggers and sweatshirt, and stalking me with his eyes. Mine are stalking him right back. What's going on, Viper? I posted your bail 4 fucking hours ago, but your solicitor says you're taking a permanent residence and refusing to leave. I glance at the cameras above me. Hate to break it to you, Snake Eyes, but these guys don't want you sticking around. I wanted to speak to you and Ada first. His gaze sweeps to his sister, who's standing next to me in a clean white t-shirt and jeans, looking flawless but shattered. It's been a long night. It's been a long life. I wanted to give you both a history lesson with the bar still between us. Whatever it is can't be that bad. Christ, we don't have time for this shit. I spin away from him in anger. 24 hours have passed and she's still out there. Has he been in contact yet?
Who? O'Sullivan? You know he took her, Frankie, same as me. No, we don't know that. I'm lying, but I'll tell him the truth once he's out of this place. A video message came through from Silas's old number this morning. There were bruises on her arms already, and terror in her eyes, and there's fuck all we can do about it until O'Sullivan makes contact again. What about Santiago? I shake my head. Nothing since Grayson's call yesterday. The tone of that silence is more than a warning. Does this have anything to do with you going AWOL yesterday? Partly. He walks over to us and rests his wrists on the bars. It's good to see you, Ada, he says, shifting his attention to the woman on my right.
It's good to see you too, Viper.
She steps forward to rest her hands on top of his. There must be unspoken words in her touch, because the next thing I know, he's nodding and blowing out a heavy breath.
I was the one who took Roisin from the hospital.
I fucking knew it. I spin away from him a second time, debating whether or not to be mad as hell or impressed.
Frankie, let him talk.
Ada's soft reprimand pulls me back to her. I knew it might jeopardize the deal with Santiago, but I couldn't let her die in that place. Not with the constant threat of O'Sullivan hanging over her like toxic smoke. She didn't deserve it. She lived her hell for 18 years, and she was fucking done with it. He grits his jaw and drops his head. I took her out to North London, and she died in my arms. That was an hour before your message came through. No one speaks. What the hell do you say? She was one of us, but she never got the chance to be a survivor.
How did you know she was in hospital?
Asks Ada, swiping at her cheeks and trying to be brave again, though I can tell her reserves are exhausted. I tug her into my arms and let her burrow this new grief into my chest. Bambi showed me your letter. His grip tightens around the bars.
Man, I was so pissed at her for going to see you. But mostly I was pissed at the world for breaking Roisin. That's one of the reasons I came back.
I wanted to get her out too, but I didn't manage it fast enough. Ada reaches out to him again, but he moves away. I came back before. His haunted gaze shifts to me. 8 months after all that other crap went down. I tried to persuade her to run then, but she was too scared. She knew O'Sullivan would never let her go, and it would draw too much attention to... He trails off and looks away. I'm taking it you didn't just stroll into O'Sullivan's house? I'm watching him carefully. He has that expression again. The movement of a spider's web when an insect is trapped. He's hiding something, but he's tired of the burden of it. Her housekeeper set up the meat.
You mean Ola?
Ada looks shocked.
I remember her.
Where? I demand. He drops his wrists from the bars and takes a couple of steps back. Didn't know if I could trust you, Frankie. Didn't know if I could trust you with her. Who?
Ada? I say, confused. He winces, dragging his hand through his black hair. One thing my old man was great at was making contacts. Used to joke they were the fuel for the firm. Made sure I was there for the introductions, so they became my contacts too. Every business, every borough. Fire stations, restaurants, hospitals. He pauses on that last word, letting it linger. I know what Silas told you about Alex, Frankie. The guy at the hospital records department called me to say he'd been snooping around. I'm sensing the bomb that's about to drop next is the big one. The nuclear one. The one that levels everything. What's this got to do with our son? My voice is like stone. Part of me wanted to tell you in Spain, but then I thought to myself, nah, Viper. Mafia boy's been gone a long time. Let's wait and see if he deserves her first, because she's a fucking diamond. She's one of a kind. There's special, and then there's her. You know what I'm saying? Her good makes all the bad bearable. Then I watched you two together, and you were a fucking natural, Frankie.
It's as if you already knew. He stops to take a breath. Roshin's last words to me were a plea.
I needed to stop holding on to something that wasn't mine. It was time to let her go.
Ada gets it before I do, her hands flying to her mouth to catch a shuddering cry. As for me, I'm still lost in a land of confusion.
You never had a son.
Viper's looking directly at me again.
I had the records forged to make Semenov believe he'd died.
And then Ola took your daughter far, far away from his evil.
It was the only way we could get her out.
Daughter?
We knew she'd be a pedophile's plaything because of who her father was.
He shakes his head slowly.
Couldn't do it, Frankie. Couldn't let her have that kind of life.
Daughter?
I glance at Ada, who can't seem to catch her breath, and then the mushroom cloud hits. Only it's not exploding upwards and outwards. It's consuming me completely because I'm standing right in the middle of it. But I'm not alone. She's been there all along. Ever since I walked into a deserted swimming pool on the outskirts of Cordoba. A beat later, I'm launching myself at the bars.
Chapter 38. Ada. As soon as the full force of Frankie's anger crashes into the prison bars, alarm bells erupt overhead. The sound is deafening. It's drilling shock down into my soul, exposing the nerves and making the truth all the more tragic for it. Alex isn't dead. Alex wasn't a boy. She's a girl. We had a girl. A beautiful girl who grew up to be just as smart and strong as her father. I held her. I held her. 2 days ago, she was in my arms. I felt her heart beating against mine. I saw her eyes, and on some intrinsic level I knew. But I didn't believe it. And now she's gone, stolen by the same man who stole me. Frankie is still raging and cursing at Viper, who's standing like a statue, taking it all. His grief for our son is now an onslaught of recrimination over the fate of our daughter.
I told you not to bring her back to London with us. You dropped a kid right in the middle of a fucking war zone, and now O'Sullivan has her. You were right, that bastard has her.
Reaching into his pocket, he slams his phone against the bars with a harsh metallic thwack.
He sent me a video message of her this morning. It's really unpleasant. Want to see it? What the fuck was I supposed to do, Frankie?
He fires back, throwing his arms up in the air in frustration.
You'd be trying to kill me right now if I hadn't brought her with me.
There's the sound of footsteps in the hallway outside, and then the room is full of policemen dragging Frankie away from the bars, threatening him with arrest if he doesn't calm down. Where has she been, Viper? I say quietly, needing to know everything as the alarms are finally shut off. Meanwhile, Frankie is being escorted into the hallway, still cursing his name.
Ola took her up north, Manchester. She was happy, Ada. I swear to God, she was happy. That woman was really good to her. Best of all, The Red Compass didn't have a clue. We beat them. For once, we fucking beat them.
His voice is rough with fatigue and emotion. But I was so certain Orla hated me. I was so sure Rasheen did too.
Because she wasn't allowed to like you. That house was pure evil, Ada. I felt it the moment I stepped inside it. I knew I wouldn't be walking out the same way again.
I take a moment to digest his words. So much information is coming at me. It's like trying to catch the fragments of a falling star. How did Bambi end up in Spain with you?
Orla died in a car crash when she was 8. The woman didn't have any other family, so I stepped up after the funeral. Didn't want to, but I didn't want her in a kiddie home either. She snuck into my life and made a stillness in the middle of my crazy. Now, I love her like she's my own, Ada, even though I've probably put her in therapy for the next 50 years.
That's if she has 50 more years left, I say, voicing my worst fears. You have to help us find her. Please, Viper. He scoffs.
And get a bullet in the back from Frankie.
He's reeling and hurting. We've been dealing with the death of our son for the last day, and now this? I know you love her, Viper, I can tell. You love her just as much as we do, and for that I thank you with every single part of my heart. You fought like hell for her. Everything you've done for her. I catch myself before I start crying again. This is why Rasheen didn't leave London with you, isn't it? She knew O'Sullivan would tear this city apart for her, and in doing so he might uncover the truth. She couldn't take that risk. I close my eyes and take a second to fully appreciate her sacrifice. I think she was trying to tell me in the hospital before she died.
Yeah, she said that.
You loved her.
Nah, I'm not capable of it, Ada.
The conviction in his voice is hard to hear.
For a kid? Sure. You can hold things back from them, shield them from the worst of you. But a woman?
He shakes his head as if that kind of happy ending is so far out of reach for him, there's no point in trying.
I'm too screwed up. O'Sullivan saw to that.
Sounds more like a bad commitment issue to me. Frankie reappears in the doorway, looking calmer, but tenser. The universe has given our child back to us, and now a monster has taken her away again.
You really love Bambi? Then stop hiding on the wrong side of those bars. She needs you, Viper. She needs all of us. You kept our daughter safe from harm for 14 years, so don't fucking fail me now.
Frankie practically pushes me down the steps outside the police station. Time is ticking for Bambi in all the wrong ways.
O'Sullivan killed 20 of your men, Viper. I have the rest following up every lead in London. There I go.
He falls in next to us as he's pulling out his phone. I remember what he said about his network of contacts, and I start praying that someone, somewhere, has information about her.
He was shot twice, but he's still alive. He went looking for her in the carnage. That's when one of O'Sullivan's men attacked him. How did he know about her? Silas must have given him the lowdown of our whole outfit, kids included.
Maybe. My footsteps falter as we reach the pavement, and Frankie's head snaps back to me. Or one of his men could have recognised her from when she came to my studio.
Those were Seminov's men, not Irish.
Leaning over to slide a warm hand around the nape of my neck, he kisses me firmly on the mouth.
This isn't your fault.
We share a look, our determination to find her reflected in each other's faces. We mourned our son yesterday. We won't mourn our daughter. Viper turns to me as we enter the car park.
What level are you on?
My reply is drowned out by the scream of an engine as an unmarked white van hurtles up the ramp and accelerates in our direction. Frankie curses as it screeches to a stop alongside us, the side door sliding open to reveal a huge man in black army fatigues.
Get in.
His voice is clipped, American, unimpressed. Frankie steps in front of me with a grimace.
Tell the devil we're taking a rain check on Death today, thanks, Grayson. He can come back tomorrow to collect. Are you under the impression he was asking nicely?
Comes the icy response.
Best laid plans went to shit, and he wants to know why. I thought Santiago liked spontaneity. Not when it comes to 2 truckloads of trafficked girls and a Bragazzi gang that's about to slip through our fingers. Now, get the fuck in the van before I lose my temper.
Chapter 39. Frankie. Why does it always have to be in a warehouse? Viper mutters. Why can't they interrogate us at the fucking Ritz-Carlton instead? Too expensive. I glance around the huge space that Grayson just dumped us in, taking in the broken windows, the rusty steel girders, the 100 or so trained killers lined up behind the biggest killer of all, who's wearing a scowl the size of Columbia. Besides, they need a big space for this number of men to show off their cocks and guns. Explains why so many criminal organizations are moving their businesses online. Not everyone exceeds the average size by 3 inches like me.
Just let me do all the talking again, okay?
Shooting him a warning look. I keep Ada locked to my hip as we're beckoned forward. They wouldn't have warned us yesterday if they wanted us dead. Maybe they wanted that pleasure for themselves.
Maybe we should think positively for Bambi's sake,
interrupts Ada, giving me a weak smile that's mostly sponsored by defiance. Queen. What's the play this time? Says Viper. To ask for his help. Stopping 5 meters out from Santiago and his men, I greet him with a twisted smile and gesture to the space between us. We wouldn't want to give you any unnecessary cleaning bills. That's considerate of you. His dark gaze flits between the 3 of us, lingering and assessing. Judging or condemning? Would you like us to stand on a plastic sheet as well? No, that won't be necessary. Sliding his hands into his pockets, he surprises me by breaching no man's land first this time, his scrutiny shifting to Ada. You killed Kirill Semenov. It's hard to tell if it's a statement or a threat. Either way, it pisses me off. She didn't know he was off limits, I grit out. It's hard to make a rational decision when someone's trying to beat you to death.
Frankie.
Ada takes a step to bring herself level with me, reminding me once again that she doesn't need anyone fighting her battles. She's shown me she's more than capable of defeating the monsters by herself. But, fuck it, I'm still going to try.
Yes, I killed him,
she admits, her soft voice commanding the attention of every man in the warehouse.
I shot him 3 times, and then I shattered his kneecaps with the same baseball bat he used to shatter mine. But it will never come close to the pain he's inflicted on me over the last 21 years.
She takes another step forward, closing the gap between her and Santiago to a couple of feet. Looking so small in his shadow, he could crush her with a single glance if he chose to.
I don't know who you are, Mr. Santiago, but you must be someone important from the size of your entourage and the power that you wield. Frankie told me you have the means to destroy the Red Compass, and if my actions have made you question that, then I'm asking you to learn about my scars first, before you and your men get back in your private jet and fly home to whatever non-extradition country you've flown in from.
I cast a glance at Santiago to see his reaction to my spitfire of a fiancé, but his face remains cold and impassive.
I know you came to London to bring your cartel business into this city. You also came to help women. With that in mind, I'm begging you to help one more.
Her voice starts to waver.
O'Sullivan kidnapped our daughter yesterday, and we need your men and your expertise to get her back.
I thought you had a son, demands Grayson, appearing next to Santiago. Secrets and lies. I look directly at the Colombian as I say it, remembering what he shared with me about his own daughter. It's the shit you do to stop a little girl falling into the hands of predators.
Mr. Santiago, you don't know me, continues Ada. You don't owe me anything. I'm just a girl who was taken from her mother at 10 years old and forced to live in the company of thieves and liars. But I paid attention when I wasn't allowed to speak. I have insider knowledge of O'Sullivan's mob and Semenov's cell. Even Mario Zacharia's organizational structure.
That won't be necessary. He clicks his fingers, the movement sharp and swift, and the door to one of the vans behind him slides open. A man is pushed out of the back seat and into the warehouse. He stumbles like a drunk, and then he's losing his balance and going down hard on the concrete with a guttural curse. Italian. His hands are bound in front of him, and his expensive white dress shirt is stained in blood. When he lifts his head to glare at us, I see the features of the man I killed in a prison cell in France. We adapted our plans for the developing situation.
Santiago gestures for Mario Zaccaria to be brought to him.
Which included catching a mafioso who sang all the right tunes, given the right incentive. Grayson kicks Mario's feet out from under him, and he falls to his knees with another grunt. We also turned one of O'Sullivan's men yesterday. He told us about your surveillance man and the Irish intention to raid your casino. Turned or tortured, I say, lifting my eyebrows at Santiago. Semantics, he says with that vicious smile. He spilled his guts right before O'Sullivan walked into your party. Thanks for the warning, even if it was 30 minutes too late. When we got to you, it was all bodies and cops. Your casino is a fucking mess, by the way. Whose idea was it to drive a tank into it? Mine, drawls Viper. I wasn't happy with the color scheme. There's a rare flare of amusement on Santiago's face. Can you get the place up and running again? Depends, I say. Can you help me find my daughter? Without answering, he switches his attention to Ada. You remind me of my wife, Mrs. Soon-to-be Lastra, she finishes, making me smirk. And I mean that as the greatest of compliments. He clicks his tongue slowly, as if weighing up his decision. We might have an idea where she is. Ada's composure slips to reveal the true panic underneath.
Is she okay?
Care to share? He says, glaring at Mario. Mario doesn't. A spew of Italian insults comes flying out, which earns him a brutal punch in the jaw from Grayson. O'Sullivan panicked when he found out that Semenov was dead. He shakes his hand out before delivering another. He instructed Mario to contact the Brigazzi and move the delivery forward by 3 days before they figured out his control over the city was fucked. He offered him a cut of Semenov's percentage for his trouble. It's happening tonight. How did you get the Brigazzi to agree to it, Mario?
Fuck you, Lastra, and fuck your lame bitch whore.
He shuts up quickly when I drive the heel of my boot into his face and break his nose. Mario told them O'Sullivan had a gold, says Grayson. A gift for them to take back to Eastern Europe. In trafficking terms, it means an underage girl who's untouched. We've heard about a new ring in Bucharest that caters for that kind of shit. We assumed he'd taken a girl off the streets here, but if he has your daughter... Grayson doesn't need to spell the rest out. Fuck. Ada starts shaking, so I pull her in close again, murmuring assurances that I'll get our daughter back, even if I need to kill half of London to do so. When and where? There's no trace of humor in Viper's voice anymore. There is a new location for the exchange. It's a cargo warehouse in the port of Dover.
The trucks are scheduled to arrive at midnight, but we'll be tracking them from Calais.
We have men on the ferry, and we have border agents on both sides of the channel. Our deal still stands, Lastra, says Santiago, as Grayson hands him a knife. Even after I said no waves, and you brought me a fucking tsunami. I see you fighting for your family the same way I fight for mine, and that's a battle that spills loyalty into every part of your life. He spins the knife through his fingers and offers me the handle. I believe the Italian was part of our agreement. We have no further use for him. There will be no more contact with the Brigazzi until after the girls arrive in the cargo warehouse, which is where we'll be waiting. With a nod, I accept our kind of handshake, taking the knife and sealing the deal. After tonight, 3 new flags will be flying over London's underground. I turn to ask Viper to escort Ada to one of the vehicles to wait for me there. But one look at her face and I know she's not going anywhere. She sits with me in all things now, including revenge, however bloody and protracted, and I love her all the more for it. There's only room for one capo in London, Mario. Taking my time, I walk a slow circle around him, assessing which part of his body to dismember first. I settle on his hands, the ones that touched what's mine, and then I set to work. Chapter 40. Frankie. The white cliffs of Dover are a jagged wall of silver tonight, rising high into the sky behind me as I stand, dockside, waiting for confirmation that the trucks have unloaded from the ferry. In the past, the cliffs have been a symbol of unbreachable defense, but for this war, for my war, they signify the beginning of the end. This is where the red compass will fall, making way for a new rise of power, similar to the one my father envisaged, with alliances strong enough to make us all a fuck-ton of money with minimal bloodshed. This is where my new family reunites, and we all start to move forward. In the meantime, there's a bitter chill coming off the English Channel, and I find myself craving a cigarette for warmth. Then, I think about Bambi, and I slide a matchstick into the corner of my mouth instead. It feels comfortable there, in much the same way I felt comfortable around her these past couple of weeks, where the push and pull between us has been more of a budding connection than a tussle for control. I grit my jaw to keep my focus. I refuse to let this night be the end of that too. Viper's standing next to me, gazing out at a ship on the horizon that's flashing white against a black canvas. He's been drinking more and speaking less again. Eventually the past catches up with us all, and right now his demons won't shut up. It's his fuck it or fight it moment. But I'll be there for him, whatever happens. He's a brother to me now, the same as Aiden. We take O'Sullivan down together, like we agreed. Together, he mutters. To closure. He glances back at the ship sinking low on the horizon again. Yeah, to something like that. It's done. Grayson walks back over to us after speaking to one of the port workers. The drivers have bribed their way out of the inland border facility. Their trucks are due to arrive at the warehouse in the next 5 minutes. Then it's time to go. Climbing back into the SUV, I start the engine and we drive the 2 miles to the unmarked isolated warehouse on the edge of the outer harbor. Parking up, I watch Santiago's men secure the area as Grayson makes a call to confirm O'Sullivan is inside. We have a lock on everyone, including the girl. Hanging up, his gaze cuts an icy path through the darkness at me. Ada's in the car with Santiago. He'll bring her in once the warehouse is secure. Should I be jealous? I drawl, slamming a fresh clip into my gun. That man only has eyes for one woman, Lestra, and it's not yours. By the time we reach the side entrance, the 5 lookouts and all the security cameras are dead. 50 of us follow a path into the dark warehouse where we fan out against both walls. Hearing angry voices, I pause next to a row of metal containers as the argument heats up. What do you mean this is the one and only shipment, you bragazzi fuck? Rages O'Sullivan. We had an agreement. Every month for 5 years. I do not like the way you and Mario do business, snaps a voice as I prowl forward to take a closer look. I'm at the back of the warehouse. I can see the 2 trucks with their doors still locked, plus half a dozen other vehicles and 20 armed men apiece. Where is he? The Brigazzi captain demands. Where is Semenov? I'm the one who cuts the deals now, not him, not Mario. Do you want the gold or not? There are plenty more where she came from. Let me see her, and I will consider it. O'Sullivan reaches into his car and yanks Bambi out by her wrist, flinging her onto the ground. Her sharp cry clawing at my self-control. Her pink hair is a mess, her cheeks red and swollen. Her favorite Taylor Swift t-shirt is ripped at the collar, and her arms are dirty and bruised. Fuck. Her exposed fragility reminds me so much of Ada's the first time we met. Say the word, Lastra, murmurs Grayson.
We can take everyone down in 30 seconds, but this is your show.
As O'Sullivan and the Brigazzi captain continue to argue, Bambi glances in our direction, then freezes. There's so much relief in those green eyes, so much trust that I'm here to fix everything. It makes me want to start fires to protect it, to run headfirst into a gun battle to rescue it. Fighting every instinct, I gesture at her to stay as low to the ground as she can, and she nods, biting her lip to stop her tears. You can do this, sweetheart. After today, all of us can start living again. Only when I'm certain she's as safe as she can be from flying bullets, I give the nod. Now, they fall like dominoes, each Brigazzi soldier and Irish mobster man picked off by a different sniper. They don't even have a chance to raise their weapons. Grayson was underestimating. It's all over in 10 seconds, not 30. O'Sullivan looks like a rat trapped in a cage. Wherever he turns, there's another Santiago soldier waiting for him. He tries to go for his gun, but he gets a bullet through his hand from me for the trouble. Once the firing ceases, he's still spinning in circles, dripping blood and cursing in fury. Every single one of his men is dead. It's over, O'Sullivan. I step out of the shadows with my weapon trained on him. His head snaps towards me, and I finally see the fear on his face I've been waiting my whole life to savor. It's never over, Lastra. Grabbing Bambi by the hair, he yanks her up to use as a shield, pressing a gun to her head with his other hand. Let her go, and deprive myself of giving you one last dose of pain. I was told she was Viper's kid, but she's looking awfully similar to Ada when she was 14. I hesitate, and he pounces. Clever, clever. He sounds impressed. You kept her hidden from me all this time. Bambi looks as shocked as she is scared now. There's a circle of armed men surrounding her, all with their weapons raised. But this revelation just fired the first bullet. Who the fuck are they, Lastra? O'Sullivan's eyes keep darting around the warehouse. Karma. They aren't Vipers. No, they're mine. O'Sullivan's reaction when he sees the tall Colombian standing next to Ada is a fucking religious experience. The way he stumbles backwards is the dance of a player who knows he's been played by a hand he never saw coming. With a roar of anger, he jams the gun even harder into Bambi's head, and I hear Ada cry out. Put the weapon down, and I'll give you a quick death. I lie. If not, Viper will play with you for hours. His gaze jerks to the unsmiling man next to me. I should have killed you in that basement, Lastra. I should have killed you both. He turns a full circle with Bambi, searching frantically for a way out. And then I see the moment his fear switches to madness. Pushing her away roughly, he shoves the gun under his chin and pulls the trigger. Click. Nothing. He tries again. Click. Click. Dropping to his knees, he pulls the trigger repeatedly. But death isn't coming for him today. No! He roars, throwing the useless weapon at me, but it doesn't even come close. Out of the corner of my eye, I see Bambi rise to her feet and push her matted pink hair out of her eyes. With a shaking hand, she reaches into her pocket and pulls out a handful of bullets, letting each one fall to the ground in turn. Never taking her eyes off him until the last one is clinking off the concrete and rolling under his car. She stole his bullets. My girl stole his bullets. There's a reason why I've always admired a thief. A beat later, Viper is firing one round into his right shoulder, and I'm firing one round into his left. Finish it, Lastra! O'Sullivan howls, writhing around in agony on the floor, turning the grey concrete crimson. Fucking finish it! Next to me, I can sense the waves of hate coming off Viper. You can't measure your own pain against someone else's, the same way you can't measure darkness and light. But I'm thinking he might have the advantage over me these days. So I dropped my gun. What the fuck are you doing? He hisses. You said we'd finish him together. Nah, this one's on you, Snake Eyes. I glance at Bambi, who's now safely wrapped in Ada's arms. You might not be able to measure all that other stuff, but you can feel the weight of your heart. You can tell when all the empty spaces have been filled. Are you sure about this? I flash him a wicked smirk. Just make sure he dies screaming. I pass Grayson on the way to my family, and we shake hands briefly. These men are yours, Lastra, as soon as we empty the trucks and get the girls to safety. Lebedev is removing the last traces of Semenov's cell. Santiago and I will be back next week to negotiate trade deals. One day, you'll have to tell me what that favor was you owed Aiden. One day, he says, giving me a rare laugh. Bambi springs apart from Ada when she sees me approaching.
Are you mad at me again, Frankie?
Yes, I'm fucking furious. And then I'm sweeping her up into my embrace and kissing Ada at the same time, fighting the urge to make it more, but restrained by two green eyes that are avidly watching us. Are you okay? Bambi nods, and I'm relieved to see her bruises and more dirt this close up. I thought you said you didn't steal from people you didn't like.
I also told you I stole as a form of protection.
She glances between me and Ada, a sly smile creeping across her face.
So, this is what the bear pit looks like, huh?
The what? Ada glances at me in confusion, but there's a new piece in her eyes. It's one I've never seen before, and something I know I'll die to protect. I'll tell you later, I mouth, along with how much I fucking love you. While my cock is buried so deep inside your pussy, it's impossible for you to focus on anything else.
I know Ada's my mum, but is it true you're my dad?
Bambi screws up her face as if it's the worst news imaginable, on a level with Taylor Swift deleting her entire back catalogue. Don't sound so thrilled about it, I say irritably.
Yes, but you're going to make me go to school.
If you go to school, I'll take you to Africa. Here, I need to give you something for safekeeping. Reaching into my back pocket, I press a single matchstick into her outstretched palm. I don't need to burn down London anymore. If the situation changes, I'll let you know. She stares at it for a long moment.
You know my real name's not Bambi, right?
I had a hunch, I say, pulling her in even closer. Chapter 41. Viper. Music is my weapon of choice when I'm torturing a man. It deploys my hate and disarms my mercy. If I want to cut, I play a song that makes my blade more creative. If I want to punch, I play a song that makes my fists hit harder. If I want to inflict the maximum amount of pain on the man who inflicted the maximum amount of pain on me, it needs to be something extra special to satisfy the darkness in my soul. Flicking through my iPhone, I select the song as soon as it appears, and then I set it to repeat. I won't be done in 3 minutes. Not when I'm planning to take all night over this. As the first riffs of Beastie Boys' Sabotage kick in, I inhale every savage note, nodding my head in time as I approach the man tied to the chair in front of me, feeling the beats seeping down into my skin to silence my humanity. He made me like this. Today, I'm going to unmake him because of it. O'Sullivan's eyes grow wide when he sees the serrated knife in my hand, but he can't say a word with the gag in his mouth. Leaning down to bring us face to face, I give him a smile as dead as the way I feel inside. This won't bring me the kiss of absolution, or the warm embrace of closure, but it's going to be a hell of a lot of fun while it lasts. Using the tip of my knife, I carve the letter V into his forehead, but this is just the beginning. I made Frankie a promise he'd die screaming, and I have no intention of letting him down.
Epilogue. Ada. Frankie slams me up against the wall so hard the picture frame next to us rattles violently. Dragging the hem of my black dress up past my hips, he rips down my lace thong and silences my protests with one of those hungry kisses that shuts the whole world out. except for gravity. Seeing movement out of the corner of my eye, I dart sideways, still caged in his arms, trying to catch the frame as it slithers to the ground. But I'm not quick enough. I'm too drunk on lust and love, and there's a loud crash as it hits the floor. Shit, that was an original! I gasp out as Frankie's fingers continue to trail hot and insistent up the inside of my thigh. Never faltering, always claiming, forever fixing, despite the broken glass that's now littered all around our feet. Issa's going to kill us. I couldn't give a fuck. He growls into my hair before dragging his stubble across my cheek, giving me pain with the sweetest of pleasures as he seeks out my mouth again. And neither will she, not with twins and Aiden as a husband. He's the most demanding baby of all. My laughter turns to moans as he reaches the apex of my thighs and slides 2 fingers inside me. At the same time, his thumb lightly brushes over my swollen clit, and a jolt of pleasure zips through my core. So wet for me, baby, he murmurs against my lips, his words heating up every part of me. So fucking wet, I could write my name across your skin. As if to prove the point, his fingers slip out of me, and I feel him trace 7 letters into my stomach. And do you know what the best part of it is? He adds huskily, sinking to his knees. You taste just as good. Frankie, the glass! Can't feel it. He smirks up at me as he hooks my leg over his shoulder and spreads my lips apart with his hands. There's nothing broken down here anymore. There's nothing broken up here either. Wrapping his mouth around my clit, he drives his fingers back inside me. 3 of them this time, and he's not being gentle about it like he was before. He knows I need him to be rough and reckless with my body now, the same way he needs my fingernails to mark his skin. We leave each other with beautiful new scars every time we fuck, because it helps to cancel out the old ones. I need to feel him inside me constantly, even when we're apart. He's stretching me open, sucking, biting, circling, sliding me closer and closer to that other place I call home. I have to leave after this. His words slowly filter into my Frankie-intoxicated brain. Did you find him? I burrow my fingers into his black hair as another wave starts to build. Lebedev did. He was hiding in a bedsit in Camden. Adric Fedorov, my old Bratva bodyguard. He's been on the run from us for 6 months, ever since I killed his pachan. But not anymore. Do it, I whisper. Let me be a part of it. Knife or gun? Knife. Make him suffer for all the years he made me suffer, for all the insults and beatings, cruelty and derision. Tipping my head back, I close my eyes and open myself up even wider for him. A beat later, I feel the cool handle of his knife slip between my lips and push against my entrance. I'm so wet, it slides in easily, and he quickly finds a rhythm that satisfies the dark in both our hearts. He keeps it shallow, but I feel it deeply in other ways, clamping my walls down and gripping the black leather so that later, when Frankie takes Adric's life with it, I'll be right there with him. Fuck, Ada. No other man will touch me again. Frankie would kill the world before that happened, but this is different. This is us fucking the past together. Now, I rasp. The knife slides from my pussy. Rising to his feet, he pushes me back against the wall and rips at the front of his jeans. I wrap my legs around his waist and he drives his cock all the way inside me, not stopping until every part of me is wrapped around every inch of him. We come together, spilling words into each other's mouths that are so much more than declarations of love. It's obsession. It's the promise of a future. It's all the things that were there at the beginning come to fruition in this room. It's us. Beautiful, messed up, once-in-a-lifetime us. Pressing his forehead against mine, we wait for our breathing to slow.
Free,
he mutters. Yours, I say with a contented sigh.
Interrupted,
he finishes with a growl as Viper and Bambi's voices enter the kitchen next door. Pulling out of me, he lowers me back down to the floor and pulls me in for one last lingering kiss. He leaves my study first, under the pretense that it will raise less suspicion from our ever-inquisitive teenage daughter. But my darling husband is deluding himself. You can't fool a 14-year-old girl. They're programmed to detect parental bullshit. Rearranging my dress, I glance at the bookcase in front of me, which includes all the copies of the Count of Monte Cristo he sent me. 168. One for every month. Too many months. Still, I'm starting to see that when you fill your life with blinding light, the shadows in your past don't seem so frightening anymore. 5 minutes later, I'm joining my family in the kitchen of our penthouse on the Chelsea waterfront. Frankie's leaning against the counter, finishing up a call. Bambi sitting cross-legged on top of the island in her new school uniform, eating a cheese sandwich and telling Viper all about a visitor to her class today, who, ironically, came to talk to them about snakes. Did you know they smell with their tongues?
So do I,
he drawls.
I can tell you every brand of whiskey just from drinking it.
Hi, Mum, she says breezily, without looking over. Did you know your zip's done up wrong? What were you and Dad doing in the library anyway? Fixing a broken picture, I mutter, opening the fridge door to cool the heat from my face and grab a bottle of wine as an excuse. When I turn around, Viper just smirks at me and leaves me to wallow in my embarrassment for a full minute before asking me when my new dance studio is opening. Next month, after we come back from Sicily and Kenya. For Bambi's belated birthday present, we're all flying out to the Masai Mara for a week-long safari. She's already made a countdown chart and stuck it to the fridge door. She's marking off each day with a big black cross. Hanging up his call, Frankie walks over to us and pours me a large glass of white. Planting a kiss on my cheek, his fingertips brush against my side zip, inching it up to respectable levels again.
I'll see you later, Mrs. Lastra,
he says in that low, husky voice of his that only makes me want him more.
You better wait up, or else.
Or else what? I tease, foregoing the wine to wrap my arms around his waist instead.
Or else that 5 hours sleep I was planning to let you have becomes no sleep for either of us.
I glance over at Viper, who's whispering something to Bambi, and before long they're both grinning in our direction. Viper just told me that love isn't like falling into a bear pit anymore, she announces proudly. Well, it is still a bear pit, she corrects with a frown. But he says that there's this secret trapdoor that not many people know about, but if you search and search for it and you manage to find it, then you're one of the rare lucky ones. And what happens then? I ask, as Frankie starts laughing. She shrugs, as if she hasn't really thought about that part yet. I guess you come out of it alive. This has been A London Villain, Christo Sinner's World. Written by Catherine Wiltcher, performed by Evelyn Rose and Aaron Smith. Music by Sam Redfern. This audiobook has been produced and published by Pink Flamingo Productions in 2023. No part of this audiobook can be copied or played for an audience. To find out more about Pink Flamingo Productions and our collection of work, please visit www.pinkflamingoproductions.com.